But man, yeah, I hate that movie so much. Why did
Yeah.
you make me watch it, Pagan?
Because I needed someone to fucking sit through it with me because I knew it was gonna be bad.
Yeah, you needed someone to suffer with, so you inflicted this dumb movie upon me. Like,
Yeah,
I
but at
I
least we got
didn't
to
do
pause it and make fun of it and shit,
I
so
didn't do anything to deserve it. And you still made me suffer through it.
I had to. We had to see it.
No, we didn't. I could have lived without seeing Jurassic World Dominion.
I wanted to fucking know how bad it got. God damn it. Nobody was talking about it. I was like, I wonder if this is worse or better than Fallen Kingdom. I wonder if they learned their lessons.
Why would you
No, they
think
didn't.
they would learn their
No!
lesson? Why would
Of
you
course they
ever
didn't.
think that? They never do.
Ah, I know, but I was really hoping that maybe, just maybe, they'd be like, oh, wow, we did a really terrible job with Fallen Kingdom. Maybe we should try and make our next movie not shit.
They
And
doubled
they
down
just
on stuff from Fallen
yeah, they did.
Kingdom.
They doubled down on it. I can't believe I called the ending, by the way. Oh my
Oh
god.
god, that I'm still like in a state of shock for how dumb that ending was.
Oh, I was livid because I gave one of two options. I said it'll either end how it always does with these movies. Either a third party dinosaur will come in at the end and kill the main threat one because they always fucking do that, or like the main antagonist dinosaur will fall onto some spikes or something and die because they love that shit.
Yeah.
And it was fucking both. It was fucking
It was
both.
both in the stupidest way possible. The fucking T-Rex pushes him and he falls onto the other dino's like absurdly long claws.
Yeah, Edward Scissorhand Dino. Just right onto his claws.
The handsy boy, like it looks so bad. Cause like even the way it's shot, right? It's like a shocking moment. Like, oh my god, it fell onto spikes, but those spikes were the hands of this other dinosaur. It's like, what you?
Yeah, and it's so goofy. And then instead of doing the smart thing of having the T-Rex attack the I forget the name of the dinosaur. It's a real dinosaur. I
Hey,
just can't remember the name of
I
it.
just call him handsy boy because of the long claws.
Yeah, but instead of having the T-Rex immediately, because the claws are still stuck in that thing's neck, go for that one and kill it too, because obviously they're gonna fight each other. I mean, it had no problem walking up to the Giganotosaurus and attacking it. So why would it suddenly be friendly with the fucking T-Rex?
No, they're
But
friends
no,
now.
yeah, it literally draws its claws out of the fucking Giganotosaurus, looks at the T-Rex, and they both like strike a
No,
pose and
it's
do a roar
it's
together.
worse.
And I'm like, what
It's
the fuck is
it's
this?
it's worse than that, Pagan, because the T-Rex actually nudges the Giganotosaur corpse towards Handsy Boy. And then
Yeah.
they roar.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's so bad. It's so shit. And then, of course, they built this movie up as like, oh yeah, this is the payoff for all these movies. Like we're finally gonna see dinosaurs interacting with normal people on the mainland and shit. And then we hardly get any of that. There's almost none of that. In fact, it's the main story is focused on this stupid plot about giant locusts eating all of the like crops and stuff around the world. And of course, the big mega corporation is developing these locusts, and it only eats normal crops, not their crops, so that they'll have control of the food supply. Stupid bullshit. And then you get the annoying clone girl through the whole movie who is just completely fucking annoying and an asshole through the whole thing, where she just whines and bitches the whole time, even though it's all her fault, but then complains that she doesn't get to like run around as free as she wants, and
Yeah.
all this terrible stuff is happening. People should do something about that. And it's like, bitch, it's your fault it's happening in the first place.
Talking about the clown girl, you just reminded me about that scene early on in the movie where the I forget what they're called, but the long necked dinosaurs, they're on this like construction site and one of them is like covered in snow sleeping. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
how are these things surviving in like super cold weather?
And they never explain that. They never. I kept thinking that they were going to give some sort of excuse throughout the whole movie of why these things can survive in the snow. No, they never do. They never explain why any of these cold blooded dinosaurs can live. in the fucking just like in tundra, like where there's literally snow all the time, where they get buried in snow, and they're just fine. And for whatever reason, they put a single dinosaur with feathers on it. Well, technically there's two because of the long handy boy, but it doesn't really look like it very much. It just looks like it has fur on it. But they put one single raptor with feathers on it in the movie, and it's like, but why?
Well, remember,
and then they gave it weird powers too, where it can like go through the ice and it can like super swim extremely fast. And I'm like, what the fuck? Oh my god, it's so bad.
Remember the part in the movie where evil bad guy corporation man is destroying the evidence of the giant locusts existing, and he does so, like, he kills them by burning them in, like, the most cruel way, but they break out and set the entire fucking forest on fire?
Yeah, it's so like, funny, too.
Like, just the visual image of these locusts on fire spreading across the night sky and falling and, like, lighting everything on fire is insane.
Oh, that's something we need to talk about. Hold on. The fucking villain for this movie is fucking Dodson. The guy from the first movie who, to be fair, in the books, later, in the books,
he was more of a villain. I remember, I was actually reading up the other day when we were still in the call after that movie, that he was supposed to be the villain in, like, the sequel, but they swapped him out for a new villain in the second movie.
Yeah, so we finally get Dodson, like, 5 movies later, and...
he's Joe Biden.
He's literally Joe Biden. He is the most unimposing villain ever. Like, it gets to the point where he literally does, like, Bidenisms, where, there's a plane coming in with, it's the parents. It walks over to the guy, lower. He's like, lower the ADS, and the guy's like, okay. Or he says something like,
"Are you sure?"
Yeah, are you sure? And then he just goes,
yeah,
and walks away.
He kind of does like a half shrug, going, and then it walks away. It's like, what?
What the fuck was that? It's so, and he does this all the time. And then of course there's that really weird scene where Jeff Goldblum is doing his little like monologue to the staff in front of him, and he ends it by like he stops for like a solid minute where he says nothing, points and says, "Dodson," and then walks out. And I'm like, what the fuck was that? Like, oh, the dialogue in this movie is so stunted and weird. There are so many problems. And of course, they had to double down on the fucking, no, guys, seriously, the laser thing is such a cool idea. It's so much better than a gun. It's so much better to be able to point a laser at somebody, put it on them for a couple of seconds so that it sticks, and then have a dinosaur from a different location run to this area and try to chase this person down when I could have just pulled the trigger and killed them immediately.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, it's like, how do the dinosaurs know who has been laser pointered?
I don't know.
Because it's just a light.
It's just literally just... it's just a laser pointer.
Well, there's the one scene that's really dumb where they capture Creepy Face Lady, and the one guy has already been lasered, so all these dinos should be going after him, right? Well, no. They're just not for some reason, because Chris Pratt, he finds out that the girl's been taken to whatever, and he's trying to get to the plane to go with girlfriend lady. I forget her name. It doesn't matter.
Right, so he takes the dirt bike, and then they start chasing him.
And two of them come out of nowhere and start chasing him because she lasers him as he's leaving. It's like,
so it's almost
why
like
were they just standing there? Why were they not going after the black guy?
Yeah, it almost implies that the laser wears off, which it's like, if it wears off that quickly, what's the fucking point? Because that whole scene up to the point where they catch her is probably less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, and by the way...
so it runs out after 5 minutes.
By the way, these, like, parts of this movie are so dumb that you could dub over Scooby-Doo fucking sound effects and it would fit in perfectly. Because, like, everyone is fucking incompetent and retarded, and I don't know why. Even the dinosaurs are stupid, where they're chasing Chris Pratt and girlfriend lady, and like they're just falling over and unable to catch them. There's one point where Chris Pratt is on the motorcycle. He's going down this alley. It's completely blocked by cars, so he has to quickly go into this like little side area where there's some stairs to get around the cars, and he has to slow down almost to a complete stop. And the dinosaurs still don't get him. He manages to get away. Girlfriend lady is like jumping from roof to roof doing parkour, and this dinosaur just can't catch her. But she falls and lands on this balcony. It jumps after her, misses her, and goes through the door into the apartment, and she drops down into this truck. This other character comes in, hotwires the truck and starts driving away. And this dinosaur could keep up with the truck as it's speeding down the streets. Yet, 30 seconds ago, it couldn't catch a woman running in high heels.
Yeah,
wait, was she in high heels?
So stupid. I don't know if she was in high heels, but she was running at like a normal pace.
Yeah.
And it's hilarious because they would show the dinosaur moving extremely quickly around corners and shit where she isn't. And it would, like, if it was realistic, like if it was actually consistent, where, okay, this is how fast this thing is going, this is how fast she's going, it should have easily caught her.
Several times over.
But every time we see her, it's like the dinosaur is moved like 20 feet back every single time when it should be right on top of her. And they just keep doing that over and over and over. It's like a Monty Python skit where it's literally
it's like the dude
fucking
running towards the gate,
yeah,
and then it keeps playing the same clip of him off in the distance, and the guard is like confused. And then suddenly he's like literally right there on top of the guard and stabs him.
Mm-hmm. It's literally like that. It's so bad. There's so many dumb things happening. The fucking underground dinosaur black market. Oh my god, that shit can fuck right off. It's so stupid. You got the really stupid gag of like this little pathetic dinosaur that like it just keeps cutting back to its face like it's supposed to be
Chris
funny.
Pratt is having a fight with like generic low tier bad guy man.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it keeps cutting towards this dinosaur that's kind of there. It's got this look on its face. It's like, just this entire time. And then when bad guy man gets knocked down, it's suddenly like tearing him apart for some reason, along with two other dinos.
Yeah, it's so weird. And then of course in the back, this is all going on. Everyone is acting like normally. That you could still even see the cook in the background, still just regularly chopping meat and shit.
Well, it's worse.
Meanwhile, there is a dude on fire getting eaten by a fucking like Allosaurus or something in the background, and everyone is just totally cool with it. They're just like, yeah, I'm just gonna keep doing my job. I'm just gonna keep doing this. Like, meanwhile, there's dinosaurs rampaging through this place, killing people.
Well, most of the fucking NPCs are just standing there doing nothing while dinosaurs are rampaging through this fucking black market.
Yeah, they just act like nothing happened. Like a Carnotaurus gets out.
They go out of their way to show how chaotic this is. All kinds of things are getting knocked down, and yet people are just standing there doing nothing.
Yeah, it's so bad. Like, because it's funny too, because they actually like when they release the Carnotaurus and I think it's an Allosaurus out of their pens, it has like this shot of like, oh no, shit just got real thing. But then they do like basically nothing. And that's the really annoying thing, how Chris Pratt can always just do his fucking hand thing to any dinosaur and it just works.
Yeah.
He can just put his hands up and they'll just stop and stare at him instead of attacking him. And I'm like, what are you doing? I was just
about to bring that up when you said those two escaped because I remembered that and I just immediately felt physical pain.
Yeah, it's so bad. And then they get loose and they start eating people. And everyone just acts like it's no big deal. Like, oh, it's just another Tuesday. It's like, what the fuck is happening? And yeah, the fucking dude falls down. There's like a little baby Carnotaurus on a chain, and it just immediately starts scarfing down his arm. And it's like, and then the little one gets his other arm, and it's like, what the fuck?
That reminds me how fucking dumb that was, because one of the big dinos comes in and bites bad guy's head as he's on the ground. And rather than running away or doing anything, Chris Pratt just turns to the side and says into his earpiece, hey, I've got this piece of information. Like, not even reacting to the man right next to him being torn apart by a giant dino. Maybe, getting the fuck out of the way so you don't get torn apart too. No, he just turns to the side and talks into his earpiece.
Yeah, the fucking baryonyx gets loose from its chains and just runs down and kills this guy and bites his head off. And there's no reason why it wouldn't just immediately go for Chris Pratt, who is literally standing right. Like it doesn't even have to get up. It just has to move its mouth slightly and it could grab his leg. Like he's that close. And instead of moving away or getting to a safe location first, no, he just like turns to the side and starts talking into his earpiece while this baryonyx eats this fucking dude right next to him. And I'm like, what are you fucking doing, you idiot? Oh my god, it's the whole movie's like this. It's from start to finish, it's shit all the way through. It never stops being bad. Oh my god, I hated it.
I just remembered how they they turn off the air defense thing so the dinos won't go too high and attack any planes or helicopters going over the thing. So they'll take out the plane with Chris Pratt and his girlfriend. And she happens to be strapped into the only working parachute seat. And they launch her into the middle of goddamn fucking nowhere. And then they crash the plane and survive. And they're closer to their destination. And it's like, oh, now we're gonna fucking... First of all, she would have been safer staying in the plane with us. Rather than launching her into the middle of the dino enclosure where she can be eaten by, like... hundreds of different dinos.
Yeah,
but
I got some stuff to say.
They also trek all the way back to the point where she fell, which is farther away from their objective than they were at the dam.
Yeah, so they did that specifically to fill time. They needed the movie to be a certain length.
But
so
it was
they were like,
2.5 hours. We didn't need it to be 2.5 hours.
I know it did not need to be 2.5 hours long, but they were like, oh no, we got to fill this with something. So they eject Alice, or whatever her name is, out of the fucking plane with the only ejector seat, and she lands in the middle of the dinosaur enclosure. Then the other two crash into a frozen lake that is right next to the facility, like literally just a short walk away. And they crash land and they come out with no scars, no cuts, no nothing. They're perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Meaning... there's no reason they couldn't have just left her in the plane with them. And all they have to do is go into the facility and go get their daughter and then leave and then meet up back with her. No, they decide they're going to trek all the way back. It's at least like a 2-day journey into this fucking...
Oh yeah, they have an establishing shot that shows how fucking far away she is from the dam. It is at least a 2-day journey, maybe 3 days. And that's not even not even considering dodging dinosaurs that want to fucking eat you.
Yeah. So they have to do like a 2-day journey to go back to get her instead of just going through the facility.
But of course they complete that in 37 minutes.
It's just a wonderful, amazing movie. You're all just being haters.
It's there's other stupid points though, like I remember when Pega started talking about how they dropped her in the middle of the forest with the parachute seat. I remembered he said, "Oh, if the parachute doesn't deploy, hit this handle. They'll deploy it for you." Well, it deploys automatically as it should. That gets torn apart, and then she pulls the handle. It's like, why are you pulling the handle? The parachute is already been torn apart. No, there's a second parachute. That the handle
for some
releases.
reason it just
and then the birds don't attack her for any reason after that.
Yeah, they just leave her alone at that point. Oh my god, no. Okay, we're basically done with the Alice thing. We have to talk about the fucking bracelets.
Yes, that's the other thing I was just about to mention, because that's... Oh my god, I hate it! So... you go.
Okay. So they need to get two of the characters from the old movie, from the first movie, are in this one, and
what's his name?
Alan Grant and
Sam Neill, and the girl that's with him. I forget her name. Captain Holdo.
I forget her name. Yeah. So they need to get into this facility, and Ian needs to so they basically he creates this whole thing of like, oh, I need what was it, like a cappuccino or something.
Yeah.
And it makes this loud noise while the guy's getting it. And he goes up to the girl and he's like, it's on the sub basement 3. That's where you'll find the evidence. Here, take this, and slips his bracelet thing into her
Yeah, they need a DNA
pocket.
sample of the giant locusts.
Yeah, to prove that it's being created here. And so he slips it into her pocket, and I'm like, me and Creed both have the same thought. That's his bracelet, though. They're gonna know it was him that broke in.
Yeah, because it
Like,
makes
if he
sense
uses
if you
that-
have like a top secret, highly advanced facility where you're committing like illegal experimentation. Like, surely you track like key card access type stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
It'd be access logs.
Yeah.
Fucking Pepsi Cola Bottlers of America has that shit, and they're not a secret government they're not like a secret super facility. That's just natural.
I worked at a warehouse that did the same thing.
Yeah, I remember my father
Yeah.
would take me there to take me over there, and we would go through, and he'd have to go through all the doors, and it would log every time he would go through the doors and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what we were expecting, because that's the logical thing, right? They'd be like, okay, well, we know who did this and when.
I guess I should say this was back in the 90s, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to emphasize this even.
So there's a bit of an emergency happens, a bit of a quirky little escape from the girl. Yeah, she gets away, really stupidly, by the way, too. There's no way she should be able to escape, and she just walks out.
Well, because
And
they
while
leave
this
her
is-
alone in a room, unguarded, with one of the key pass things, and that allows her to let Blue's fucking dumb baby out.
Yeah. And while this is happening, they use the fucking bracelet to get into the lower level and get to where the locusts are.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, well, that's going to probably alert someone. It's probably going to at least log that, Ian came through here.
I even said while watching that, like, oh, that's weird. Ian Malcolm, who has only been working here for 6 weeks and shouldn't have this level of access, just went into the locust room, but he's up at his class teaching still. Huh, that's a little fucking weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
But
so
I internally, like, we talked about how it would be an issue if they somehow proved that there was no tracking for this, but then I thought to myself, they would have to specifically go their way to say that it doesn't track the person. There's no way they're going to do something that fucking dumb.
Yeah, and then a few seconds later, we get one of the people on the security cam called Dodson over, and they're like, yeah, we missed it during the scuffle. Like, they somehow they got in, and he's like, but wait, how did they have access? And they literally say, we don't know, like, how they got in. All we know is that we have camera footage of Ian slipping something to the woman. That's it. That's the only reason that they even suspect Ian might have had something to do with it. Not because, oh, well, obviously the thing logs it, right? No, they caught them on camera going through the door, and they're like, we don't know how they got in, though. But we did see Ian slip something in her pocket earlier. Maybe that's what did it. So they basically confirmed that, yeah, these things do not log who goes in and out of these things. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's such bad writing. And they went out of their way to point that out.
Yeah, it's dumb.
Because they could have just not mentioned that.
Creetosis, do they ever explain how the ecosystem hasn't fallen apart with all the dinos running around? No!
No. And that's
It
one of the
just
things I was
works.
talking about. Yeah, I was saying, like, because they keep arguing that, like, oh, well, you can't poach these things. You can't poach the dinosaurs and shit. And I'm like, why not? They're an invasive species.
Now.
They shouldn't exist. They're destroying the environment. They're going to eat all of the native fauna. It's like, it's a huge issue. They should 100% being poached.
Oh,
but no,
that
you're not
reminds
allowed
me.
to poach them.
That reminds me, Pig, the movie starts off with, like, a set of news seeds talking about how, like, horrible the dinosaurs are being here, how they're a danger to human life. We see a clip of, like, a triceratops crossing the road, and someone skids and goes off of a fucking cliff because of it. One of the seeds they show is a tiny little girl being chased by, what are the small dinos called again?
Compies.
She's being chased by, like,
Compsognathus.
3 or 4 compies screaming in fucking terror as someone just is standing there filming her instead of helping her.
Yeah, and the fucked up thing is...
Remember, the
It's like,
second
oh-
movie started with a child being torn apart by compies.
Yeah, so the second movie not only starts with a small child being torn apart by compies, but a grown-ass mercenary getting killed by them. So we know that they're extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, this little girl is being chased by them while this dude just fucking films. And if even one of these nicks her with a bite, she's instantly paralyzed.
Yep.
It's so fucking shit. Oh, it's so bad. They make everything just so unthreatening in this movie. It's really shit. Oh my god.
You know
and
what
remember
I just
the
remembered?
fucking the parasaurs running with the horses, and they're like hoarding parasaurs with horses in the start of the movie. Oh my god.
Pagan, I just remembered something so much worse. I can't believe I fucking forgot this. So, when they're at the Watchtower thing, the whole group unites, like, all the characters unite at this one spot. They're trying to get into this Watchtower. Most of them get up the ladder. Retarded clone girl, stops halfway up. There's a cage around the ladder at this point. But this giant which dino is it again?
It's the Giganotosaurus.
It's the Giganot. Okay, it's the Giganotosaurus. It clamps around the steel cage, and rather than climbing up and getting out of the way, she just sits there screaming. This is retarded, okay?
She doesn't. She could slide back down, or she could continue climbing so that she doesn't get fucking crushed by this thing slowly crushing the cage around her. And she's just like, I can't. I'm scared.
And it just
meanwhile she's getting crushed to death.
Well, it ends up tearing the cage right off the thing, and she gets pulled up or climbs the rest of the way. That's not the part I was going for, though. I just wanted to point out how dumb that was.
Yeah, that was dumb.
The fucking hilarious part is Ian Malcolm gets stuck down on the ground. And it's like, oh my god, is he actually going to die? Are they actually going to kill him off? And no, he grabs a stick, he spears it into one of the flaming dead fucking locusts. And he waves it around to get the Giganotosaurus' attention. It's like, okay, he's probably going to toss it off into the trees, expecting, it'll chase after that, thinking that's going to be like the meal. And like, hopefully forget about him, right? Because that's what they did in the original. The T-Rex was going after the kids in the original. Alan Grant grabbed the flare and led the T-Rex away. And threw away the flare so it would chase that. Makes sense, right? Ian Malcolm throws it like a fucking spear into the throat of the Giganotosaurus, and it's like slightly still burning locust suddenly turns into a goddamn flamethrower.
It turns into like a Molotov bomb. It's as if the fucking dinosaurs breathe methane or something, because as soon as this thing goes into its throat, boom! Just fucking explodes with fire coming out of this thing's mouth. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening? And yeah, of course it like freaks out that its insides are burning and it runs off.
Yeah. It is so dumb. It is so fucking... I hate this movie so much!
It makes no sense. I also made the joke when he fucking stabbed it and went to throw it. It's like, tasty or crispy critter.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Which that's apparently just a really, really shit translation that the publishers did.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
I wonder how much of the cringe is bad translation for that game.
A ton of it. Like, Crispy Critters is supposed to be a reference to burnt pies.
Oh.
It's essentially a proverb of like, shit's fucked.
Yeah.
But no, they translated it to Crispy Critters. Because, oh god. That's that like in a nutshell.
Yeah, whenever the burning locust shit would happen, I would always just be like, crispy critters, because it made so much sense. But oh my god, it was so bad. We actually skipped over one of the really dumb parts. So when the girl goes up the ladder, well, there's still like 3 other people still on the ground that need to get up this ladder, and this dinosaur is like right there. It's right next to the fucking ladder. And it's like, okay, she gets up. Okay, it's turned around. It sees them now. Okay, he gets up. Well, I mean, it's literally coming for the ladder. And Chris Pratt is still at the bottom of the ladder. There's no way he can get up in time before this thing reaches the ladder and kills him. It's literally right there. All it has to do is open its mouth and it basically gets him. It's like, so we're expecting this like really fucking intense, like, okay, how is he gonna get this thing to like move away so he can go up the ladder? He does it by breaking the fourth wall and making the movie skip about a minute ahead so we don't see what happens, and he just gets up the fucking ladder. I'm not even joking. That actually fucking happens. It makes no sense. We were totally stunned when it happened. He just like teleports to the top. He's just up there. He goes from the bottom of the ladder as this thing is like at the ladder, literally like on top of it, where all it has to do is lower its head and it eats him. And it skips from him being at the bottom to him just being up there with everyone else.
/ me teleports behind you.
You forgot the rest of it, though.
That's literally what happens. Kid. That's literally what happens, though. Mm-hmm. Oh my god, it is so dumb. I hate this movie so much.
Yeah, it's so fucking bad. There's so much dumb shit in this movie. And I'm sure there's a lot more we could go into, but I do have other stuff I want to talk about.
Yeah, let me grab these super chats really quickly. $2 from Lantern's Glow. Thank you. Graduated from Rhea Lucaria. Where to next? I have no idea what that is.
Head back to the round table hold. They'll give you instructions from there.
Yeah.
$5 from Strip Mall Divorce Lawyer. Thank you. There's no message with it. But thank you. It's much appreciated. Membership message for 2 months from Kukin with Renzo. Thank you. Even my 9-year-old was annoyed at the scooter guy not seeing the 2 giant dinosaurs until they were already eating him. Hi, future me listening at work.
Oh, yeah, the fucking Segway guy. Yeah, so the fucking black market thing happens where the Carnotaurus and I think it's an Allosaurus, gets out, and somehow these 2 dinosaurs just get above ground and get on, like, the top where everyone, like, where it's just buildings and stuff. And people are, like, running for their lives and shit, and there's just this one oblivious dude on a Segway just right between these fucking dinosaurs, just, like, not noticing, and then he gets fucking eaten. It's just like, how did you not notice these 2 giant fucking dinosaurs right in front of you? It was so weird. It was literally just like, oh, well, we need somebody to be oblivious so they get eaten. It's so bad.
$2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Will you play Starfield? I mean,
we probably have to, unfortunately.
Yeah. One of us will at least have to buy it and play it, maybe stream it.
$5 from Light of the Twin Lamps. Thank you. Happy Women's History Month. Smiley face.
So long as you don't bring up all the bad things women did.
Yeah.
Or, just the fact that, women are being replaced out of their own month.
Yes.
Men's History Month, which is now also Women's History Month.
Yep.
Well, remember, you can't spell women without men.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, both of you had a topic to go to. Which one should we do first?
Yeah. Well,
I will let Seth talk about his movie.
Because it's, like, related. So at least Pagan got to watch a good movie. After the travesty, apparently that was Jurassic Park. Or Jurassic World. I guess that's their new brand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Pagan got to watch a Norwegian found footage film known as Troll Hunter. What'd you think, Pagan?
It was really good. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah. It had, honestly, I think the dialogue in it was really good because it captured that, like, they felt like real people.
Yeah, it felt very real.
But yeah. They had a lot of stupid moments, that's for sure. But you could see at least the one guy's ambition and everything. How he super wanted to he super wanted to be the one that would break this story, and we need more. Now there's a more interesting story with who is Hans and stuff. Really, a really enjoyable movie. Some excellent schnozzers. Yeah, a bunch of people in the chat were saying, like, those are some nice noses on those. I think we found where the mountain Jews live. And I was like, oh, no! No!
Yeah, we got to watch a nice little documentary about bears.
Yeah. Troll Hunter, Norway represent. Yeah, and that was the funny thing. Pagan was like, Jesus Christ, Norway is gorgeous. And I was like, that's one of the reasons why this movie is so beloved in Norway. Because it just shows off how gorgeous the country is.
Yeah, every scene where they're showing off the countryside just looks so good. I'm like, oh my god, this place looks so amazing.
Yep. Yeah, it's just such a fun little quirky movie. Because it starts off this whole thing of like, oh, it's gonna be it's spook movie. It's gonna be a spooky found footage movie, and it's like people. Granted, I was steering people in that direction because I didn't want people to spoil things. Thankfully, look, no, we didn't have anybody spoiling stuff this time. We have a bad habit of people coming in and being like, oh, this is my favorite scene from that movie was this. It's like, stop it, stop. People haven't watched it.
Yeah.
But I was trying to steer people towards why are you antagonizing a poacher? You idiot. Why, you're going to follow him out in the woods at night now, and after you've been antagonizing, and he knows that you're following him now. Like, yeah, that's going to end well for you.
Mm-hmm. And I like that they explained a lot of the stuff too. Whenever something would happen where it's like, oh, that's kind of weird, and then they would explain it. It's like, oh, well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I really like that they would do that a lot. Like because there was people being like, like, why are you going out into this area where there's like landmines and shit? And then it turns out it's like, oh, because the poacher puts that there to keep people out whenever he's working.
Yep. That way nobody will disturb him while he's trying to do his job. And why do some of them turn to stone and then others explode? And he's like, well, the old ones turn to stone because their veins are literally so constricted with age that instead of going into the veins, all of the vitamin D goes into the bones and instantly calcifies it. Whereas the little ones, when they explode, the vitamin D is being processed into the veins. It causes the veins to expand, rupture, and the whole body just rips itself apart. It's
yeah.
Like, and I love that he warned him, you stay up there. And as he got his ass kicked real bad. Poor guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's like breathing and wheezing, like
yeah, fucking walks up to this thing in his fucking Ned Kelly armor.
yes. Literally, I guarantee that's a reference. Because they have all kinds of references into like the Three Billy Goats bluff and stuff like that. They have that's in there. But yeah, he gets laid out, and they think he's dead at first because he's not moving or anything on the bridge. And they go up to him, they shake him, and he finally goes, ah! It's like, oh well, he wishes he was dead.
Yeah.
So he has to go under the bridge to get the blood sample, and he tells him stay up there. And then he uses his emergency button on his suit, and it just explodes. You see a shower of gore come flying from under the bridge just everywhere, and it splatters all over the film crew.
I like how later on in the film, like it becomes very important to ask people, like, "Are you a Christian? Like, do you believe in God?"
Yeah. Do you believe in Jesus Christ? He's like, no, Muslim. Oh, Muslim. Is that okay, Hans? And Hans just looks dumbfounded. He's like, I don't know.
He's like, "We'll find out."
Yeah. Because for anyone that doesn't know, part of Norwegian mythology for trolls is that they could smell the blood of a Christian man. And that gets proven to be true multiple times in the movie. The cameraman was just being an obstinate, stubborn piece of shit and didn't want to tell them that he was a Christian because he wanted to keep filming for whatever reason. Likely because it was exciting and stuff like that, but then they got locked into an area, and then he revealed that he's a Christian, and that made Hans and everybody go, oh shit.
Yeah, and then they all just like start smelling around. They're like, "Oh, there's a Christian in here."
Like, oh.
But yeah, it was a good movie. Cloudy with a Chance of Intestines.
Yeah. Holy shit, there's so much, and I just love that they're like coded in it the entire time, even when they go and visit the veterinarian, and she looks at him, she's like, it's like, Jesus Christ, you're a mess. There's a bathroom over there for to wash up.
Yeah. Also, I like how during that whole time, the fucking the kid, I can't remember his name, the one in the blue jacket, never replaces his jacket. He just keeps the fucking the duct taped
yeah, the
blue jacket
where he got bit by a troll. And it turns out he has rabies. No, you can't just say that, Han. You can't just say that I have rabies. That's not cool.
I'm gonna grab a comment here quickly from DC Dynamo. Is Stampede supposed to be a prequel or a remake? Because Vash had never met Wolfwood until one time in an episode. I'm not sure we could fully call it a remake because it's not actually retelling the stories we've dealt with in the original. It's more like shitting all over everything from the original.
Yeah, it's completely different. It doesn't follow the
And-
original timeline at all. It's
Yeah.
completely different.
Like, it incorporates, well, it supposedly incorporates the same characters, but, like, it's almost in name-only territory for some of them.
Yeah,
Actually,
it's not good.
actually, Daniel, there is a myth. So they even give the explicit example. There is a myth in Norwegian folklore that is specifically about the blood of a Christian man. It's not that they're taking it too literally. It's like, sure, the legends have all different references to it, but they're actually specifically referring to a very specific tale about trolls where they do indeed smell the blood of Christian men.
Yeah. There's also that thing with like giants, right? Where it's like, it's where that whole thing came from, like fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell the blood of an Englishman.
Mm. But yeah, it's really good movie, and especially the final. I enjoy the final battle against the Jotner, the one that had the rabies and has been causing all the other trolls to go crazy because he's been infecting them.
Mm-hmm.
It's just really, really cool and epic moment. I love how realistic it is. There's just a seismologist out there who was trying to figure out what was going on. He's completely unrelated to the rest of the plot. You've never met this guy before. They're driving away from the Jotner, and there's a guy just jumps in the middle of the road while they're in this massive like mountain area, and he's screaming like, "Pick me up! Pick me up! Pick me up!" They pick him up, and they're like, "What are you doing out here?" And he's like, "I'm a seismologist," and it's like that makes sense. There were a ton of earthquake reportings, and so of course they'd send somebody out to investigate. And the troll security service is completely unknown to the public and the government at large. So yeah, it makes sense that the right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing. They send a seismologist out to investigate, and he almost gets killed by a fucking giant.
Where were you going?
I can't remember what I've already forgot. It was something to do with the movie, but I've already forgotten what it was.
Rip. $2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Have you played the first-person remake of Fallout 1? No. I'm not sure that's something I want to play, because Fallout 1 works really well as is.
That reminds me, though. The interesting thing is the New Blood Interactive are making a Fallout-like game.
Oh.
It genuinely looks really fascinating because you start the game as third person isometric, but then when you go into combat, it goes into first person mode. It's like that's interesting. Yeah. It looks really good. I mean, it looks Fallout like holy shit.
Also, I need to point this out quickly just because I find it hilarious. I love that there's someone in chat named The Voices Will Not Stop, and their icon is Pippa.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes. Dude, that is my favorite. I have that Joker parody trailer saved because that is fucking legendary. And I love that even Pippa was like, "What the fuck?" while she was watching it.
It's so great.
It does make her look so deranged, but it's so accurate to her.
I love the fucking bit about like no firearms beyond this point. It's just her with a minigun, and then she uses up all the ammo, pulls out 2 pistols. I'm gonna fucking kill you!
Yeah. Screaming at the top of her lungs, the pitch gets even higher.
So it just completely disappeared.
Yeah.
20 guys from just... 20 guys, wow. $20 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. I just want to say thank you for the content. My grandpa passed the other day, and it's been hard. because we are very close. Rewatching your VODs and videos has helped me keep my mood up. I'm really sorry to hear, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that sucks.
Speaking of which, what is the holdup for
Which
the
is-
other VODs? I'm a lazy piece of shit.
Yes.
I'm gonna try and get those uploaded tonight because I have to stay up all night because I'm on night shift tomorrow.
Yeah. Just you know, a big part of it. Just surround yourself with friends and family, and you know, sharing the good times. Always remember the good times that they had. Let all the old wounds and everything wash away like water under a bridge, and remember the good times you had with your grandfather. You know, because that's the way that everybody should be remembered. Well, not everybody, but that's the way every normal person should be remembered.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the way most people should be remembered.
Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure we don't need to do that for certain people, like Crazy Mustache Man and Crazy Iron Tyrant Mustache Man in Russia.
Yeah. All right, so should we get into the last thing here?
Might as
Sure,
well.
absolutely. It tangentially relates to Pippa. There you go.
Yeah. So this will probably be the last update on this.
At
But
least from us.
yeah, at least from us. But yeah, we got some more stuff involving Pikami and Pippa and whatnot. Thanks to the almighty Loli's video. Unfortunate name for his channel, but it's really good. He does really good stuff. I highly recommend him. But he recently released a new video going over this whole situation, and it brings quite of new stuff to light.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Oh, right. So the first thing I wanted to talk about was this theory that Pikami had planned to quit before the harassment even happened. Yeah, no, that's been completely debunked. There's no way.
That was pure cope and hopium from the crazy fucking trannies that were attacking. Like, oh no, we didn't actually cause that. They were doing it already. No, that's a fucking lie.
Yeah, because you have, well, besides the official statement from VOMS mentioning that this was sudden and they had to shift up details for the event or for an event, and there was another VTuber who was taken wildly out of context, by the way, and she later clarified that Pikami told her she was leaving after the harassment had already occurred. It wasn't before, like they tried to claim. So that already kind of blows their whole theory out of the water. But on top of that, Pikami bought a new rig for her character just 5 months ago, around the time people are saying she was already planning to leave. So why would she buy a new rig for a model she knew she wasn't going to be able to use again? And she also talked about, new games she wanted to play and people she wanted to collab with this year, shortly before her initial break. And lastly, she had an anniversary event with her with other VTubers scheduled in March, when she's graduating at the end of March. So that doesn't make any sense.
Yep.
None of this stuff lines up with somebody who had planned to quit early on. And also there was 2 other VTubers close to her, Kason and Shy Lily, who both directly referenced that the reason she is leaving is because of the drama that happened. So
And there's also evidence of her liking tweets on Twitter talking about how the bullying against her was really bad.
Yeah.
Yep.
But she was also liking tweets about who were like defending her and stuff. And last week I mentioned Vosh targeted Pippa. Yeah, it turns out it was worse than that. Vosh, of all people, was one of the ones accusing Pikami of being a pedophile. Because she liked an image someone drew of her own character as a loli, and it was safe for work, by the way. It wasn't anything lewd or anything. It was literally just her character, which is already basically a loli, drawn as a loli, and he said, "Oh yeah, she's clearly a pedophile." Keep in mind, Vosh has an alt account where he follows erotic loli accounts, and of course, there's the whole, defending people who buy CP during a debate that he did, and how he constantly brings up lowering the age of consent to 12, completely unprompted all the time. But no, clearly they're the pedophile. Clearly Pick-a-Me is the pedophile.
As was pointed out, this is just more cope. They need to rewrite the narrative and be like, oh, we didn't attack somebody just for playing a video game. We attacked because we knew deep down they were an evil, bad person. And it's like, no, you're the evil, bad people. You fucking tranny pieces of shit. You're the scumbags. Stop trying to rewrite the narrative. We know what fucking happened.
Yeah, and I love that All My Loli pointed out how bullshit this all is, of like, oh, well, it's wrong to target all of us for this happening. It's clearly you should just be going after the people who, who did this and shit like that. And it's like, okay, but no, because the people who were doing it were big name people in the trans community, such as, Jim Sterling, there are a bunch of other people that like had huge, massive followings on Twitter who are totally fine with them doing this, totally fine with them going after it, after Pick-a-Me, targeting, Silver Veil. They had no issue with that whatsoever. It was totally fine when they were going after somebody. But then when it's time, oh, well, now time to reap what you sow, you fucked up. You shouldn't have done that. Oh, well, it's not my fault. It wasn't me that did that. It was them. You should go after them, even though the community at large was totally fine with it. Yeah, they endorsed it. They cheered it on. They were like, yeah, go do it. And they would not speak up about it.
Well,
and now they're saying, oh, well.
Remember, too, they took Silverveil's statement out of context about Twitter weirdos, where they equated her saying Twitter weirdos as, oh, this is an attack on transgender people and Jews, when she literally said, I have no problem with the LGBT, it's just the weirdos on Twitter who are attacking people.
Yep.
Yeah, took her out of context, and now they want to argue, like, oh, but, individualism, and it's like, okay, well, where was individualism when all this shit was happening? It's okay for you to go along with the mob and go after these people during the initial bit, but then if that comes back down on top of you, oh, well, you should go after them. They're the ones that directly said it. Yeah, sure, I cheered them on. But
I cheered them on and agreed with them and told them to keep doing what they're doing. But I'm not the bad guy. No, you are the bad guy. You are the bad guy. You are the Nazi collaborator, you dumb fuck.
Yeah. Also, it wasn't just Vosh. Apparently, the fucking Hassan himself was also one of the people who went after Pippa.
Yeah.
And I fucking love that clip that he does in the fucking... yeah, he won't fight Hassan Piker, but he'll sure go after a pink anime rabbit.
No, he won't. He won't fight Sam Hyde.
Sam Hyde, yeah.
What did I say?
Hassan.
You won't fight Hassan. Yeah, Hassan won't.
Oh, I thought I said Sam Hyde. Oh shit, my bad. Yeah, like you won't fight Sam Hyde, but you'll go after a fucking pink anime rabbit. And he does the fucking Sam Hyde clip of where he's like, "I'm gonna kill you." It was so fucking good. But yeah, so
caught me off guard. It shouldn't have caught me off guard, but it did, and I lost my shit when I saw it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So fuck you, Hassan, you piece of shit. And lastly, so one of the people who accused other streamers and Pick-a-Me of making up that the harassment even happened, like basically accusing them of creating this whole thing of harassment and doxing and all this stuff, and saying it didn't even happen. And she went on to say that cis people are manipulative and they're hateful pieces of shit and bigots, and like we can't trust them, and basically saying, none of this can be trusted. They're just bigots. They just want to be edgy, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
Yeah, this same person, you might know her, a little streamer known by the name of Shinpai. Yeah, it turns out her Discord server got leaked. And wouldn't you know it, it's full of not only other people, but her making extremely edgy race and anti-Semitic jokes.
Yep.
So it's
Oh.
fine for her to do it, but anyone else, oh no, 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 you're a bigot, you're a monster. How dare you? I'm gonna attack you on Twitter and call you out on YouTube. But meanwhile, in my server, I'm gonna say the most racist shit ever and talk awful about Jewish people and jokes and stuff. And it's like, okay, so it's fine when you do it then. All right, whatever, you hypocritical moral purist. Oh, but yeah, so that's mainly the gist of the whole update for all of it.
I highly recommend the video by Almighty Lowly. Again, really unfortunate
Absolutely.
name, but amazing video going into this and explaining why this whole thing is fucking dumb.
Yeah, I highly recommend his
He also goes
video.
into the whole thing of, you know, everything like you do, there's bad people attached to it. You drink Coke, here's what Coke did. You watch these movies, here's what the people behind them did.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah,
okay,
highly recommend his video
yeah.
on the subject. He covers everything, brings a lot of stuff to light. There's a whole bunch of stuff we're leaving out, so highly recommend you go watch the actual video. There's a lot of stuff that comes to light where it's like, oh my god. So, and if you like our channel, there's a very good chance you'll like his. It's kind of similar. There's a bit of overlap there, and he's really good at stuff. And if you have any interest in Berserk, I highly recommend his videos going over the entire manga. They are really good. So, highly recommend his channel. Go check him out for sure.
I do have a small thing I want to bring up. And then again, this is small. So in my community, you know, we do Saturday Showtime every Saturday. This next one was going to be the movie Sicario, or Sicario, however you say it. But I was noting that, oh yeah, I forgot that the subtitles are fucked. So I checked today, but I changed one thing. And I'll get to that in a second. I changed one thing, and the subtitles are now working properly. What it turns out was Amazon lost their original, like, they just got rid of their original streaming version of Sicario and took the Apple TV version of Sicario over, which is the Chinese version of the movie that doesn't have the subtitles in it at all. So you can't understand half the fucking movie because the subtitles aren't in it. So if anybody's speaking Spanish or anything, you're just fucked. I had to actually look up a script so I could see what the fuck people were saying. It's a really good movie, even while having to do that. But now I bought the actual version of the movie instead of renting it, like I did a week and a half ago, and now it has the subtitles baked into it properly because it's the proper English version with the subtitles in it, unlike the rent/stream version, which is the fucking Apple TV version that doesn't have the subtitles. So, you know, good job, Amazon, you dumb fuck.
Of course.
Our channel, Pagan. Watch out, Creetosis. Pagan's gonna seize your channel for the sake of the working class. Oh no.
Well, I've already taken it for the Lizard Revolution. It's gonna happen.
The snakes will not get me.
The snakes won't, but the lizards will.
Yeah, but snakes are kind of lizards such. $10
No, they're
from
not.
Ludwig Williams. Thank you. You know, it's ironic that in Fallout, the West Coast is a developed utopia, relatively speaking, while the East Coast is submerged in inescapable barbarism when it's the other way IRL?
I don't know if it's an inescapable barbarism. No, actually, yeah, I forgot Oregon exists. Yeah, fuck Oregon. I am super happy that a bunch of Oregon counties are trying to... They literally have a referendum. It's been passed. They want to move over into Idaho instead. So
Yeah.
it has officially been passed. Now it's...
Oh, has it?
Let's see what's going to happen. Yeah.
Oh my god.
We're going to have to see what happens then.
We're gonna have to redraw every map of the United States to account for this, like, one zone of this one state migrating to a different state.
Well, what's going to be even better is... so Oregon's going to lose representatives. Idaho's going to gain representatives. And they're going to be Republican representatives.
Oh. $5 from Zikos. Thank you. I'm in Shen's Discord and completely missed all of that. There's screenshots of it in Almighty Lowly's video.
Yeah, he shows
It's
the evidence.
pretty
That's the
bad.
thing. Yeah, that's the thing. The Almighty Lowly, he actually shows evidence for all of his claims, unlike, the other side. He actually has all of the
receipts.
Unlike that troglodyte
Yeah.
Jim Sterling.
Yeah.
Yeah, he actually has the receipts of all the chats and stuff and all that stuff. He goes into all of it, and he also links that big fucking that thing that 4chan was doing, where they were archiving all the tweets and stuff. Yeah, he links to that as well. So, yeah, no,
Hang
he
on.
definitely has all the proof.
I want to go against this. Lonesome Path says, sounds like a bunch of butthurt hillbillies are mad they aren't in control of the state's politics. Well, when you have a shithole like Portland, Oregon, who is going to control your state politics, and they're just constantly going to be Democrats because Democrats are the most vile scum that have ever walked the earth. Yeah, I fully understand. I would jump ship too. I'd be like, you know what? Fuck you. You're not going to use our voice to run your shitty narrative. We're going to go to a state that actually fucking appreciates us. Like, good.
It sounds like an unfair characterization to say butthurt hillbillies when it's probably like something like this doesn't happen for no reason. These people are probably affected by statewide policies that are like hurting them as individuals, and that's why they banded together to have their counties be a part of a different state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Because
if you're not being represented at all, then yeah, I'd say fuck it, I'd leave too.
I've heard of similar things in red counties in California where they're just getting fucked over super hard because San Francisco and Los Angeles controls everything.
Yep. And there is a push to now make the new California Republic, is what it's called.
Oh.
I'm not even kidding. It is actually that.
$5 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. Totally 100% serious question for you, Cree. Are you a furry? If yes, sing the ABCs. If no, then recite all of Fantastic's dialogue in classical Latin.
Well, Cree.
What? No. What is it? This is our Troll in Terrace Town moment. Spell innocent backwards. Come on, Cree.
Well, I think that's an unfair tactic in Trouble in Terrorist Town.
It's not a smart one either, because I'm gonna let you into a spoiler here, chat. Just write out the word fucking innocent on a note paper right in front of you, and every time someone says spell innocent backwards, then you can just spell it backwards right there in front of them.
Yeah.
Even if you're a traitor.
Yeah.
It's a really
lot of the channels I would watch would do that,
So-
or they would just have it on another screen.
So here's the problem with just the guy from Alabama's trick thing. Like, yeah, it's a joke, but if yes, sing the ABCs. Well, what if I don't sing the ABCs? And the answer is neither. Because I'm not doing I'm not answering yes, and I'm not answering no.
Schrodinger's furry, got it.
Not the implication I was going for. With all that out of the way, should we maybe get to the video now?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because we definitely got some stuff to say about this. I'm hoping there will be a moment where we could talk about some of the stuff we're worried about now that we've seen episode 10.
Well, we could just talk about that anyways, because people should understand from the title and thumbnail, the very fact that we're covering a Trigun video, that this is going to be spoilery for Trigun. Just in case people haven't gotten that implication, here's our warning now, chat. We're probably going to be spoiling most of the original Trigun anime, and a huge portion of the shitty remake.
Yep. Yeah, I was just hoping it would come up more naturally, in the discussion. But if it doesn't, I still do want to talk about our feelings now that we've seen episode 10 and what we think is coming, because oh boy, does it fuck over a lot of shit.
I will be the therapist / devil's advocate because I haven't seen shit. So basically, I'll be the one that they can bounce stuff off of.
But you can agree from last week that Vash's new gun is fucking retarded, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, good.
The character designs do not look good.
No, they don't.
Like to say that right now.
Like, you saw the differences between the original Vash and the new Vash. Like, the original, sure, the spiky hair is a little strange, but it's not like terrible. It doesn't break anything. It doesn't look bad. It's a very fine character design. The new one just looks like fucking shit.
Yeah, I don't like... I really don't like the way it looks.
Yeah. Let's get into this. You guys ready?
Yep.
Recently, we have seen continuations, and God knows whatever the hell this is. From Urusei Yatsura getting a remake updated to our time, all the way from the forgettable projects.
I'm going to tell you right now, updated for a modern audience, updated for our time is always a bad thing.
Yeah, that's always a bad thing.
It has never been good. Never. You know that means, oh, so there's constant fuckery going on. It's going to barely resemble the original product. Got it.
Yeah, because you're updating something that was, in most cases, probably good originally to appeal to the sensibilities of people today. It's not an Oh Brother Where Art Thou situation where you're taking the Odyssey and putting a new spin on it by setting it in the 1920s? Is that?
Yeah, it's in the heights of the Great Depression.
Yeah. Point is, that's not remaking something for a modern audience. It's putting a new spin on an existing thing. I highly recommend Oh Brother Where Art Thou, by the way. Go watch it.
Yeah, absolutely. It is such a good movie. The jokes in it, the pacing and the jokes are just so fucking good. I love the subtle humor too. When he's talking about how the one guy's like, he really enjoys the stew, and he's like, "You think so? I slaughtered this horse last Tuesday. I think she's about to turn."
Like 7, which is kind of sad because I do love Eureka 7. But one of the animes to get a remake I never would have guessed but would have been the easiest guess to make is Trigun. And let me tell you, I was worried about it. When it was first announced, I was super excited. Then I saw the redesign, and although it was cool, I thought that this wasn't...
Is it cool though?
It's not cool.
Like,
I suppose that's something subjective. Where
yeah, it is. It is subjective. I just disagree that it's cool.
Again, me being someone that doesn't know anything about Trigun at all, the new redesign looks awful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Vash got it worst of all. Like, his redesign is complete garbage. Wolfwood doesn't look great either. Meryl has a hat for some reason, and then we have this random character, Roberto De Niro. It's like, why? I mean, sure, you haven't fucked up Millie, but you're still including this, like, incredibly boring, dumb character that's just fucking miserable constantly.
Yeah, just a complete asshole.
There's nothing cool about Vash the Zoompede. Look how they massacred my boy. Yeah, that's exactly it. Because, like, again, the original design was a really fucking cool design. You saw some clips of it just a second ago where they showed him. And then we get this, where he looks like a fucking emo K-pop boy band fucking gamer word. I can't tell you how many times we used the gamer word when watching the episode, when I was watching it with Pagan.
Yeah.
Well, not the gamer word, but the other gamer word, the runner-up gamer word.
Not the epic gamer word. The the other gamer word.
The bundle of sticks and British cigarettes.
Yeah, a baguette.
grew up on. And seeing it be in CG, my stereotypical thought was, oh god, please no. And honestly, that might just be PTSD from Berserk 2016, and I get it, that was 7 years ago, but I still got hurt from it. Honestly, probably...
Man, I don't actually know if it's much better than Berserk 2017, because I've seen some of those animations, and they do not look good.
No, the animation is not great. It is something that I could otherwise overlook in a good show, but in a bad show, it just makes it stick out all the more of how bad it is. It is not good. The animation has a lot of issues. There's a couple of standout moments where it's like, that looked pretty good, but everything else just looks so janky and weird and floaty. It does not work.
Yeah.
I suppose let's focus here on the core though. Um, is CG anime bad?
Well,
Just by default.
well,
No.
no, CG isn't bad in
There you
itself.
go.
I think I know Such doesn't like JoJo, but those
Yeah.
intros, those 3D intros are exceedingly high fucking quality. Like, it took me a couple episodes on my first watch to even perceive that it was 3D models. I thought they just went to town on 2D animation for it. Those intros are fucking amazing. And it's proof that you can do anime in 3D and have it look really fucking good. Does everything have to be that high quality? No, not necessarily. That'd probably be very expensive. There's a reason they stopped doing the 3D animations for the intros after a while, but it is proof that anime can work in 3D.
Yeah, we also had, B-Stars, which had really good 3D quality. There was
Shame about the
Shit.
source material though.
yeah, shame about the source material. Shit, what is the name of? Hold on, I could look it up real quick. It won't take me but a second.
Alright.
If my computer stops lagging, there we go.
I will say Brand New Animal looked good, but Jesus Christ, shame about that second half.
Yeah, was B&A even CGI?
I had a bunch in it. I remember having a bunch in it.
Maybe. There's also Lupin the Third, the First. That's really
Ooh,
good.
yeah.
That anime, yeah, that's really good CG.
Except for the one singular moment in that movie where we get a picture of real life accurate old man Hitler.
Yeah.
But yeah, the 3D looked really good in Lupin the Third.
Uh,
It actually looked great.
What's the name?
Oh no, I was wrong. Brand New Animal doesn't have CGI. Why I thought it did.
Creetosis, what's Trigun about anyway? My experience with anime is Attack on Titan, and I used to watch Pokemon. So, I'm going to give a non-spoilery description of it, so you can eject now if you want to watch it and not get spoiled, because we will be spoiling it. The original Trigun takes place on an alien desert planet where the last of humanity is surviving. It's about a man named Vashta Stampede who has an absurdly high bounty on him, 60 million double dollars, which I don't know why double dollars, but that's a currency they decided to go with. And he's known as the humanoid typhoon. He leaves destruction in his wake. And the whole big thing is that he's not quite a pacifist, but he hates... He tries to prevent anyone from dying, is his main thing. He doesn't like the unnecessary death of others, because what right do we have to take someone else's life?
Land of the Lustrous. That's what I was thinking of. I haven't seen it, but I have heard really good things about the animation quality of Land of the Lustrous. So that's another example.
Sorry, 60 billion. Daniel K. corrected me. It's 60 billion. Yeah.
Yeah.
Creetosis, have you seen Vampire Hunter D? I did watch a movie of that with Pagan last year. And I think it was an old movie from like the 90s, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty old. It was based on a TV show that was completely different. Vampire Hunter D, the show, is nothing like Vampire Hunter D. What was the tagline for that movie? Dark Blood or something?
I don't remember.
I don't remember.
I
It's
enjoyed
very
that movie.
different. I enjoyed it right up until around the end, where we started getting into the plot of the vampires need to travel into space so that they can be together, and
Yeah, that was a bit tismy.
yeah, there was a bit of tits, especially when the chick starts like screaming, "You can do it! You can make it!" I'm just like, what the fuck is happening?
God, you guys are making me want to watch Hunter x Hunter again, because that was such a good.
I still need to watch Hunter x Hunter. I've heard really good
we
things
should
about
watch
it.
that after. Fuck. It is genuinely just a fun show. That's all it is. Really well written too.
Oh, and
But fun show.
just because it comes up quite frequently when we say we should watch something, we have, in fact, started watching Season 2 of Deep Space Nine.
Yes.
We're just a few episodes in.
It starts off with a good episode, but in comparison, it's weaker for what season 2 is, but it's still a really, really fucking good three episode arc.
Yeah.
3-parter, I should say. Yeah, it is really good.
$2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Shreks with sunny smiles in Doc Mitchell's bed. Well, alright then. Membership message for 16 months from Rage vs. ML. Thank you. How's it going today, Stag Crew? I want you to pick my dinner. I can't decide. Sushi or Mexican food? My choice is steak because I like steak.
Mine is, how hungry are you? Right? Are you really hungry? Get Mexican food. It's going to be cheaper and you're going to get a lot more of it. If you're not very hungry, but you just want something really good, sushi.
I'd say Mexican food.
I don't have an opinion because I haven't...
Sushi is so fucking good, though.
I don't have an opinion because I haven't really had either. The closest thing to Mexican food I've had is tacos, but instead of like normal tacos, we use sloppy joes instead. It is fucking amazing. Jesus Christ.
The comments, Mexican sushi, make raw fish tacos, problem solved.
It's funny that you say that because that's the actual chain in Postal, Mexi Sushi. Yeah, it is, and it is fucked. And then they source their meat through feces, by the way. Because, it's the Postal universe.
Yeah.
Jesus. $5 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. I trust remakes about as much as a pit bull on a daycare, but when the stars align, you could get something like John Carpenter's The Thing. That
Yes,
is a really good
absolutely.
fucking movie.
Yeah. And the thing is, I'm not against Trigun getting a remake. It could really use one. It is...
Yeah, there's...
As much as we do like the original, as I've said, it is rough. It has issues, not just in the animation department either. Some of the story needs some work.
It's a late 90s anime that feels like a late 80s anime.
Yes, so the animation quality already is an issue for this. But for when it came out, it's still an issue.
Like I have to point out for chat so they know. There's this one scene where a character is walking towards another character, and the walk cycle does not match like her speed moving across the screen. So her feet are sliding across the floor, and it just looks like a video game character glitching out.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of stuff like that. It's not good. But even the writing has issue. There are some story elements, especially the ending.
Yeah,
the ending really brings it down.
Literally the last 20 seconds of the show, it's like, Jesus, there are terrible implications from this.
Yeah, so the ending could definitely use some work. Some of the filler episodes could stand to have a little bit more going on with them.
Completely cut the clip show episode, like halfway
through. Just completely cut that clip show episode where it's literally just covering like the first half of the season again, and that's all it is. It doesn't need to exist. You could completely cut that and miss nothing. But yeah, basically a remake for the original Trigun is not a bad thing. It can definitely work. It's just, this is not that at all.
Yeah.
This is just a completely different story altogether. And I don't know if I want to jump ahead to that because he is going to bring something up with that later that I want to call out there. Maybe I'll hold off on the whole manga thing until we get there. But yeah, just know that we're not against the idea of a remake for Trigun. It could definitely use one. I would love a remake for Trigun. Just not what we got. Yeah. Not Stampede.
Yeah, you mentioned the manga. I was going to grab a comment here. If they remake Trigun, they should just follow manga entirely. Yeah, that's what I think, but...
Yeah,
no.
That's what I was going to go. That's what I was going to wait on, but if we're just going to go ahead and talk about it...
Well, we could wait on it. I just wanted to grab that comment while it was here.
Well, that's basically what it was. But yeah, so... Because this guy and some other ones that we've covered... that I looked into of like reviews looking into this.
Yeah, not that we've covered, ones that you've looked into.
Yeah, ones that I've looked into, because this guy tries to argue that, oh, there's a bunch of people, hating on this show and stuff like that, and then you look at the reviews on YouTube, and the first like 4 or 5 are, yeah, like the first 4 are all positive except for one, and the only negatives he gets into are he doesn't go into some good negatives, but he only watched one episode. He watched the very first episode and hadn't seen anything else. So, and then all the other ones talking about the show are just blanketly positive about everything when it doesn't work. And one of the things that keeps kind of popping up, and one of the things that one of the people I saw actually mentioned, is because a lot of people keep saying, "Oh, well, this one has some elements that are closer to the manga, so that makes it better." And it's like, okay, well, in that case, instead of having a show that's completely nothing like the original TV show and is still vastly, far detached from the manga, but has a few more similarities than the original, then why don't you just make an anime based 1-for-1 off of the manga?
Yeah.
Instead of making your own thing and then just using the name.
And shitting all over all the concepts and ideas and stories of the original.
Yeah, because that's really what they do. They just shit on everything from the original and make it look like, oh, we're telling such a better story. We're so much better than them. That old one is so bad. It's like, fuck off. It's just not good. It's not the remake is not good, and a lot of the praises I keep hearing for it are just either non-existent, it's like completely fabricated, or has, like I said, the whole, oh, well, it's somewhat closer to the manga. Well, if that's the case, if that's literally what you're going to give it points for, being closer to the manga, then why not just have it be 1-for-1 a retelling of the manga in anime form?
Yeah.
That would be so much better.
The only people I've seen call this show bad is you two. Overall, the perception is really positive. What is this guy talking about? I don't really know. Pagan did mention that he's talking about, like, some people on forums. But, like, okay.
Yeah, like, apparently, from what I could tell with this video, he does see some, like, comments and stuff of places he frequents where people were saying that it's not good. But he doesn't go into, like, any kind of detail with that, or, like, he doesn't call out reviews or anything. He just calls out, well, I've seen people say that this isn't very good when they're wrong. And it's like, no, they're completely right.
The new Trigun isn't bad. It's complete and utter trash and fails at being closer to the manga over the original. Yep.
Yeah. I cannot stand it. We saw episode 10, like I mentioned, just last night, and it took this thing from already being really fucking bad to holy shit, what the fuck were they doing? And also, oh no, this has some really bad implications down the line, because it means they could introduce a character from the original and just completely fucking ruin her here.
$10
Very worried.
Yeah, very worried. $10 from Abdulio. Thank you. I was so disappointed this one wasn't a Brotherhood or Ultimate like Full Metal Alchemist or Hellsing was. But maybe it's a bullet dodge and we'll eventually get a Trigun Maximum in 2D. We can only hope we'll get a good remake. Because that's the thing. I started watching Hellsing because of Hellsing Abridged. I went out and accidentally got the DVD for the original. I realized pretty quickly, oh no. This is obviously a different animation style, but I watched it anyways. It's like, okay, yeah, it's a thing. I enjoyed it for the most part. Then I saw the remake, and large sections of it were completely different.
Yep.
And I'm not actually sure which I prefer, because I feel like the end of Hellsing Ultimate was a series of monologues that got to be a little too much. But overall, I enjoyed it for the most part.
You missed the super chat, by the way.
No, I know, I'm getting that now. $2 from Ludwig Williams, thank you. Have you ever had a chicken and cheese quesadilla? No.
Yes. Tasty.
No, I don't think I have.
My God, there's this amazing little. So we have a lot of Mexican restaurants here. Just for whatever reason, they just spring up. But there's this little hole in the wall. I don't want to say what it is because it's a singular location, and I'm not gonna dox myself. But there's this little hole in the wall Mexican place that has like 3 employees entirely, and you
Oh.
go up to a like bar kind of like if you're going to Subway and they build your food right in front of you. Really, really good place. Oh God, the food is so fucking good. Oh man, I'm hungry. I kind of want to go get something after right now. Damn.
$5 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. When anime fans complain about their shows being nothing like the source material, I can relate. Size in service guaranteed citizenship.
Yeah, Starship Troopers. It's just wild that people think that it's about fascism. It's like it's not. You're just fucking crazy. I don't get how people get these weird notions like they do.
People definitely get a lot of weird notions.
No.
Yeah. Anyways, back to the video.
Yep.
Probably should find a programmer. But then it hit me. From hearing my own bitching and complaining that this isn't the Vash that I knew. In fact, it may even be better.
No!
No, it is not. This remake is not better than the original. I will not hear it. Despite the fucking problems with the original, which it does have problems. I'm not going to sit here and say that the original was perfect or that it was even extremely good. It had problems, but it was still enjoyable. It was still good. It told a story that made sense for the most part.
Yeah.
It was well structured. Even the filler episodes had a point to them. Like they actually served a purpose. They weren't just useless filler.
Yeah.
Because like they actually still served a narrative point where it's like, okay, well, we get to see how Vash normally handles things, what he actually believes, and how that, or basically that his ideology isn't necessarily ridiculous or insane. You can actually, like, it shows that he can solve things in his way and everything still turn out well. It isn't until the later half of the show where that stuff starts getting put into question.
But that's also the entire point of the show, is that they're trying to put his beliefs to the test.
Yes, that is the point.
I also, like, he mentioned how this isn't the same Vash, and it really isn't, because we mentioned this before on a previous stream, but when Vash does his little goofy freak-out stuff, people's lives usually aren't in danger. It's usually his own, or, like, other people aren't in danger is the main thing. Whereas in the new show, he does his little dumb freak-out thing in a situation where people, like, an entire town is at risk of being blown up by those dumb rockets.
Yeah, and he starts doing silly, goofy shit instead of getting serious, which really annoys me because in the original they made sure to distinguish that side of him apart from when, because they never did that whenever it was a non-serious moment.
There was a fine line between goofy Vash and serious Vash.
Yeah, whenever it's just his life on the line, or like, oh no, I'm being chased, or something's going to happen and I have to do something, but it's not an immediate concern for everyone involved. He could be a little goofy, but then when it becomes, oh, this person's going to die if I don't do something right now, he flips like a switch. He almost becomes scary.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, especially the one bit, where the I always forget his name. The purple guy, the first gung ho gun that he fights.
Oh yeah, that guy. I forget his name too.
Yeah, the moment that shit gets serious, like it's already serious. Like he's already not being goofy. He's already in very serious mode where he's like, like he's thinking clearly. He's not making jokes. He's not making any goofy sound effects or making weird faces and stuff like that. He's very serious. and then the moment that it escalates into people are dying, he gets downright fucking scary, to the point that he actually scares the gung ho gun guy and he runs away.
Yeah.
Monev, okay, it's Venom backwards. All right.
Oh. $5 from Abdulio. Thank you. Helsing. Excuse me. Helsing, Full Metal Alchemist, and Trigun hadn't finished their manga by the time of their first adaptations released, which is why they made up their own conclusions. Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah,
I would say that's an issue of just jumping the gun and making an adaptation.
Yeah, I feel like they should wait. Most of the time, they should just wait for the manga to finish.
Yeah. And this applies to books, too, with, like, you know, a certain medieval fantasy show that had 8 seasons.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think it's okay to make an adaptation before it's over if you're still... If you can thoroughly judge that it's still a good product to be released.
Yeah.
And then you know, and if you can also be like, oh, well, we can make an adaptation of the manga one for one afterwards as well. Kind of like what they did with... actually, did they do that with Brotherhood? Or with Full Metal Alchemist? Because there was the original anime that, you know, made up a lot of stuff. And then Brotherhood came out. Did Brotherhood follow the manga? Because I never actually read the manga. I just watched Brotherhood and the original.
It did.
I liked both of them.
So the weird thing with when watching Full Metal Alchemist is you need to watch the first season and a half or so of the original, and then skip season 1 of Brotherhood and watch the rest of it.
Yeah.
It is so weird. It's because they had this weird idea of like, oh, well, everybody has already seen the original Full Metal Alchemist, so we're just gonna fucking speedrun through the first season. That was a really dumb idea. That was really stupid.
The original had some good ideas too. Like there were some things there where I was like, "Ooh, that's fucking dark and that's really cool." But then there's some other weird shit where it's like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Yeah. They absolutely followed the whole point behind Brotherhood was that it did follow the manga. Because when the original Full Metal Alchemist was made, they actually caught up to the manga being made, and so they decided they were gonna tell their version of the story. And the manga writer, the mangaka, was like, "Yeah, sure, go for it." And then Brotherhood is after the manga has been finished, and they followed the manga faithfully in Brotherhood. There's an exception with the movie that came out for Brotherhood.
I saw that movie.
Yeah.
It was very strange.
It was weird for sure.
It was very weird. But yeah, if they do stuff like that where, you know, they make their own version because they haven't caught up, but it's still good. It still makes sense. You know, it's like, that's fine. And then you could go back and make, you know, a version that's completely one for one to the manga. Then I think it works. But when it's literally just, oh, we're just gonna make our own goofy shit. We don't really care. You know, it doesn't matter if it's good. Then it's like, no, just wait till the fucking manga's over then.
Yeah, the plan was that the manga is so far ahead. There's no way they'll catch up. And then they caught up and they're like, uh-oh.
Actually, with Trigun, I believe it was they started making the anime around the time that the manga had just come out. So
that's always a bad idea.
Yeah, it basically there was like nothing they could do. They were constantly ahead of the manga.
That's why I'm so excited for Dorohedoro. And if anyone doesn't know what that is, it's a wild fucking ride. But the manga has been done for a long time. I read through the full manga. It's really good. But yeah, that show people have described as an acid trip, and fucking I can agree. But yeah, it is a really good it's gonna, if they follow the manga, it'll be a really good show. So
speaking of Dorohedoro, that is another good example of 3D animation done well.
Yes.
I really like the 3D animation for Dorohedoro. It looks really good. It looks way better than this fucking god-awful piece of shit in front of us.
And also, Kaiman is just a fantastic character, just in general.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like Kaiman.
$2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. If I made my own FPS RPG, would you play it? I can't say if I would or not, because I'm I'm really weird with games where there's a whole bunch of games that interest me and I've never gotten around to playing despite owning them. Because it's hard to describe, but sometimes I'm sitting here at my computer and I'm just in a strange mood and I just don't feel like playing any particular game. And, like, I want to play something. There's nothing that stands out to me as something I want to play. And this happens to me a lot. And I almost never go for a new game when I'm in those moods. I always go for something I've played before. Like, I had this problem just the other day, and I ended up playing fucking the original Subnautica for 12 hours. It's just the way I work. It's possible I could play it, but, like, obviously no guarantees. $5 from Ludwig Williams again, thank you. I have bare minimum Unity and Blender experience, by the way. Well, definitely build those skills up. Like, there's plenty of resources online that you can use to, like, learn more about Unity and Blender. Because I would say I have very, very low skills in Blender, too. And I could still, like, make models that could maybe appear in, like, a very low-budget indie game. I still need to learn a lot more about Unity, though. But, like, those resources are out there, and you could go use them to improve on your skills so you can make the game you want to make. Anyways, back to the video.
Yeah.
If you and look up what people are talking about when it comes to the remake Trigun Stampede, you will see a lot of hype and people saying that, oh, it actually has good scenes, or they actually did hit this character on the mark, and that they miss Millie Thompson. But all I'm hearing is a lot of actuallys, or, oh, they did this right. And as a remake, it is hard not to compare to its predecessor, but with remake...
I mean, it invites the comparison, no matter what it is.
Yeah, I'm sorry, no matter what you remake, it's going to be compared to the original. Unless the original is just like a complete unknown.
Yeah, Brotherhood is going to be compared to the original Fullmetal Alchemist. That's just going to happen. No matter what.
Yeah, if you're going to use the name, of something that existed before, and you're going to retell it, yeah, it's going to get compared. That's just how it is. And I don't like this argument of, well, you should only 100% judge something based solely on its merits alone, which, one, typically when we do that anyway, it doesn't hold up regardless. But secondly, no, you should look at, because is it being faithful? Is it showing some level of respect to the original? If it's not, well, that's a problem.
It's like how we're critical of the new Star Wars for shitting all over the old Star Wars. And
exactly.
Like, that's just going to happen with any series. If they remake the original X-Files in, like, 5 years from now, you can bet your ass it's going to be compared to the original. If a remake of Lord of the Rings is done, it's going to be compared to Peter Jackson's movies.
Yep. Which, that terrifies me that they're going to try to remake them now. At least they've said they will, and I'm like, oh god, please no.
Yeah. I mean, you require Millie Thompson if you're going to have Wolfwood. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
We've got some fears based around that.
Yeah, and so I was saying for the longest time, how can they tell Wolfwood's story without having Millie in the show? There's
because
just no way.
Because she's a key element to...
Yeah, she is a key element to his story.
Yeah.
And she's not in it. But now we've seen episode 10, and it's like, we're glad that a certain character dies, but it's like a monkey's paw of, oh, it's like, I'm so glad that this character is finally dead, but oh no, that now means that they can invite Millie in and ruin her like they did fucking Meryl and everyone else.
Yeah.
So, fuck.
$2 from O'Ray Williams. Thank you. What are your thoughts about Silicon Valley Bank? I don't know anything about the situation.
Isn't that the one that's like collapsing?
No, it has fully collapsed now.
Oh, okay, yeah, I thought.
And all those woke startups that went into it are out tons of money. Get fucked.
Yeah, I heard about some of that. Like it was crashing and they were freaking out, and there was a bunch of copium of like, oh, it'll bounce back, and it never bounced back.
And get woke, go broke, get fucked, losers. You got what you deserve.
I'm not even going to attempt to watch this. I wouldn't recommend it because the remake is just absolute garbage.
Yeah, it is painful. I can barely sit through it.
I know this is going to make some people in the audience groan because I've got a huge backlog of videos to do already, but I've already talked with Pagan about it, and we want to do videos on this show talking about how bad it is.
Yeah, it was so bad that we actually decided that we wanted to make videos ourselves where we would like split it up, where I would cover a section, he would cover a section, because it is that bad.
Minute into the video, I see. Definitely Stag. Hey, that's unfair. We're a minute and 15 seconds in, okay?
Yeah, get it right.
No Millie, no bye? Well, that's the thing. If they included Millie, they would have fucked her up, too. Like, they've already completely ruined Meryl by... Like, she's not even the same character. She looks
and that's
similar.
Oh,
And I think she has the same voice actress in English. But she is... No. She doesn't. It's Vasha has the same voice actor in English. Yeah. But, like... She only looks similar to the original Meryl and has the same name. That's the extent of the similarities between the two characters.
Yeah, it is completely different, where the original Meryl was very independent, strong, capable, very forthcoming. She wasn't afraid to get in people's faces and tell them how it was, or we need information and you're going to tell us, sort of thing. Whereas here, if a character even glances at her in a way that might make her uncomfortable, she shrinks into herself and just, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, and just withers away. And I'm just like, oh my fucking God. And now the worst part is, now that we've seen episode 10, and oh boy, because I had to talk about this with Cree the other day, how ironic is it that this character, who was originally on her own by herself, already a strong and independent character, a strong and independent female character, in the remake, which is kind of updated for modern audiences, strips that away from her and makes her a weak, pathetic character who's just stupid and can't do anything for herself. And it isn't until a man comes into her life and basically teaches her everything and goes out of his way to be a complete asshole to everyone, and then finally he dies, that she finally becomes Derringer Meryl, where she actually gets her first Derringer and actually starts to change a little bit, implying that, she's going to become more like the original Meryl now that Roberto is dead. And it's like, oh my God, you didn't need this. You didn't need this. In the original, she was already just a good character. You didn't need this weird arc to turn her into the original.
Insufferable for the entire fucking time.
Yeah, because she is just unlikable. She does nothing. She is utterly useless as a character throughout. So was Roberto. Honestly, he has very little impact on anything that happens.
Exists.
Yeah, he basically is just there to be like, we need a reason for Meryl to be the way she is later, which is so stupid because you could have just made Meryl good from the start. You didn't have to do all this shit.
But even if they were going to go with that angle for him inspiring her to be who she is, like the Meryl we know, like his role in the show prior to that, like he doesn't do anything.
No, he does nothing. In fact, he goes out of his way to make sure that Meryl and him don't try to help people even when they could help people. And he's just a curmudgeonly asshole all throughout, to the point that he straight up is like, it's such a stupid idea that you're trying to save the planet by using actual vegetation so that you could terraform the planet. You should just let us all fucking die so I can get drunk. Yeah. Like, fuck off, you piece of shit.
His whole thing in that episode is, that your whole plan is dumb. We'll take our own paths, and maybe we'll meet up. And his own path is to fucking smoke cigarettes and get drunk and be a miserable cunt.
Yeah. And the one time he actually decides to take some form of initiative and I'm going to do things my way is when he decides to go against Wolfwood when he is trying to help them.
Yeah,
And actively makes the situation worse.
There's no reason for him to go against Wolfwood at that point. He's just randomly suspecting that, oh, you're part of this weird conspiracy I made up in my head.
Yeah, you're an assassin with the Assassin's Guild. No one of your skill can possibly just be a normal person. You have to be an assassin. So I'm gonna shoot you right here and now. Like, fuck off.
Also from Mishima Hiragama in chat. I mean, Christ, Meryl saved Vash twice in the fucking original and manga. Roberto from the manga was just one of the random insurance company agents that never left the office. I am surprised to find out he was in the original, but it sounds like he played in, like, the smallest of roles at best.
Yeah. Wait, was his name in the original also Roberto De Niro, or was it just Roberto? Because I'm very curious, because I always thought it was really dumb that he had basically Robert De Niro's name, but with an O.
Roberto. Okay.
Okay, so it was just Roberto, so they just made up this dumb shit for the fucking... Of course they did.
Oh, the character's name is Roberto. Let's add De Niro to the end of it, because get it? Robert De Niro?
Yeah, so no last name, he was just a background character? Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they just decided to randomly add to the fucking De Niro thing.
Well, that's the thing, too, that's, like, so weird about him having such a major role in the show is that he fucking looks like a background character in an anime, but he has a fucking primary character's role. Like, it
yeah.
Just, I know there's that whole meme of, like, hey, point out the protagonist in this scene. There's a bunch of generic nobodies, and there's a character with fucking blue hair. Like, I understand that's sort of a meme and something people joke about, but he, like, he stands out like a fucking turd in a punch bowl.
Yeah, he does not fit. It is very odd when he's on screen sometimes where it's like, why are you here? Why do you exist?
Yeah.
It's very odd sometimes. I'm just upset that because he's dead, it means they can bring Millie into the story as Meryl's new partner, and I'm just so worried. What are they going to do with her redesign? What are they going to do with her character? Are they going to double down on the whole, like, you know, mentally special kind of thing where they're going to turn her into an absolute retard? Or are they going to, like, oh, no, that's not progressive. We can't do that. So we're going to make her, like, hyper intelligent and competent and just basically completely overshadow Meryl, where it's to the point where it's like, why is Meryl even the one in charge?
I don't know. Oh, God.
I'm so worried about what they're going to do with Millie. They're going to fuck her up so bad. They're going to ruin Best Girl so bad.
They are going to ruin Best Girl. $3 from Get Out There, yo. Thank you. Bad YouTube final form. Ox Shoddy plays. Well, that's terrifying. Thank you.
Oh, no.
Alright, let's continue.
I think you should take the critique from its standalone project itself, not the one. And on the other side, some people not liking it because of its direction and its harsh contrast they draw to the original. One of the critiques I hear the most is about its exposition in the first few episodes and how the story is coming off.
Well, yeah, because that's one of the big problems with this. It's because this show can't hold on to any mystery for more than 10 seconds. It has to dump its load fucking immediately every single time.
Yeah, the moment we get something that seems like it might be a mystery that we'll come back to later, where you might have to actually speculate on it, immediately in the next fucking scene, they just completely explain it and just are like, oh, no, it's nothing. Just pay no attention to that. Because it's just this. And it's like, oh my God, you had something there. You fucking had something. And that's why it's so annoying, because in the original, there was a mystery. You didn't know who Vash was. You didn't know his backstory. You didn't know who these gung-ho gun people were. You didn't know hardly anything until near the end of the show, where they start explaining this stuff more and more, and we start getting the reveals, and it's done really well. Whereas here, they just dump all that shit from the end of the anime, of the original anime. They just dump all that shit at the beginning, so there is no mystery. You know everything about fucking Vash from the start pretty well.
Don't we even find out that, like, he's not human in the first episode?
Yes, we find out in the first fucking episode that him and Knives are not human. They do change his backstory a little bit, but it's not done very well, and it's to the point where it's like it's not even a mystery. I could have just assumed that shit from everything that happens already. Yeah, they just have this really awful problem of they think that having anything be mysterious or unexplained for any amount of time is just bad. You can't have that. You can't have a mystery in your TV show. It drives me up the wall every time I think we might get something of mild interest, that it's like, okay, well, maybe there'll be a bit of mystery behind this. No, it's either revealed that episode or the next episode every time.
Yeah. And by the way, that's what I was referring to last week, Setch, when Pagan was kind of fucking up my argument there by saying, no, there's an alien. Vash isn't human. He's an alien, but he looks human. That's the thing I wasn't wanting to spoil. Because everyone else is a human.
Yeah. Everyone else is a human.
And you don't know Vash is an alien until, like, at least the halfway point to the original.
Yeah. The gung-ho guns were basically just exceptional individuals that Knives granted, like, alien technology to make them, like, superhuman.
Yeah.
Completely already know about the characters and the fact that it is a remake, that we do not need all the exposition. And while yes, I understand it might be hard to sit and listen to things that you already know, a lot of stuff needs to be caught up for new viewers, and some stuff may have been forgotten.
What about the mystery, though? Like, you can give all that exposition and not, like, blow your load fucking immediately every single time.
Yeah.
The problem isn't that there's all this exposition, it's that it's placed at really bad points and leaves no mystery to anything.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's fair. It's kind of... In a weird way, what he's complaining about is more appropriate to Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, where they just assumed everybody would have watched the original, so they speedran the fucking first season, and it ruins a lot of the setups and payoffs of that first season. Like, the Shao Tucker thing is nowhere near as good because of it. The Chimera stuff is just nowhere near as good because of it. It's just really sad that it happened. So that would be more appropriate in Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. From the sounds of it, very much less appropriate here.
Absolutely less appropriate. Because again, all the big reveals from the original that you see in the last half of the show, and it's a 26 episodes show, so the last 13 episodes is when most of the big reveals come out. All that is already, like, done and taken care of in this new show, and we're not even at episode 12, right? We just had episode 10.
Yeah, and most of the big stuff is already revealed, like,
in literally the first 3 or 4 episodes.
Yeah, like the very first episode does a lot of it, and then like the next like 4 episodes after that, up to shit, I forget his name. It's you're gonna have to forgive me. I'm not gonna remember most of the names of the characters from this show because they're fucking terrible. All the new ones are just so terrible. It's like, why even remember? the fucking child in the Hulk body, the one that's always screaming, "Vash the Stampede!"
Oh, that guy. Oh god, base child murder.
Yeah, like up to that point, like we start getting Oh no, wait, actually the Sandcrawler, because then we get the whole stupid fucking
backstory for Wolfwood.
Yeah, backstory for Wolfwood and the gay little albino kid.
Oh, I hate it so much.
Yeah, I fucking hate it. Oh, did they reveal the arm big thing? Episode 1. Episode 1, they reveal, like, that... Well, technically they don't reveal in episode 1 or anything yet that he has a basically a nuclear cannon arm. Like they do in the original, which you don't find out until, like, halfway through the show. But they do reveal that he has an alien arm. Whereas in the original, it's just like a prosthetic with a gun hidden inside of it, which you don't even learn that he has that until halfway through the show. Whereas here, immediately, first episode, obviously, you look at him and you're like, okay, he has an alien arm. And they even say, lost technology looks like this. And it's like, okay, well, clearly that's lost technology for an arm. And he starts doing weird shit with it. All the way in episode 1, he, like, fucking hovers his hand over some rocks over, like, the ground. And it just destroys the fucking ground and creates a rock for him to pick up. And it's like, okay, that's already a pretty big reveal right there.
Yeah. And there's also the thing they do, like, when they first introduce him, where they also make the arm look like complete garbage because it just falls apart. All for the sake of a joke.
Yeah.
God, I hate it so much.
All the exposition, and while yes, I understand it might be hard to sit and listen to things that you already know, a lot of stuff needs to be caught up for new viewers, and some stuff may have been forgotten, even by hardcore dedicated fans that haven't watched it in a while. And that's just how storytelling goes.
No!
No.
The fuck are you talking about?
What?
Like, clearly this person hasn't watched the original in a long time, or else he'd remember that a lot of the big information is revealed in the second half of the show. Because it was supposed to be a mystery.
Yeah, we don't find out a lot, like, the majority of stuff until, like, the last 5 or 6 episodes. And we only find out some of the more superficial stuff, like, at the halfway point, which is around episode 12 or 13.
$2 from...
So that's just...
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No,
I was just going to say, well, that's just flat out wrong. Like,
Yeah.
he's just flat out wrong. He's just incorrect on that.
Well, it's a matter of, you could tell stories in numerous ways, where, like, Deep Space Nine starts off with us getting Sisko's backstory. That's one way to do it. But that's not something that would work so well as a mystery, you know? Where,
Yeah.
like, his wife died. That's the starting point, and that's actually very crucial to how he acts in that first episode of Season 1.
Yeah, it'd be very odd to see him acting the way he does, and we don't know why. It would just kind of make him come off as a bit of an asshole.
Yeah. Whereas with Vash here in the original Trigun, the way he acts and the way he tries to avoid violence specifically actually raises the mystery of, why is he like this? Why does he try to, like, why is he so against violence? And then we find out from his backstory, and it makes everything else in retrospect make so much more sense.
Yeah. There's also the contrast of, like, how does this goofy, like, very optimistic, eccentric gunslinger...
Yeah. Master
like, how could he...
gunslinger.
Yeah, how could he possibly be... well, they, at that point, they don't even know he's a master gunslinger. They just know, okay, well, he can shoot a gun fairly decently.
Yeah.
But there, it's like, how does he have a $60 million double dollar bounty on his head? How is he the guy who destroyed July?
Yeah.
Like, how is
Especially-
he Space Hitler?
Especially in those first few episodes when you see that most of the destruction is due to other people.
Yeah.
Like, that's literally how the first episode ends. Like, we don't believe this particular guy is Vash, but there was a bunch of bounty hunters that blew up this cliff face. It's like, Jesus Christ, this guy was using illegal explosives.
Yep.
And it's just to give another example of, like, keeping your backstories for later. Lord of the Rings doesn't tell you, like, the whole golem thing right away. Like, you find out bits and pieces over time, and then it's in the third movie the beginning of the third movie where you see what Golem's backstory actually is. And I'm pretty sure it's later in the, like... Yeah, it's, like, later in the books where you find out his backstory as well. Like, the full truth of what he is. Because, again, it's a mystery of who Golem is. Because he's this creature obsessed with the ring, but where did he come from? And when you learn that Golem was a creature not too dissimilar from Frodo, where, you know, he was maybe a little bit of a scumbag in his original life, but he wasn't evil. And the ring is what twisted him into this creature we see now.
Yeah. Oh, there's a comment here I want to call out. Do you want to read the super chat first, or should I read the comment first?
Grab the comment first.
Okay. So OG Trigun is so good. Shame this remake is so bad, though. Surprised they did not reveal the super cannon arm. So here's the thing. I don't know if they're going to do a cannon arm thing because there is no July yet. There is no destroyed July in this. Like I said, they completely redo everything. There is no mystery of, oh, well, this is the man who destroyed July. July is still a functioning city in this universe.
Yeah.
It is Genora Rock that gets destroyed in episode 4, I believe.
And it's not even Vash who does it. It is outright Knives who destroys this other town.
So this is what I was going to get to, is the town gets destroyed by Knives, and everyone knows it was Knives. Like, everyone saw what happened. They know Vash didn't do it. And the way he does it has nothing to do with the, you know, like the special guns that they have in the original, the cannon arm thing, none of that. It's literally, his name is now Millions Knives, and it is very literal, where he can literally just summon millions of blades and he just slices the entire city into pieces.
They're not just like regular knives where, like, you know, you take a steak knife out of a knife block and you cut your steak. They're fucking lightsabers, essentially, where they look like metal knives, but they could cut through fucking anything, no problem.
Yeah, and basically he just creates like these giant circles.
And they deflect bullets, so he's like an unkillable god from the very start of the show.
Yeah, basically they act as like a force field that can block any bullets or explosions or anything shot at him. And with a single motion, he can destroy an entire city with them, where he can literally just put a giant ring of blades around the city and close his hand, and every single one of them will just whooshing and just cut everything to pieces and destroy entire towns with like the snap of a finger. So there is no like arm cannon thing. They don't really need it. He's so overpowered, they don't need that shit. And Vash never uses it. But the fucking show still tries to blame Vash. There's literally a guard that's like, my family was in Genora Rock when that happened, you piece of shit, and shoots him in the chest. And it's like,
that was the last
but
episode
Vash
we
didn't
watched.
do anything.
He literally didn't. Like, the people there are angry with him because they blame him for Knives showing up, but that would still be, yeah, this guy sucks because he brought this guy to our town, even though it's not true. He's going to attack that town anyways. But
yeah,
Vash, like, literally cannot be blamed for the destruction of the town because he didn't do it. He only ever tried to save it. So it's fucking retarded here that he gets the blame for it. In the original, it made sense because he had the fucking gun arm, and that's what destroyed the town.
Yeah, in fact, it makes less sense here because he had already saved the town twice.
3 times.
He was regarded
3 times. There was
3
the
times.
time before the show started. There was the fucking Alabama gang. I think I used that one already. And
the Nebraska gang, or the Nebraska family. Yeah.
Yeah, and the other guy, the explosion guy, with all the bombs.
Technically, although they didn't really have time to even simmer on that before Knives showed up, because it was like immediately, like they didn't even fully deal with E.G. the Mine before Knives.
Oh no, that's not.
He was already in.
Sorry, that's the one I did mean, but I made a mistake because that's not actually it. So he did save the town 4 times because there was the guy who launched all the rockets into the air. And that's the other
right, yeah,
time
the
he saved
rocket
it.
guy.
So he saved the town 3 times that they had a lot of time to think on, and then the 4th time they didn't really have much time to even consider because Knives showed up immediately.
Yeah. So they're constantly regarding Vash as a hero. They constantly say Vash has saved this town, at least twice, and
3 times.
yeah, 3 times. But there's 2 that they are allowed to really simmer with.
Well,
and
3 of them they have time to simmer with because the Nebraska family, they had time to hey, sit down, have a beer, you guys. We're
Right,
considering you
you're right.
redeemed.
You're
And
right.
then-
I keep getting the timeline a bit skewed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it is 3 times where they literally celebrate and they're like, "Oh my God, Vash is he's basically Jesus himself and shit." Where he saved the town 3 times and everything. Everyone loves him.
And then Knives
even
shows
after
up and destroys the town, and he gets the blame for it somehow.
Yeah, to the point that because they already betrayed him.
Yes, they betrayed him too, and that was fucking annoying.
Yeah, so after he saved the town the second time from the missile guy, they find out that he has a huge bounty on his head. We can use that to pay for the repairs to the town's plant. So they betray him like assholes. And during that whole situation where they're trying to hunt him down, the Nebraska gang shows up and he leads them away from the town. Except then they go back to the town and start destroying it so that they can lure him back. And they decide that they're going to steal the plant, which apparently now anyone can just do super easily. And basically they tie it to the big dude's back. So Vash shows up, stops them, actually redeems them somehow in this show. Instead of them being just, unabashed villains like in the original, they actually get redeemed. And before they even have a chance to do anything worthy of redemption or maybe we can actually get to like these characters, they're pretty much killed off instantly as soon as they're redeemed.
Well,
but that right there
does. The father survives for most of the episode.
Yeah. So that's 3 times right there, and he forgives them. He even forgives them for you turned on me, tried to turn me in, blah, blah, blah. He doesn't even care, and then they're talking about I feel so bad. We shouldn't have done that to you, blah, blah, blah. And they just kind of forget that the plant is still dying, but they just kind of act like, oh, well, this will solve everything when they don't even talk about turning in the Nebraska gang for the reward, which
because that was
weird.
The thing in the originals. The Nebraska gang was released in the original because the town was going to use them to capture Vash for the bounty money so they could have their plant fixed because it wasn't running well. What happens is that the Nebraska family turn out to be uncontrollable, and they're about to kill literally innocent people in order to get at Vash, and he manages to save them and take them out, not kill them, but knock them out, and then the town turns the Nebraska family in for the bounty and uses that money to pay for repairing their plant.
Yeah. And here, it's that all happens except for the whole turning in the Nebraska family thing. And then E.G. the Mind shows up and kills the fucking Trog immediately and basically puts the whole town under, as a hostage. And they deal with him pretty quickly, honestly. There isn't really much to him other than he shows up, grabs the plant, gets outside, and then they all tackle him. There's the whole thing with that's a suicide mission. Suicide? Now there's an idea.
Yeah, would you like to watch Shotgun Stampede? Suicide? Now there's an idea.
Yeah. And basically they managed to get him to disarm the bombs on everybody. And right away he gets away, runs up to Knives because he hears him playing the piano, and Knives just fucking kills him. For no reason, by the way.
Not just fucking kills him, but rips his arms off in extreme blood and gore that puts Kill Bill to shame. It's why is that in this show? That was never a part of the original. And it's not to say, you can't stray from the original, but it doesn't fit in with the theme of what the show is about.
Yeah, and the thing with Knives was he didn't just kill his subordinates for no reason. They had to actually like go against him.
Yeah. The one
Or
time we see him kill one of his own men is when that man goes against him.
yeah, and he tries to attack the other gung ho guns in his presence, and he kills him for it. Whereas here, literally, E.G. the Mind just runs in and is like, "Oh, master, it's you!" And he starts talking about how he's a god, and it's like I am witnessing a god and everything. And Knives' reaction is to just slice his fucking arms off and send them flying as blood sprays out of his arms and all over the place, and he dies and he bleeds out on the floor.
And when we say, like, blood spraying out, we mean, like, fucking a fire hose of blood out of each arm stump.
Yeah, like Kill Bill style shit. And immediately from there, it just turns into Knives rampaging through the city and killing people in really gruesome ways. Like, it's weird how quickly the show flips from, like, really overly goofy and almost too saccharine to watch to really gruesome child death, like teenager death, where the girls try to like stand in front of him with grease guns, and they're like, "No, you won't take our plant. We won't let you go any further." And one of the fucking like blade arm thing, he basically has like, God, he does so much weird shit with his blades.
He has Dr. Octopus
yeah, he has
arms,
Doc
but
Ock.
they're blades instead. They're not
Yeah,
actually
he has-
robot arms.
Yeah, he has like 4 Doc Ock arms that come out of his back, but they're blades. And they wrap around the first teenager's feet and like draws her into the fucking fog. And you just see blood explode out of the fog. And then, so they just start unloading into the fog. And one of the arm things come out and wrap around her neck and start trying to pull her in. And the mother like grabs her and tries to like keep her from getting pulled in, and like the other arms come out and like encircle her and then just smash together and rip her apart into pieces right in front of the mother. And it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, like this just took a 180 out of nowhere into like Goresville.
Yeah.
Very strange, very tonally disjointed. And then he just magically slices the top off of the plant, raises the plants out of the factory thing, and takes them with him. And then he like lifts all of his millions of knives into the air and then slices the entire town into pieces with one motion. And then that's it. And then basically, he failed to save the town like he said he would. Goes back to the mother who just lost 2 of her kids, and one of them is...
or was it 2 random adult townies? I'm not actually sure.
No, they were her kids. They were her daughters.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, those were her daughters. And then there was Tonus, who I think gets crippled.
Yeah, he loses an arm. We see him fall off a cliff, but all that happens is he loses an arm.
Yeah, he loses an arm, and he shows back up to her, and he starts apologizing for not being able to save the town, and he promises he'll get the plants back. And she just basically goes off on him and says, "You're a monster. I hate you. Get out of here. Don't ever return," sort of thing. And from there, for whatever reason, Vash just gets all of the blame for whatever reason. We don't know why. Knives is apparently never mentioned to anybody. The gung-ho guns are not mentioned to anybody. It's literally just Vash destroyed our town. Vash did all of it. Vash was the cause. And it makes no fucking sense. He saved the town 4 times. They revered him as a hero. He failed to save the town the 5th time. Yeah, he failed to save it the 5th time, which is completely not his fault. And they just decide, fuck it, you're now going from Jesus to literal space Hitler.
Yeah.
And he gets all the blame for some reason. It's fucking awful.
It's terrible. New Trigun was made by Orange Studio in Japan. They are known for shit quality. Oh, good to know.
Good to know.
That would explain a lot.
Yeah, that would explain a lot because,
I suppose
my
it would
God.
be like the equivalent of Disney remaking something here.
Yeah, unfortunately.
There was a
the point we've
comment to
gotten
chat quite a while ago from Keyman. Why were Millie and Meryl after Vash in the first place? They worked for an insurance company where If Vash caused more destruction, that company was sure to go out of business. So they were supposed to follow him to keep him out of trouble.
Yeah,
And-
they were supposed to monitor him and make sure to enact any sort of disaster prevention, where they would essentially tie him up and keep him from causing any more damage. And as they followed him, they learned that he's actually not the terrible person that he's painted as in the start of the show. And they start to realize he's actually a really decent person who's just being blamed for a lot of stuff.
In fact, they don't even believe that he's Vash for the longest time. It takes like 6 or 7 episodes for Meryl to finally accept that he is Vash.
Yeah, it takes them a good while before they even accept that he could be Vash. But yeah, it makes total sense why they follow him. It's literally their job. They are supposed to get involved and keep him out of trouble or prevent disastrous situations and stuff. Whereas here, they're just reporters who are not supposed to get involved, but they keep getting involved anyway. And they keep following him around even though they don't really need to, and they already got the scoop that they need. It doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah.
And Meryl is just useless, who does nothing the whole time.
Like, these characters, I don't know why they're here. And in the most recent episode, too, like, they're kidnapped by Zazie the Beast, who plays a completely different role here for some reason.
Yeah, completely different.
Just quickly, Zazie the Beast in the original was like a gunslinging cowboy child person who had a thing that controlled the worms. We only see the worms in this one episode. In this new episode, they're like some mystical fucking worm creature that could turn into bugs. It's like, what?
Yeah, and they get like a Majora's Mask like headgear that's actually a bug, and gives them like weird creepy eyes that move around funny and sprouts wings from their head that they can fly away with.
Yeah.
All kinds of weird shit.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. But this new version of Zazie captures the reporters for some fucking reason we can't figure out, because I guess, I don't even know if it's a she or a he. In the original, it looked like a girl initially, but I think was a boy pretending, because like it's part of the disguise. Here, I don't know what the fuck it is, because it's kind of vice versa. But
yeah, I think the original, it was always intended that he was a boy. He just
Yeah.
sort of had a feminist design, as a lot of characters kind of did back in those days. But no, he was just a boy. Especially when he starts talking, you know it's a boy. Whereas here, I don't know. I cannot tell. It's so androgynous. There's no way to
Yeah.
actually be able to tell.
But either way, he captures the reporters to bring them back to Knives' hideout for some reason, to ask these two randos that he shouldn't care about at all, oh hey, what do you think is better for the planet, humans or the plant? Because that's what Vash's species is, and what most of the humans get their power from are these plants that live in these, well, not live, but they harvest energy from them. But we don't even know if that, like, hurts them or not. The show doesn't explain. And, like, Zazie poses this question to the rando reporters that he shouldn't care about. And then Knives is, like, I don't know, third or fourth in command, the scientist man, pulls them aside to start, like, explaining all his stuff to them for some reason. And it's like, why are you doing any of this to these randos? They're not important.
Yeah, and then there's that whole weird reveal that the worms and Zazie are actually like the planet itself.
Yeah, I don't know what
like a Gaia situation where they literally are the planet, so they're not on either side. Like they're not technically on the plant side, but they're also technically not on the human side either, because they're just worms. And it's really weird. I don't like what they did with Zazie the Beast, especially when you consider the role that Zazie the Beast played in Wolfwood Story in the original, and how that just won't fucking work here.
Yeah. God, I hate it so much.
It's so bad.
$2 from Just a Guy from Alabama, thank you. Who is each of y'all's favorite Lord of the Rings character? That is a hard choice because there's so many good characters in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
I, especially in the books, I really love the friendship between Gimli and Legolas. Their interactions are great as the books progress. Obviously, really like Gandalf, Aragorn, Boromir. Like, just the whole cast is pretty fucking great. Theoden, like, it is a hard choice.
I think Boromir is.
Yeah,
personally
I'm
my
leaning
favorite.
towards.
Boromir is
Either-
absolutely great, especially in the movies, because he plays a more proactive role, like teaching the hobbits to fight, to protect themselves. I really love that detail.
Yep.
Yeah.
But also the fact that he manages to resist the temptation at the end.
Yeah, right
Like-
at the end. And, like, it's just so tragic that we lose him right then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I really
Yeah.
like the character of Boromir. He is great.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably either Gimli or Boromir for me.
You're gonna have to toss me. Just don't tell the elf.
I just love that. You have to toss me. What? I cannot make the distance. You'll have to toss me. Okay. No. Don't tell the elf. Not a word.
$5 from Abdulio. Thank you. Millie X Wolfwood is not in the manga, only in the first anime. Also, this sounds like a CW show where they, the hero, isn't the hero yet, annoyingly. It does take place before his bounty gets up to 60 billion. It's only 6 billion for now. For some reason. Mishima Hiragama in chat says it is in the manga in the maximum. So I'm assuming that's like the continuation of the manga. Where, remember how we were looking into that, Pagan, and the magazine that the manga was first published in went out of business before the manga finished, so they continued it elsewhere later on.
Yeah.
It's been years and Boromir's death scene still gets me every time. I know, it's great. It's almost hard to watch sometimes because of just how tragic of a character Boromir is. He had so much trouble resisting the temptation of the ring, especially close to the end there where he goes after Frodo. But then, in that last little bit, he resists and gives his life to try and save the other hobbits. Man.
Oof, I just realized we better be careful discussing this because the UK government might label us as extremists for liking, Lord of the Rings or Paradise Lost or, Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy. Apparently those are all alt-right leaning books and will lead people to extremism when they need to be blocked.
Yep.
Yeah, that's unironically something the UK government, a chapter within the UK government has said that basically books such as the Lord of the Rings, the complete works of Shakespeare, books like Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy and Paradise Lost are all far right supported literature, and reading them will cause people to become extremists.
That's
By the way-
insanity.
Yeah, that is insanity. But you know what? We'll watch Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy on Saturday Showtime at some point because it's actually a pretty good movie.
Yeah.
I just want to grab this one quick comment and we'll get back to video. Question for you all. Who's worse, Amber from Amazon's Invincible or Velma from HBO's Velma? Amber in Invincible is just a bit of a cunt. Like, she's a horrible cunt, but she's just a cunt. Velma is a despicable human being in every sense, like, every possible way. She is a character that unironically deserves fucking death.
She is the type of character that I would not be surprised if there was like a reveal at the end of the show that like she's actually an eldritch horror
that
took over the form of the original Velma and killed the original Velma.
Have you seen that the villain's wiki lists her as a villain.
Yeah, I have. That's hilarious.
But it's true. She's just a piece of shit in every way, and you can only ever consider her a villain.
Yep.
Some to happen for new viewers, and for viewers that haven't seen it in a while. In layman's terms, I could say it sounds like a you problem? This new story follows the manga, so we're introduced to Knives and Vash early on in the series, literally the first scene. We know that Vash isn't from Earth because it's the story that we will be following for this whole entire series. If you did want to compare the original to the new, I would actually argue that the original has more exposition than the remake and felt more forced.
What? How?
Yeah, I heavily disagree with that. There is barely any exposition in the original, especially considering, they actually keep their secret, so they don't need to explain all of them up front, unlike this version, which has to explain everything at once all the time. So I heavily disagree there. But also, he just said that this version follows the manga. Like, he didn't even say closely or take some elements. He just straight up said it follows the manga.
I like what Daniel K said here because it describes the situation perfectly. Trigun had development, not exposition. Yes.
Yeah. I don't think this guy understands what the term means.
I don't know if he's still in chat, but I'm terrible with names, so I'm going to scroll up until I see it. Mishima Hiragama seems to know a lot about the manga and anime, so I'm kind of curious as to what he says if Trigun Stampede does not follow the manga. Well, there we go.
Okay, so this guy just fucking lied then, because he said it follows the manga.
Well,
Mishima is my resident Japanese fag, so,
Oh, good to know.
Nice.
I'm almost tempted to look up online right now if we could find a upload of the manga, so we could see if it literally starts where Stampede starts. Like, I obviously trust what Mishima said, but
Yeah.
We
are gonna have to go through the manga for our video anyway.
The original Trigun follows the manga almost entirely until the end because they didn't know it was going to continue. Okay, that's fair. So, what I take from that is that, it doesn't start off by, blowing the load of the backstory fucking immediately.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if they did that in the manga. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to look into the manga before we make our video, but yeah, I don't believe this guy when he says that the remake is... And that's the thing, he doesn't say it closely follows the manga or it takes elements from it. He said it is the manga.
Then surely he could show a
I will go
citation.
back.
Surely he could show a citation where, here's the panels from the original manga, from the first few pages that's showing the backstory of the ship crashing.
Yeah, here we go. All right, listen to what he says, because he says it's following the manga.
In layman's terms, I could say it sounds like a you problem? This new story follows the manga, so we're introduced to Knives and Vash.
Yeah, he just straight up says it follows the manga.
And then, by implication, which it sounds like is wrong, so it introduces Knives and Vash their early lives, right off the bat. Which, it sounds like the manga didn't do.
Yeah, because we don't even find out at all about Vash's backstory, about his childhood or anything like this until, halfway through the show.
So we would have to look up the manga just to make sure, but if he is, wrong here, is this an issue of someone talking out their ass, or is this an issue of someone lying?
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll definitely have to check out and see if they actually do show. And it could also be
Mishima
linked me the manga here.
Oh, send that across. The Trigun manga opens with the same scene as the original show. So, yeah, we don't get their backstory immediately. Give me a second here to just, check through this link quickly.
Wow, that's insane if that's true. Because I was going to say, maybe he means, one of the flashbacks we see with him and Knives as a kid. Because we did get some of that during the show. A little bit. but we didn't know like what was going on or who these characters really were, other than Vash being a kid.
I'm looking through it right now. The very first like pages are about like he's wanted. Here's his bounty: $60 billion double dollars. We see a group of mercenaries. I'm not seeing anything about the ship right off the top. In fact, it's even showing him in the restaurant. He's at a table instead of the bar, but it's looking very similar to the original, where that diner is completely blown apart by the bounty hunters coming after him.
Okay, so then this guy is just talking out of his ass. It's not true. It's not following the manga then. Yeah, it doesn't even follow the correct backstory. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. You need to click on that link and scroll down until you see Millie, because she's even more of a goddamn giant in the manga. Holy shit.
Well, wow, hold on. Let me check that out because...
Holy mother of God, I'm assuming there is just a woman who looks normal and then a woman who looks like she fucking ate Hodor or something.
Yes.
Like, Jesus Christ.
Millie, best girl.
Actually, you
Weird,
know
it's
what?
not letting me...
I could put this up on screen. Like, there's Millie
She's
and
like-
Meryl, and like, holy Christ, she's gigantic.
She's like 3 feet taller than this other lady. Like, holy
Yeah,
shit.
she is big. She's not quite that big in the original anime, but she is big.
Yeah. But yeah, as you can see, like, from this, we're not getting the big backstory in the entire
Hold on.
in the entire first issue here.
No, I need
Chapter
to bring
1.
up what Mishima said. Millie is canonically 6 feet tall. Is this
Life.
one of those 6 feet versus 5'11" memes going on right here?
She is canonically best girl.
Yeah, I love Millie. She is great.
So this other lady is just what, like, what, 3 foot something? Because Jesus Christ.
She's like 4'8" maybe in the show. She's pretty short. She's quite a bit shorter than Vash. Vash has to like look down to see her, so she is pretty small. Yeah, Meryl's not a very big girl. Millie is gigantic though. Like she towers over a lot of the thugs in the show as well. She's basically the muscle that makes sure that Meryl can get her work done.
So yeah, I'm looking
But
at...
she also has a heart of gold, and she's kind of a ditz. Like,
yeah.
she's very like she grew up on a farm, you know, and was raised with like the, you know, you're the biggest of your kin.
No. Mishima says canonically Meryl is 5 foot.
Really?
What? Yeah, no, this is some fucking 5'11" versus 6 foot memes going on right here.
Yeah, that's a very big difference there. That doesn't make any sense. But yeah, she was raised as like a, you know, the whole, you know, you're the biggest, you know, of the group. You know, you need to be responsible and help people when you can because of your size, sort of thing, and your strength. She's not the brightest, but she's, you know, she's just a very good person. Although she does kind of have like a hidden knowledge to her where she's not as dumb as you would initially think, because there's like little things that happen throughout the show that she does that reveals that she's actually a lot smarter than she seems. Like, she basically wins Wolfwood's chess game that he's doing with somebody, where he basically has all of his money on the line, and he's losing terribly, and he's talking about like he's trying to figure out a way to either cheat or get out of it so that he can run away without having to lose all of his money. And she just walks over and she kind of distracts the guy by accident, and Wolfwood tries to cheat and he gets caught, and Millie then takes one of his pieces and moves it to a different position. He gets upset. He's like, "Hey, all my money's on the line. What are you doing?" And the dude folds immediately. The guy he's facing folds because he's like, "Yeah, no, there's no way I can beat that," and he gives up. So it kind of reveals that she does have a bit more of intelligence to her than we would initially think. Yeah, she is best girl. Millie is great.
Yeah. I'm looking through these chapters, and I'm on chapter 3, and I'm just scrolling through it quickly. We're still not at the backstory for the whole planet thing. Chapter 2 mentioned that, yeah, people crashed here, but that was it. Like, I haven't even seen... Well, I haven't been reading the dialogue, but nothing about... nothing that shows what life was like on the ship, or Rem, or Knives, or any of those characters. We don't see them yet. 3 chapters in. So yeah.
This is just wrong.
So, yeah, this guy is either talking out of his ass or outright lying.
Okay,
I'm not sure which it is, but it's one of them.
Yeah, to give him the benefit of the doubt, we'll say that he read somewhere that someone said, this follows the manga more closely, and he doesn't actually know. So,
Yeah, but that's
he's
still
talking out of his
dumb
ass.
to not fucking verify it if you're going to put it in your video.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is, absolutely. But again, if we want to be as beneficial to this guy as possible, he's just talking out of his ass. He doesn't actually know. He didn't look this up or anything.
Clearly he didn't.
Yeah. I cannot get this link to work. What? How are you guys viewing this?
I click on the link and it opens in a browser.
I click on the link, it opens the browser.
I do that and it just... Yeah, no, I've tried it on 3 different browsers and it just gives me like, cannot reach this page.
What?
Yeah, I cannot use this link for some reason.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Oof.
Anyways, back to the video, now that we've gotten that cleared up. Thank you for the information and the link, Mishima Hiragama. It's very much appreciated.
Yeah.
Millie isn't stupid or even mentally retarded. She is just pure. Millie is just naive. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to get around. Like, I don't want to sound like she's stupid. She's definitely not stupid. She's just naive. You know, it's like a lot of the characters like to act like she's not very smart, but she is smart. She is actually a lot smarter than they give her credit for.
Yeah. $2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Favorite quest in every Fallout game? God, I don't know off the top of my head. That's not really something I consider.
Yeah, me either. That's not something I'd have to like play the games again and be like, probably this one.
The one I think stands out is when I don't even remember the name of the quest. I just remember one of the funny things you can do is when the Enclave calls you and asks what you're doing at the power plant. You could talk shit to them, and then he says, "Oh yeah, well fuck you," and sends a death squad after you.
Yeah, except the death squad doesn't show up in the base game.
Yeah. I just find it funny. That he like impotent rage.
I love that interaction.
Pagan, are you on a VPN? No, I am not. I'm not on VPN. I just cannot get these links to work. I don't know why.
I
tried Internet Explorer, Chrome, and Opera, and none of them work.
I am, however. Anyways.
Vash Earth the series, literally the first scene. We know that Vash isn't from Earth because it's the story that we will be following for this whole entire series. If you did want to compare the original to the new, I would actually argue that the original has more exposition than the remake and felt more forced. They have to drop in almost every...
Okay, that's just wrong. That makes no sense. As we already said, it's development, not exposition.
Yeah.
There's a big difference between the characters just explaining their backstories and just explaining everything to the character or the audience compared to, you know, here's an actual story taking place with actual events happening in a natural way where you just naturally learn through the world building of what is happening and who these characters are. Big difference. They're not the same thing.
Yeah.
So I guess this guy just doesn't understand the difference between the two. Which is pretty sad.
And it's really annoying.
Yeah, I don't like when people do this kind of stuff where they will try to conflate actual natural development for so much exposition because, I don't know, I guess he just considers gunfighting to be exposition?
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. I think if you're going to say X is more force, you have to show receipts. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this doesn't make any sense.
The original looks so much more soulful. The original, like, it's got jank animation at times, but it definitely feels like there's more heart put into it than the remake, where all the characters, like, feel dead inside.
Yeah.
Every single Vash is a humanoid typhoon, and he is a force to stay away from, and he is a $60 billion double-dollar man. And they have to repeat every single time who this Vash character is. When I actually understood that from the many bounty hunters chasing him and the actual insurance company having to come and monitor him, there really is a show-don't-tell process with a new series.
Okay, no, hold on.
Okay.
He's trying to argue that because his name and bounty gets brought up so much in the first episode of the original, that it's a problem. But there was a point for that. It was because it was a three-way misunderstanding between, like, is the guy in the red coat Vash? Is the guy in the weird red outfit Vash? Is the other bounty hunter with the fancy boots Vash? They don't know. So they keep accusing each other of being Vash with this bounty, and they keep saying, well, yeah, of course I'm going to go after you. You have a $60 million double-dollar bounty on your head. It's not them constantly saying, hey, this is Vash the Stampede. Hey, this is Vash the Stampede. This is what he did. Hey, this is him. It's them constantly getting confused of who is who.
Alternatively, they do mention, like, him throughout the show in a similar fashion, but, like, that's people who don't believe that it's him, or people who are actively trying to capture him, so of course they're going to say, oh my god, it's Vash the Stampede, because he's kind of a unique fucking character in this world.
Yeah, and
I do find it strange that he's exclusively showing clips from the first episode.
Yeah, that's my thing, is, like, if you're gonna try to make an argument of, like, time period, you should show multiple episodes, not just this one instance where it makes sense that they were doing that.
Yeah.
But also, even in the later episodes, as you said, it's usually characters either finding out that he's Vash, who they didn't know before, and they're either freaked out because, oh my god, that's Vash, we gotta get the fuck out of here, or, wait, that's Vash, really?
Here's why this argument is also fucking retarded. This would be like complaining that in The Two Towers, The Return of the King, people are like, oh hey, it's Aragorn. Like, why do they keep saying his name? I know who he is. I got that from his first appearance in Fellowship. It's like, it's his fucking name, my dude. How else are they supposed to refer to him?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, people are gonna... When someone is very special, like the lost heir to a kingdom, or a guy with, like, the highest bounty in existence, of course people are gonna be like, oh hey, it's the guy who we know for X reason. You know?
Yeah, we also keep getting introduced to new people, like, every single episode, so they have to constantly reintroduce him to people. And it's like, yeah, you have to say his name, or else people won't know who he is.
Yeah.
It's the only way it makes sense. People aren't just going to magically know who he is when we're constantly dealing with new characters who wouldn't know who he is. Look out, it's John Trigun. God, John Trigun might be a good fucking thing to call the remake Vash. Oh, actually, we had something for him, didn't we, that we said would be really good. What was it that I said that we agreed on that we would call him?
Trash the Stampede. That was from a comment we got on the last stream. Trash the Stampede.
Yeah, Trash the Stampede.
When is really only brought up when it comes up in a situation or a conversation. Vash even explaining who he is and the whole story in the first 15 minutes. I think Meryl actually brings up the fact that her partner drinks so much and too much on the job, more than the fact of who Vash is, why he is the way he is, and why he is a $60 billion double-dollar man. Where the original...
But he's not the $60 billion double-dollar man.
Yeah, one, he's not the $60 billion double-dollar man, and two, they're constantly talking about Vash. Like, it's constantly getting brought up. So that's just not right. That's not true, because every time they go somewhere and a new character pops up, because you have the bounty hunter lawman looking for him, who constantly references him. They reference him constantly during the conversation with him as well. Then they get to the town, and the bartender constantly references him. The people in the bar constantly reference him. So what do you mean? That's not... You can't make this comparison and say that, oh, well, the original's bad for doing it, but it's done so much better in the remake when the remake does the exact same thing.
Yeah. In fact, the entire reason the town turns on him is so they could take the bounty for him.
Yeah.
It just feels like this guy didn't think out any of his arguments, and he wanted to make the mean people saying bad things about the show he likes go away.
Yeah, it really does. Oh, wait till we get to some of the later stuff. It gets really bad. Yeah, it's going to get real bad soon.
As they classify him as a human natural disaster and thus no longer need to assess the damage and will just pay out as normal. Yeah. Yeah, he's classified as a human natural disaster. That's part of why the bounty is so high. And, like, when people find out who he is, they get scared.
Yeah.
Kind of gets randomly in dialogue of running away or in the middle of gloating in a conversation.
That's why we have to find Vash the Stampede and keep him under 24-hour surveillance. It's the only way to prevent further damage.
Don't tell me you two innocent-looking things are after that $60 billion double-dollar reward.
Mr. Vash the Stampede, time you know that I'm here for the price on your head.
And speaking of...
Oh, that is so dishonest, especially that last one, because he's not even talking to Vash the Stampede there. He's talking to the big dude with the mohawk because he thinks he's Vash.
But
that's the point.
Not only that,
But even better, it was all different characters.
It was all different characters. It makes sense for people to talk about it in this world. And those are all examples from the very first episode.
Yep. God, that was so disingenuous, too. Especially that last one really pissed me off. Because he knows... He has to know that character is specifically talking to the fucking ugly dude because he thinks he's Vash and not the dude who's tied up. And it's like, yeah, it makes sense that he would say Vash's name when addressing this dude who he thinks is Vash. Like, fuck off. This isn't like this isn't God, I can't think of the word, but basically it's not him just saying the name again to Vash when we already know who Vash is. He's saying it to a character he thinks is Vash, so it makes sense that he would be saying it like that.
Yeah,
it's not just reiterating.
He's given his reason for opposing this other character.
Yeah. He's not just reiterating what we already know. He's literally... In the moment, he is literally explaining that he believes that this person is actually Vash and not the one tied up.
Yeah. Oh, God. This video is just getting worse and worse.
It's going to keep getting worse and worse.
God damn it. $2 from Emperor Ambrose O'Leary. Thank you. Did knives happen to stab any dads in the face? Not that I'm aware of.
No dads in the face. I don't think E.G. the Mine had any kids and he doesn't get stabbed in the face, so no. But there are some girls who probably would have said no to Acer Thorn that got ripped apart, so close enough, I guess.
$10 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. Your refusal to answer my first question... Sorry, for your refusal to answer my first question, we must assume the worst. So you have been removed from the Not Furry Club. You can expect your severance pay of a bag of Lay's and a used Wendy's gift card. Okay.
Mishima says the rough description is intentional. It was the manga basically a tongue-in-cheek joke for the reader.
Oh, right. Because... you know what? I'm curious to check something now. Because, in the anime, part of the thing they keep saying is, you know, he's, this tall, he's, blonde, he's fucking, wearing a red coat. And, I can imagine that red coat thing playing into the black and white manga. So, like, you can't tell.
Yeah, they also kept saying that he had a mohawk in the first episode, which he does not have.
Yeah.
And he's a womanizer. I fucking love that scene too. You hear that? A womanizer, Meryl. I heard, Millie. A womanizer.
Alright, it's taking a little longer than I thought it would. So I'm just gonna get back to the video.
Originally compared to the newer anime, I think there's more gunfire in this first scene alone than the entire season so far, which is a really good example.
And?
That doesn't,
So what?
That doesn't say anything one way or the other. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, he was just getting into something there. Hold on.
You think so?
I don't know.
Well, he said, which is a really good, and that was it. So I don't know where he's going with it. Let's find out.
The newer anime, I think there's more gunfire in this first scene alone than the entire season so far, which is a really good example of showing and not telling, which is a really good example of how contrast these two series are.
What? So the first one with all the shooting looked like that was from the original,
Yeah.
right?
It was.
And then there's more shooting in that first scene than the... I'm sorry, I don't know anything about Trigun, but my brain is currently trying to wrap my head around how the fuck that is ever an example of show don't tell.
Don't worry,
in either
both
regard.
of us are having that fucking trouble too, because what the fuck is he referring to here?
Yeah,
Like,
all he said was
what's
that's
worse is that the remake starts off where we're following the reporters, and our whole thing is we need to interview this guy who has an insanely high bounty on him, which is literally fucking telling.
Yeah, I don't get this. How is a gun fight where it's literally just people obliterating a building they believe Vash is in good showing and not telling?
No. Apparently it's bad showing don't telling, because remember his example was that this new show is so much more show don't tell, whereas the old show is all exposition dumps.
Wait, is that what he said? I thought he was saying that the original is good show don't tell.
We can go back and listen to it again. I just want to grab a comment here. The reader knows who Vash is at the start because the first thing you see is his wanted poster. Yeah, that is true. Now that I've seen it.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, we gotta do this again because it doesn't make any sense what he's saying.
Yeah.
Time you know that I'm here for the price on your head.
And speaking of the original anime being compared to the newer anime, I think there's more gunfire in this first scene alone than the entire season so far, which is a really good example of showing and not telling, which is a really good example of how contrast these two series are. If the older anime was Vash being a goof...
Oh, okay, yeah, he's saying that because there's less shooting in the remake, that's a better form of showing and not telling.
Yeah, which is why I was trying to figure out how.
Yeah,
'Cause
that
again,
makes
his
no fucking sense.
His argumentation was that the original show was all exposition dumps and stuff like that, and this new show is much better because it does show don't tell.
But even then, that doesn't make sense because the new show starts off by telling us, like, hey, there's this guy with this bounty that we're going to interview for some reason. He's got a huge bounty on his head. We see a wanted poster for Vash presented by the police before we see Vash himself.
Yeah, I don't know. This dude just isn't... He just doesn't understand what these terms mean, I don't think. That's how it comes off as.
Yeah, it very much feels like this guy doesn't understand the words he's using.
Yeah.
Unless a sentence is so fucked that he means like the opposite of what we're interpreting as, but it seems like he's putting down the original to prop up the new one, and I don't know how you get to that conclusion.
He made that argument earlier. That was his argumentation earlier.
Yeah.
Was that You know, if you think this new show is exposition heavy, the old original was way more exposition heavy. The new show is way more show don't tell.
Yeah.
Which, no, it's not at all.
It's literally not. We literally get told, like, most of the backstory stuff, like, outright.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's the problem, is that people take these as gospel truths of writing and storytelling. The show don't tell. It's like, no, it's a guideline, you fucking idiot.
Yeah. Telling is perfectly fine when it makes sense to do so. That was one of my issues with Many a True Nerd's video, how he kept going on about show don't tell, when it's not like a hard written rule, it's a guideline.
Yeah, absolutely.
And even then, it's not a guideline that is 100% true all the time. Again, it makes sense to tell.
Yep. In fact, it'd be weird if it's like, it's always show don't tell, so you can never have a character like, hey, what's your name? And then they're not allowed to speak it ever. They just have to, like, hold up a badge or something instead. Like, hold up a piece of paper that says, my name is this.
Yeah.
Show don't tell! It's like, that'd be fucking retarded.
Yeah, it's generally understood that it's supposed to be when you can show something instead of telling and it's natural, that you should show it instead of tell it. But obviously telling is fine where it's needed.
Like, I'll take this guy. Ooh, this guy. I don't know anything about Trigun. Let's just take Vash here and say he's in a big shootout with somebody, and in the midst of a shootout, one of the people that is trying to kill him, he points a gun at them, and this person, they are armed, but they're clearly shaky and unsure and stuff like that, and they're wavering, and Vash, instead of shooting at them like he was firing back at the others, they leave him be. He doesn't have to say anything. Just through that, you get his characterization. You're shown his character.
Yeah.
Like, he only wants to punish the people who actually deserve it. Now, again, I'm just making that up on top of my head, but that's a show don't tell moment.
Yeah.
You didn't need to have somebody tell you that, oh, he won't fire at anybody unless they deserve it or something like that.
But that's the thing, too, is most of the original show was like that, where it'll show you, like, characters reacting to, like, what each other are doing.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, and there were quiet scenes in this show as well, like where there were moments where, you know, you're just supposed to read the facial expressions or like their body movements and stuff like that to get an idea of what's going on, and they do it really well. Whereas in the remake, they really don't like having that for some reason.
Yeah, there's moments where like the characters will not stay still for like no reason, that we have to see them moving.
Yeah, they have to have like their fucking what's that thing I said before? It's like a fighting game idle dance sort of thing, you know, where they can't sit still. They have to be doing this weird movement whenever there's like nothing happening. Like if they're contemplating or thinking about something, they have to also be moving and saying something while they do it. It can't be just like a quiet moment.
Oh. Okay, DC Dynamo, like I said, I don't know anything about Trigun, but that's my that was my go-to example of a show don't tell moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goofball, big bang fun explosions, and then the newer anime is definitely going to be known for its detail in the story and how it progresses from an episode to the next. Then the newer anime is definitely
Jesus Christ.
What?
No. No. The original Trigun was not just big explosions, fun to watch because my explosions. There was actually a lot of depth. There was actually some really gut-wrenching scenes in the original. It actually got pretty dark sometimes. It wasn't just goofy fun all the time. It's goofy at the start to contrast how Vash feels and how he wants the world to work. But then that gets brought into, it gets challenged later. And then we find out, how tragic of a character he really is and how dark his past really is. So, and this idea that, the remake will be remembered for being for the way that it tells its story and the way that it progresses from episode to episode so well. No, it's awful. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. I can't believe he's even trying to argue this.
There's so many issues with most of the episodes that, like, I know we mentioned this last week. We were pausing every 10 seconds while watching to fucking complain about all the shit that's wrong with every scene in the first few episodes.
Yeah,
they're
nothing
constantly
flows.
breaking everything. It's dumb.
Yeah, nothing flows well. Everything just kind of smash cuts into a new thing that didn't fit before. So this idea that, oh yeah, it tells the story and progresses so well, it's so shit. That is so not true. It is so jank. And
I mean,
just
one of the
poorly
best
told.
examples is in the episode he's showing here, because what a great example to use. The military police show up to capture Vash, and for some reason the reporter convinces him that, oh, you're taking an unarmed man, that's dishonorable. You should have a duel with him. So this military policeman decides to launch a rocket into the air that shoots out a bunch of smaller rockets that's going to destroy the entire fucking town and kill him and his men for no fucking reason. How does that flow make sense? How does one thing flow into the other there? It's total nonsensical fucking garbage.
Yeah, it makes no sense already because you have the fact that the reason he gets convinced to do the duel is because he will be seen as a coward and dishonorable if he tries to take him this way where he's beating an unarmed man. So obviously caring about his reputation and the way that people view him, he agrees to the duel. But then before the duel even can start, pulls out a fucking rocket launcher that shoots a missile that shoots cluster bombs that will blow up the entire town, and he starts going into maniacal laughter shit.
Yeah, he turns into a fucking cartoon villain.
Yeah, he literally turns into a cartoon villain where he's like maniacally laughing about how they're all going to die. And even his own men are like, boss, you're going to kill us too. We're all going to die. And it's like, what? What the fuck is happening? That makes no goddamn sense. Oh my god. And then Vash tries to save everybody and the fucking
crazy
mustache
cartoon villain is like doing everything he can to stop Vash from stopping the rockets.
Yeah, like shooting the bullet out of the air so he can't get to it. And then when he tries to load it, he like tries to shoot him and he does that weird dodge thing. And he knocks him out finally, and he could do his dumb fucking, I have to run like 6 or 7 feet over here so I can fucking gravity grab a rock out of the ground and chuck it into the air and then shoot it with my 22 caliber revolver so that it explodes the pretty big rock with enough force that all the pieces hit a bunch of rockets and destroy them and cause them to explode, which then catalysts for all the other rockets to then explode as well. Oh, it's so shit. It makes no fucking sense. And it just jumps from one scene like this to the next where it's just like, that makes no sense. Why are they doing that? Why are they just jumping to this? Why are they just jumping to that?
The whole thing is monolithically fucking stupid, and I hate it.
Yeah, how anyone can argue that this show will be remembered for telling a better story and progressing better from episode to episode is just beyond me. How you could ever say that.
Known for its detailed from one episode to the next, things being explained and reasons for the events happening from one to the other. And then it hit me. The original anime was fun and whimsical and had no real story until the final parts of the series.
No, that is not true.
I was muted, so I couldn't react immediately. What the fuck are you talking about?
So Trigun had no story whatsoever until the original. Is that what I'm getting?
He's saying that it did not have a story until near the end. It had a story from episode 1 all the way through.
Yeah, what he said is just factually not true. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, this is insane levels. This is what I was talking about before, where I said like this video is actually insane. it told a story and it actually did it pretty well. Like, it was rough. It had some moments where it's like, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, especially the last 20 minutes of the last episode. But for the most part, it's done very well. It flows from one episode to the other in such a way that, yeah, it's very natural. It makes sense. There's nothing out of the ordinary.
Plus, we need those early episodes showing the almost pacifist nature of Vash and how he's like, he doesn't want anyone to die. We need that because it makes everything else later on have more impact, especially that one big fucking moment towards the end.
Yeah.
Because that moment with Legato wouldn't carry as much impact if we didn't see how hard he fights to keep people alive in the rest of the show.
Yeah, and not just innocent people, too. Like, everybody. He goes out of his way to save even monstrous people.
Yeah.
He doesn't want people to die. He wants to keep as many people alive as he possibly can. So when he's finally forced to have to shoot somebody, because there's just no other choice, there is no way out of this situation that doesn't end in the deaths of his friends, he has to take it, and it fucks impacts him. It completely fucks him up. Yeah, he goes into a depressive state.
Even when other characters die, it fucks him up. But that instance in particular, because he was the one to pull the trigger, hits him really fucking hard.
Yep.
I don't know how
he starts contemplating suicide at that point. He's so fucked up.
I don't know how the fuck you could watch this show and say it has no story up until, like, the very end.
Yeah, it makes no sense. That is such a shit fucking statement. And it's just so factually untrue.
Yeah.
That's my thing. It's how factually untrue it is. Oh yeah, Wolfwood also really hurts him. Yeah, he really takes that one to heart as well. He gets fucked up by that one quite a bit as well.
Yeah.
And had nations in between. And if anything, it felt more like...
Sorry, I missed that. What in between?
Then it hit
Nations
me.
in between.
The original anime was fun and whimsical and had no real story until the final parts of the series. And had no explanations in between. And if...
What?
What? It had plenty of explanation. Everything gets explained.
So
you just
everything.
Literally didn't watch the show. You're just pulling shit out of
Yeah.
your ass constantly, like a
I have
fucking
this
clown
feeling-
pulling a ribbon out of his sleeve. Shut the fuck up,
I
you
have
dumb
not
cunt.
I have not seen anything about Trigun, but this just screams to me that this person did not watch Trigun. They didn't watch the original show at all.
No, he very
that's
clearly
what I'm-
didn't. I don't know how someone talks out of their ass so fucking hey.
Yeah, I couldn't believe this. I was so angry when I watched this the first time. I couldn't believe somebody actually tried to argue this shit. Like, you clearly just didn't watch the fucking original show then.
It's just a
you
fire
just didn't
hose
watch it.
spewing fucking shit constantly. God, it's so fucking dumb.
Yeah, it's really bad. I can't stand this shit. And this is the problem. There are so many people praising this remake. Praising it. You even have this dumb cunt saying it was better than the original. And I'm just so flabbergasted that anybody can actually try to fucking argue that this remake is not only good, but somehow better than the original. When it is loathsome dog shit. It is so bad. Watching it actively makes me just... My brain cells actively die as we watch it, and I have to fucking struggle to not grab the nearest gun next to me and blow my fucking brains out while watching it.
Yeah, the remake is absolute crap. Not as much crap as this guy's fucking spewing. Jesus Christ. This is far more frustrating than I thought it would be.
Yeah, this is really bad, and it gets worse.
It gets even worse than him claiming there's no explanation. Like, wait a second.
I believe so. I'm
wait a
pretty sure
second.
there's one more thing that comes up that's worse.
Wasn't his complaint earlier that the original, like, tells too much and has way more exposition? So how does it not explain anything until the very end?
Yeah,
Like,
that
we
doesn't
get
make any
explanation
sense.
in between. That's contradictory to what you're fucking complaining about 2 minutes ago.
Yep.
Oh my god. $3 from Dilucon, thank you. Yep, this video's miniature nerd levels of crap. I think it's maybe even worse. Because at least Many a True Nerd, you know he played Fallout 3. He was just, like, twisting everything to try and defend it. This is a guy who just very clearly didn't watch the original. And he's just spewing shit out of his fucking ass nonstop.
Anything like a slice of life filler, because that's what the 90s Trigun is filler. If you take a look and see how much source material was adapted, it was actually only 35%. 65% of that being filler for a 20-something odd series is bonkers. You're definitely not getting
I know.
And what do you think they filled it with, you idiot? They actually wrote a story, right? They didn't just fill it with nothing. They actually put thought and effort into their story.
Also,
fucking idiots.
I have no reason to believe his numbers on that either. I do know that there's filler added in terms of there's some stories here and there that didn't exist in the manga that were put into the show. I understand that part is true. Percentage-wise, I do not trust this guy's numbers at fucking all.
I don't know about the numbers, but I did see a chart where they were like, where it was going from, where it was showing.
Well, we just got
stuff taken from the manga and filler, and there was quite a bit of filler episodes. But as we've already said, the filler episodes were actually done pretty well, and they had a point. They weren't just nothing.
Then they're not
episodes
filler.
that didn't.
And they're not filler.
Yeah,
according to Bishop.
Like, even if
that's true,
those episodes are invented and not part of the original manga, that doesn't necessarily mean they're filler. If they still have a point. And according to Mishima Hiragama in chat, the 90s Trigun is almost entirely manga. It only has 2 filler episodes. The filler episodes are canonical. They were just a lot shorter in the manga. Oh. Well, there you go then.
Okay, well then, that's even worse. That's way worse than... God, fuck this dude, actually. You know what? Just fuck this guy. He's a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
He's literally just talking out of his ass then. He's just making up numbers.
That's what I've been saying the whole time!
Oh my god, I was trying to give him somewhat of the benefit of the doubt, but... Jesus, I just can't at this point. He's just lying at this point.
There's a reason that I'm giving people the benefit of the doubt less and less, and people like this are why.
Yeah, it's getting a lot harder to have faith in people anymore.
Well, it's very hard when people are just willing to completely make shit up and talk out of their asses about things they know nothing about. The clip show was the only real filler episode and the ending. I'm not sure I would consider the ending filler, because I do think you needed a fight between these two, between Vash and Knives. It's just the last 20 seconds to kind of fuck everything up.
Yeah, which, now that we're covering this, we can actually spoil that, because the reason why it's not good is it's a cop-out. He shoots Knives in the legs and I think one of the arms, or maybe both the arms.
Yeah.
And kidnaps him and just carries him around when Knives has made it very clear he's not going to change. He hasn't changed his mind. He's still going to try and kill all of humanity. But Vash just decides, well, if I just shoot him in his arms and legs and carry him around, that'll solve the problem. And that's how the show ends.
Yeah, but
with him just carrying this character around.
Yeah, he even bandages him up. But the implication is that, like, when Knives is healed again, when he's at his full power again, he's just going to start doing the same shit again. Because it's clear he's not going to change. So, like, what is Vash good? And you can't imprison him either, because he apparently has the ability to summon black holes out of nowhere. That's how he kills the one gung-ho gun that betrays him.
Yeah, so you can't imprison him, and instead of killing him, because he refuses to kill him, he's just going to pull a misery on him and just cripple him every time he gets healthy
That's-
enough to do something.
That's the implication.
Yeah,
'Cause
that's
how else
basically
do
the
you stop
implication. Yeah.
him? The ending is a stalemate and cliffhanger in the original show. In the manga, it has an end. Knives in the manga does have a change of heart while being brought around with Vash in the manga. Well, I don't know about that. I do trust what you've been saying, since you've been proven right so far, but, like, with the way the show ends, it has bad implications, I think. Knives redeems himself in the
Yeah.
manga by helping to stop the Earth forces from wiping out Gunsmoke. Maybe?
I'd have to read the manga to really know if
Yeah.
if I like that or not. I'd have to see how they did the story there.
Yeah.
But because there's like from what we read about the manga, there seems to be quite a bit of difference between this anime and the manga itself.
Yeah, because I looked up a summary, and the summary I read had a very different thing where Knives goes around stealing all the plants and draining them of their energy so he could continue using his power, and this leads to like him having a ship that gains sentience from the plants or something. I don't remember exactly, but it seemed a bit weird.
Yeah. And I think he doesn't he just like wander off into the desert and disappears and no one ever sees him again? Wasn't
No.
that a part of?
They return to the planet, and Knives dies, and this somehow leaves a tree for the people who saved him and Vash.
Right. So yeah, that's significantly different from what we're being told here. So I'm not sure exactly what is going on that we have such a big difference.
Yeah, we'll have to read the manga to find out, which we're probably
Yeah.
gonna have to do anyways to make the video.
Yep. But yeah, I don't like the ending for the show because of the implications we get where you can't lock him up, he refuses to kill him, and Knives there's no indication that he's changed his mind in any way. And he just basically injured him enough that he can bandage him up and carry him around. And that he somehow thinks that will solve things.
Well, isn't this another case of Full Metal Alchemist, where they didn't know that the manga was going to continue? So
Yeah.
Mishima might be talking about the manga's continuation.
Well, yeah,
and how it ends.
That is what he's talking about, but we're talking about the way the anime ended, regardless of how it continued, has bad implications.
All right.
Also, look at that. We're paused exactly at 4:20. Oh.
Only Emily was here, so we could hear the lighter going off in the background.
Was adapted, it was actually only 35%. 65% of that being filler for a 20-something odd series is bonkers. You're definitely not getting a majority of story. Think of Boruto if it was actually good. But that is perfectly fine because it works so well being an episodic series. What has Vash gotten himself into this week? Until the end where we are so invested into the characters that it just hits us with serious issues and scenes that sweep us off of our feet. Scenes like Vash being forced to kill Legato, or Nicholas D. Wolfwood's final scenes. But those critiques are for its own series. But that's critiques for itself as a standalone series, and when we compare it to Trigun Stampede, then we absolutely would see stark parallels. In terms of animation, Stampede has so many jaw-dropping scenes and animation right off the bat, and I'm not sure I've seen...
Oh, there's a big disagree there.
Yeah, big disagree. The animation does not look good. It is really... It's very telling that I said... it's a shame that the original anime from the late 90s looks just about as good as, this fucking 2023 version of the show, if not better, because specifically the designs already look better, and then you take the janky animation, and it's like, well, at least the designs look good, even if it does have janky animation, whereas here it's like, you have shitty janky animation and terrible designs. It's not good. There's like one piece of animation that we have said looks decent, and it's the dodging.
Yeah.
That's it. That one scene where he dodges the dude, the crazy guy, he dodges his bullets and then hits him in the back of the head with his gun. That is like the only scene that looks good. Everything else looks so stilted and just unrealistic and shit. So I don't know what this dude's talking about.
God, it looks like MMD. I'm not sure what that is. Or SFM. Yeah, I do get Source Filmmaker vibes from this.
Oh, I get
Or-
MMD vibes from this super
What is
hard. Yeah,
MMD?
this. So MMD is that like really stilted animation you typically see. Like, have you ever seen those like weird dance videos of Miku
No.
doing like dancing and stuff? And hold on, I'll just find something for you to like look at real quick so you can see what an MMD animation is, because it looks really bad. I brought this up before with the what is it? That Chipmunks movie that came out and it had the ponies in it and they looked like they were ripped
Oh.
straight out of MMD.
Right, yeah, you told me about that Chip and Dale movie where, like, one of them was 3D and one of them was 2D and it looked like shit. Yeah, that... I do definitely get Source Filmmaker vibes from this, or even, like, Gmod animation type vibes from this at times. Because there's obviously no offense to people who make that kind of content. I don't expect, like, an independent person on YouTube making, like, whatever videos to have as high a quality in their animations as a TV show like this. The fact that this show is on that quality is sort of... it shows how little effort they're putting into the show overall. Not a dig at the people who make SFM stuff.
Yeah, here's a short video of MMD in action. It is
God.
not very good. It looks really weird.
Well, starting off good that she's T-posing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks a little strange. At least with SFM, the jank adds some charm. $2 from Lantern's Glow. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, with SFM, because I use SFM, I use it all the time, I make animations in it. If with enough effort, you can make really clean, smooth animations with SFM that look realistic. You can do it really well. You just have to have the talent. The problem is, this animation style and just the animation in general is just so janky and weird. I wouldn't even compare it to SFM. That's why I said it fits MMD way better, because no matter how much skill you have with MMD, there's always a little bit of that weird jank that's just going to come with it where there's nothing you can do.
Well, I like Mishima's comment here, because he's just being absolutely fucking ruthless. I'm going to be honest, this show looks worse than MMD or SFM. It looks like shit early PS2 CG.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
Not wrong at all.
CG in way as 2D, so when I say the term blew the budget in the first few episodes, I'm not sure if they actually did, because I don't know the cost of how much Force Russia has to be compared to 2D animation. I don't know if it's easier to pull off each week than rather two big 2D scenes. The only big scenes that I've seen that were animated week by week by week that had great animation for 2D was Unlimited Blade Works. But then again, Ufotable did get like tax evasion hit or something like that, so maybe not the best example for blowing the budget. I don't know enough about CG to be able to say that they're doing a bunch of shortcuts or declines, because it all just looks great.
No, God. I don't know how you could say it all looks great when it doesn't. There's times where characters are, like, falling, and like, there's one episode in particular, it's the first episode I saw, Pagan, that you showed me, where a dude, like, gets hit and is rolling down the sand, and it just looks like such a shitty fucking animation cycle of a dude rolling down a hill.
Yeah, this guy must have really low standards for animation when you can look at this and say that it's really well done. It's like, man, you must be scraping the bottom of the barrel all the time if you think this looks good.
I also don't
And this
know
is coming
anything
from
about-
somebody.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say this is coming from somebody who doesn't even dislike 3D animation and anime. I think 3D anime can be done well. It just needs the right talent behind it.
Yeah, I
And
think it
this-
can be done
this
well
does
too.
not-
This is just an example of how not to do it.
Yeah, this just does not have the talent behind it. So I just have to heavily disagree with you. Like, I guess it's somewhat subjective of whether or not you like the way an animation looks, but I don't know. I would say quality wise, this looks way worse than a lot of the other 3D stuff that's come out.
It certainly looks a lot fucking worse than the Lupin the Third movie we watched did.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because the animation
I
in that
would've-
looked really nice and smooth for the most part.
Yeah, it did. It looked really good. Yeah, 3D anime tends to have like this weird blended style where they try to make it look somewhat like 2D, but it's actually 3D. And again, that can work really well, but I feel like if they leaned more heavily into the 3D stuff, like what Lupin did,
Yeah.
that would be a lot better. But then again, that's also a lot more expensive, so you'd have to work that into the budget somehow.
Or, instead of doing 3D when your budget doesn't allow for it, do 2D animation. 2D isn't a fucking crime.
Yeah, I prefer 2D. Like I think 3D can be done well, but if you can do it in 2D, I would just say do it in 2D because I think 2D looks way better. And again, the designs really don't help. Like it's bad enough that the animation is pretty janky, but then you're watching these models that just look not good doing it.
Yeah.
Makes it even worse. It just makes it like 10 times worse to watch.
Yeah, because if your model is shit and you're going to be looking at that model for the entire show, that's going to affect everything else going forward too. It's all based on that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure 3D is cheaper because you can like move the models around more and there's a lot more shortcuts you can take with 3D than you can with 2D. So it's a lot cheaper, but at the same time, you got to have the right talent for it. If you don't have the right talent to do 3D, then don't make it 3D.
Tax evasion hit or something like that, so maybe not the best example for blowing the budget. I don't know enough about CG to be able to say that they're doing a bunch of shortcuts or declines because it all just looks great. The CG has charm and personality that shows off every character's traits.
Oh man, again, I disagree.
Oh, speaking of traits, let's talk about how they fucked up Vash, which the whole point of Vash is that he's supposed to be an extremely skilled gunslinger. So skilled, in fact, that he can disable people with his gun by shooting them without killing them. That's like one of the big points. Or shoot objects around them to make them hit them and stuff. And for some reason here, they made him a martial artist who barely ever uses his gun.
Yeah, I don't know why. He showed the clip of the guy, I don't remember his name, but he's the saxophone guy, where Vash specifically is not firing at him, but firing to get ricochets to damage his fucking magic saxophone thing.
Yeah.
I know it's not magic, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. What was his name again?
I don't remember. It's not super important. The main point is it's a powerful weapon for this guy, and Vash manages to destroy that weapon using ricochets.
Mid-Valley the Horn Freak. That's what it was. Yeah,
Oh.
His name is Mid-Valley the Horn Freak.
That's definitely a name.
Yeah.
There's an episode in the anime where he manipulates an organized duel so that nobody dies by flicking small stones to knock bullets out of their path. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's extremely skilled, and we actually get to see a little bit of his training for how he does that and everything, and it's pretty interesting. It's really cool. Yeah, he's just such an interesting character, and I really like what they did with him. And then in the remake, he's just this fucking He's just this tard that runs around constantly and fucking hits people with his gun. Like he uses his gun as a melee weapon, and he just like uses it like a club. And he hardly ever shoots it. And it doesn't help that it's a fucking 22. So it's like, so when he does use it, it rarely makes sense.
Tiny little
That it
babby
does the-
bullets.
Yeah, that it does the things that it does when he fires fucking 22s out of them.
And also, I don't know the exact context because I haven't seen this other anime, but I did see that Mishima Hiragama in chat got upset by the comparison to UFO Table. This guy compared this CGI to UFO Table's semi-life, like CGI works. Creetosis, I think that deserves a comparison between New Trigun and the last Fate movie. Yeah, I have no idea what that is. And Darren Rogers also in chat right next to that. And yes, this clown actually compared this to UFO. Is that supposed to be UFO Table? It looks like UFO Table. I just don't have the words. Yeah.
Yeah, whereas in the original he was firing 45 long Colt. Yeah, it's insane. I don't get why they changed that. It's so stupid. Yeah, let's make this giant gun that he has now that's way bigger than the original shoot fucking 22s when the original actually looked good and fired 45 long Colt. Not shorts. It didn't fire regular fucking handgun rounds. It fired long Colts.
When 22 are some of the smallest bullets you can get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
22 is
Well-
pretty small. I don't know if it's the smallest you can get,
Well,
but
I said it's among
pretty
the
close.
smallest.
It's among the smallest, yes.
There's a lot of stuff that came before that look amazing, but you could tell it's very, very, very heavily relied on the CG, like Land of Lustrous, or it doesn't look that great. And I'm looking at you in 2016, but remember therapy? Remember when therapy? I'm not sure if I want all my anime to look like this, but I'm really glad that Trigun Stampede does. Now, I could
I
look
don't.
at people.
I really don't.
Yeah, it's part of what's ruining the show. Like, all the story stuff is bugging me too, but even looking at it is annoying most of the time.
Yeah, I don't like the weird stilted animation, and I hate the designs. The designs are what really kills it for me. Like I said, I can forgive janky animation if the rest of the show is good in terms of like the dialogue, the story, the designs. If those are good, I can look past janky animation. It's why I can look past the original's janky animation. But this, I can't look past it because everything else is shit.
Yeah. The new Vash looks like a cuck. He does.
He really does. In fact, it's hilarious. One of the people I watched who were doing like a review on this, who were like super positive, got really butthurt that people were comparing this to like where they were basically saying like this is Trigun for Zoomers and stuff like that. And he got really and he got really ass blasted that people were fucking saying that. But it's like they're right. It's true. That's what it is. It's Trigun for baby Zoomers.
I can't get over Vash's huge glasses in this one. He looks like how they did a bookworm nerd in most anime.
Yeah,
I'm not going
I
to be
can't
able to
stand
unsee that now.
That's how I've been seeing it for the longest time. He does. He looks like a fucking nerd. Whereas in the original, the glasses were smaller. The glow that they had like covered his eyes. It had that very strong like Helsing Ultimate look and stuff. It looks way more badass.
Yeah.
Whereas here, he just looks like the F word.
Yeah. And Mishima Hiragama nails it in chat. His old glasses were meant to be a signifier of his personality change. Yeah.
Yeah.
Vash the cuck nerd.
But that was also a fascinating thing about a trope that anime does a lot, where they'll use the glasses shine to intentionally obscure a character's eyes, and it's supposed to be so you don't know what their intentions are.
Yeah. And that's something they did a lot with the original anime, and it's not so much that... Maybe not so much that they're obscuring his intentions, but it was to show you the difference between Goofy Vash, and Shit Got Serious Vash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the cat face though, the fucking cat face Vash.
That cat face is fucking cursed.
Yeah, it was really cursed. I'm glad it only comes up technically once in the show.
And then they have to show it to us again in the clip episode.
Yeah, which is why I think the clip episode needs to just not exist.
It's not, it's not the fact that it's a clip episode, it's not the fact that the clip episode used cursed cat face Vash for like 2 seconds. It needs to not exist.
Oh, well, hold on. We have to show chat that as well for those who don't know what we're talking about. We have to show that on screen.
Do we have to? I don't want to see it again.
We have to.
Oh. Can we at least do it after this video? We're almost done. We
We
could show them the walk cycle and the Oblivion character too.
Okay, yeah. Well, okay. Well, while we go through this, then I'll grab that stuff so we
Okay.
could just keep going.
Alright. Gonna rewind it a little bit again.
16 but oh, remember therapy? Remember when therapy? I'm not sure if I want all my anime to look like this, but I'm really glad that Trigun Stampede does. Now, I could go look at people and tell them to quit their bitching and Stampede looks fine and moves on, but I understand why people feel this way because that's exactly what I thought when I first looked at the images and trailers for the series. It is very easy to quickly judge something that you hold so close to your heart like an anime from your childhood, but I promise if you take a deep breath, put your arms down from being folded, let go of that grumpy face, I promise it's okay to change.
Okay, so...
No, it's not. We watched it. We gave it a chance. It's shit. It's really fucking bad.
I mean, the first time when you showed me that first episode of Stampede, that was before I watched any of the original, right? Like, that
Yes.
was before... So from the very...
Yes.
So I didn't have that connection to the original. I didn't have, oh, put down your grumpy face across... I didn't have any of that. You showed me this in a vacuum on its own, and I fucking hated it from the very start. Patronizing motherfucker? Yeah. I hate this patronizing attitude. Yeah. So that's just kind of bullshit there. It does look bad. And people are right for calling this shit out. He flat out talks down to his audience. Fuck him. Yeah. Pro tip, don't do that to your audience. Sometimes people are justified in not liking the thing. You shouldn't, like, be dicks to them because they don't like the thing. I'm pretty sure nostalgia isn't the only reason to dislike something about modern anime. Yeah, exactly.
CG anime casing. There's no need to be conservative when it comes to your anime. Although it is harsh critiques like you guys who keep companies from ruining a bunch of shows and making sure they are not butchering it and staying on the right track.
Well, it didn't stop them from fucking ruining and butchering this.
Yeah. Ooh, I found another review, and guess what it's titled?
Oh no, don't...
No, Trigun Stampede is a mess, and I love
Yes!
the fucking thumbnail. I love the thumbnail. Hold on,
Link
I have
it,
to
link
show
it.
you this. Copy.
I am happy.
paste.
You do not understand how happy I am to finally... Hold on. Chat needs to see this work of art, because this is great. I love this. Holy shit. Hold on.
I'm definitely gonna watch this review after the stream because
Oh, yeah.
I want to know what he says.
Yeah, I'm watching this after the stream, too. Chat, you need to understand how amazing this thumbnail is. Like, it's not super crazy complex. It gets the job done really fucking well, okay? Yeah, I am 100% watching this video after the stream. Anyways, this video is almost done.
Yep.
a minute and a half left.
It may in the future, but I think we're heading in the right direction. We did have to break a lot of eggs to
I definitely don't think we're heading in the right direction. And I just want to go back again and show this clip, because this is kind of the perfect example of what we mean. The way Meryl is moving, like, she's not really saying or doing anything of consequence here. She's just moving around constantly, and this goes on a lot longer than he shows here. Just
still
watch
happen
this.
in the future, but I think we're heading in the right direction. We did.
It's just, it goes on for like a minute, and it's like really irritating.
Have to break a lot of eggs to get to where we are. So maybe I shouldn't harp on all these old remakes and continuations that didn't go so well, because it means that they're figuring it out.
They're definitely not figuring it out here. What the fuck?
Judging by everything I've heard, they have not figured it out. They're getting worse.
$10 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. I just rewatched part 1 of your Fallout 4 analysis. It's a bit rough around the edges in the resolution and editing department, but the script is fine. Don't see why you're remaking it. I had my own issues with the way some of the arguments were made, and I want to improve upon those. And I believe I have, with this new script.
Stampede is fun. It's as close to a perfectly great animation adaptation that we're gonna get from the manga.
As close as we're going to get to a perfectly adapted animation of the manga. What the fuck are you talking about when it's nothing like the manga? Like, I looked at the manga during the stream. The original is way closer. The original anime is way closer to this than this new one is. This new one changes... It even changes Vash's base design to make him look fucking dumb.
And like I said, you know, if you're going to give it points for being closer to the manga, which it's not even, but if that's what you're going to try and give it points for, then why not just make the fucking remake be a one-for-one retelling of the manga?
Yeah. The animation isn't that great, Lamau? Yeah, it's not. It's terrible. I hate it. Yeah, like I said, he looks like a human Zoomer Wojak.
It's not ruining your favorite show. It has the
Hold on, that's
kill yourself.
That skipped for me. What the fuck did he just?
It's energetic, and it's as close to a perfectly great animation adaptation that we're gonna get from the manga. It's not ruining your favorite show. It is your favorite show.
Yeah, kill yourself.
Kill
Jesus
yourself.
Christ, what the fuck?
Guys, it's not ruining your favorite show. It is your favorite. It is now. It doesn't matter if you like the original more. This is your favorite now.
Don't say stuff like this. This is an absolute fucking cunt move.
Yeah,
oh my
this
God.
is really fucking bad.
Never say to your audience, "Oh, this thing you have issues with, it's not ruining your favorite show. It is your favorite show." Like, what? Look at me. I'm Trigun now.
Yeah.
God. What a fucking cunt move. Delete your channel, asshole. $2 from Just a Guy from Alabama, thank you. New Vash, aka Vosh is a British cigarette. Oh. Creetosis, hey, think of it this way. The fact they gave Vash a plant, black hair, with his yellow hair, and half of his hair is black, means he's half dead already. Does he have black hair? I didn't see any.
Maybe in the manga, but not in the anime.
No, in this, they're saying his hair is already partially dark.
It doesn't look like it. It just looks like shading.
Yeah, it literally just looks like he trimmed some of his hair
Yeah,
to have that like really gay cut.
That means the base, the roots are black, so... If judging by what Mishima says, once his hair turns fully black, he'll die.
Yeah, I do know the hair turning black thing is a thing from the manga that's showing they're dying. I just haven't seen that on this version of Vash. I always assumed that was just shading.
Hey, I have that cut and I'm not gay. Rude, says Bezin.
Rip.
Well, Rip, unfortunately, I got news for you. It means you're gay. Wait, we need that music. To go with it, too.
It has the heart and just a part of the family. So yeah, your
That skipped for me again. One second.
adaptation that we're gonna get from the manga. It's not ruining your favorite show. It is your favorite show.
Shut the fuck
It has
up.
the heart and the core there. It's just a part of the family. So yeah.
It has the heart of the... No, it doesn't!
No, it literally doesn't. That's the problem.
Yeah, about Trigun Stampede, and so was I. Hey guys, just want to say thank you so much for watching, and a quick shout out to my Patreons over at patreon.com/DakotaBroski at...
Okay, we're done here, I think.
Yeah.
Like, Jesus Christ. What a prime example of not knowing what the fuck you're talking about in the slightest. Dear God.
God, I am having trouble finding...
The Cursed Clip compilation?
Yeah. Well, I found the compilation, but I can't find where at in the video these things take place.
How big is it?
It's 18 minutes long.
Jesus!
Yeah.
I feel like we've heard that argument for the Fallout series. That's because we have.
Yep. It's literally the same argument.
Bethesda isn't ruining the franchise, they saved it. If it wasn't for Bethesda, Fallout would be dead right now. And you never would have gotten your precious New Vegas.
Again, not true.
Yeah.
Yeah, not true at all. Yep.
Why?
So you can show that real
Oh,
quick
you
while I look
fuck! You bastard! Why would you do this to me?
I had to.
I'm going to inflict this on chat.
It's that one creature that's like that everyone posts that's like trying to take over the world or something like that. A creepy ass fucking cat boy thing.
Oh, you talking about Nico?
Yes.
Yeah.
The Dominion thing
Yeah.
or whatever.
Red in you.
Yeah, that. Ooh.
I'm going to inflict this on chat solely because you inflicted it upon me. Why is this image so fucked up?
I did have to grab it from Google, so it might have that really awful, like, Google...
No, it's just the thing was fucked up in OBS, and I fixed it now. Look at this, chat. As much as I really like the original anime, they did this in the very first episode, and it is horrifying. I hate it.
Yep.
And it's on screen for, like, a good 5 to 10 seconds. It's terrible. Oh, you got the video up?
Yeah. So it's at 3:24 for the first clip. I don't know where
This
the...
better not be Catface Vash again.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Where, what was the other one besides the... Oh, right, the Oblivion dialogue. I'll have to see if that's in this. 3:24...
Lol, what? Don't like the gag? It's cursed looking!
Alright. Are you ready to see some of the highest quality animation you'll ever see?
We might have to pause this so we don't get claimed, but, like, this is an amazing walk cycle. You guys are gonna love this.
What the
Now let me see if I can find the Oblivion dialogue.
God,
I gotta agree with Senator Abby Strong. That's 500 ping at work.
Again, I do really love I should say love. I did really enjoy the anime, the original anime, but it definitely had jank moments like this where it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Man's living through latency. Michael Jackson moonwalking. Oh my god.
It's so bad. I'm trying to find the
Oblivion dialogue, because the Oblivion
Yeah.
dialogue is fucking amazing.
It's literally Oblivion dialogue. Like it feels like it was ripped straight out of the game. God, I'm not seeing it in here though. I don't know if
You're
it's
not?
actually in here. No, I don't know if it's in this compilation.
I'm skipping through it now to see if I could. The problem is they're intermixing them and like not doing them in order.
Yeah, no, they are not in order, which is a big problem.
Oh, I did see a clip though where we might show them the trog that does not pass.
Oh yeah.
Hold on, let's see if I can find that again. Okay, hold on. I'm almost there. Yeah, here we go.
Advance payment I made you wasn't cheap and I expect results, so get your act together right now, do you understand
Hold on, just pausing for copyright.
me?
Oh, they didn't show the face though, which
They
is like
didn't show the face. That is the funniest fucking part of that creature.
Oh, okay, skip to 1039.
1039.
Yeah, you'll see why I said that.
733. I wish they would show the time code more clearly.
If you hold it,
drag.
hold it and slide it. Yeah,
So
you'll
it's
you'll see it.
1039?
Yeah, 1039.
Uh-oh, what the fuck are you bringing me to?
Oh my god.
This is what she looks
That
like.
That is not a 4-head. That's a 6-head right there.
Oh god, I don't know why this creature exists. That is the one good part about the remake, I'll say, is that the fucking Trog people, we've only seen one of them, but the Trog people are more, like, better sized. Where they're not,
Yeah,
like,
they're not.
Godzilla, they're not a fucking kaiju person. Oh my
Yeah,
god!
they're not giants.
Just one comment in chat, Jim
Forsaken.
Sterling.
Yep.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, no, not wrong. God,
Oh,
yeah, I
boy.
cannot find this fucking Oblivion dialogue scene.
And from Senator Abby Strong, it is not a tumor.
It's not a tumor.
Could you maybe do a search on YouTube for the Oblivion dialogue?
I tried, but it literally just gives me Oblivion gameplay videos. Yeah.
Oh god, that's unfortunate. I clipped onto the exact moment where that walking cycle is happening again. Yeah, I'm just not seeing it, unfortunately. And it sucks
Yeah.
it might not be a part of this, because it is a hilarious moment that should be in a compilation like this.
Yeah, I really should. Let me see if I can maybe if I do this.
I'm sorry to keep delaying, chat, before we move on to the next video. But, oh, hey, we see the original Trogman is included in this.
Yep.
Hold on, let me just rewind a couple seconds. So chat could see him as well.
Yeah, Gosef
Yeah.
and the doctor whose name I forget.
I'm going to mute this just for a second so chat could see this creature in motion. The one you already saw was the mother of this big guy. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't want to know the mechanics of how that works. Nebraska family. Yep.
Yep.
I think that was insulting her to call her Jim Sterling. Fucking oof. It's Jim wishes he looked that good. It's like a flesh afro.
Oh, I didn't find the clip of the Oblivion dialogue.
Yeah.
But I might have found something else that's really good.
Uh-oh. What?
Hold on. Let me make sure that they don't edit the clip with something stupid.
Okay. I'm going to continue scanning through this one for a few seconds to see if I can find the thing. Because I really want chat to see the Oblivion dialogue. It is fucking hilarious. God, I can't find it. Yeah, I'm thinking it just might not be in this video, unfortunately. I don't know how they could have missed this one moment, but, yeah.
Okay, this is pretty good. Hold on.
All
We
right.
should definitely watch. Okay, here's something that's pretty good. Yeah, let me just throw this in real quick.
That's more Alabama than Nebraska. Well, part
Yeah.
of my joke is, with Pagan, it's the first time he told me about them, I didn't remember which state it was, so I just used a random state, and then I kept using different states every single time I referred to them, and Pagan wasn't catching on right away until, like, 2 sentences apart from each other. I said, like, the Florida gang and the Colorado gang. He's like, I see what you're doing there, you fuck.
Okay, so we'll definitely need to pause this every once in a while, but we should definitely watch till like at least 44 seconds.
Oh, Jesus. 1 second. 1 second. I don't have it up. I don't have it up. Ah!
God damn it!
Should I unmute it?
Yeah, unmute it. We need to hear it because
Okay.
the dialogue is like the main reason we're watching it.
All right. Ready when you are. Just remember
Okay.
the pause.
Yeah, I will.
This is wrong. It's wrong!
Okay, we're gonna pause it for a second there, just to get around the copyright. All right, let's continue.
My leg. My leg, it hurts. Why? Why? There's so much pain in my leg. Did you shoot me? Did you actually shoot me?
It gets better. Hold on.
My leg hurts. Why? Well, I mean, there's a hole in it, and there was a gunshot that went off. I don't know. I think I can put 2 and 2 together and make 4.
I can't believe this! Did you really shoot me? Ah!
I wasn't expecting that edit.
Yeah, there's another one coming up.
I mean,
Okay.
it makes sense, since Knives has never felt pain before and has no understanding of it.
Yeah,
That's
it does
fair.
make sense. Yeah, he's never been shot or anything, so.
Wait! Bash! Ah!
Yeah, I thought that was pretty great. That's another good instance of like funny dialogue. Yeah, I'm just not finding this the Oblivion one. I think we'll just
All
have
right.
to like explain it.
No, you know what we could do? While we're
Hmm.
doing the next video, you can find which episode that was in. And we could just jump to that time code on the episode on the website that you watched it on.
Okay. Yeah, let me do that real quick. I think I know which episode it was, so
Yeah, it was there's the saxophone guy episode. Because remember Vash
yes.
had the donuts and then the kids started mocking him and he tried to get to Legato and saxophone man showed up.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
All right, let me
Hold on. Senator Abby Strug says I might have found the Oblivion dialogue. Is it between background characters? In like
Yeah,
an
'cause it is-
establishing shot. The one that you found, Abby Strong. I think that's the third to last episode. It is. It's close to around the end.
Oh, no, I want the dub, not the sub.
Anyways, we should move on to the next video while you do that. So yeah, that's the first of our coverage, at least, for Trigun Stampede. It's quite possible we'll end up covering more. Because this show is frustrating the fuck out of both me and Pagan. God damn it, I scrolled to the bottom of our chat after grabbing the link. I saw fucking cursed catface Vash again.
Oh, I think I found it.
Oh?
Hold on, let me make sure. I think this is it, though.
Senator Abby Strong said, typed in incognito Trigun anime Oblivion dialogue in a video called Why I Love Trigun, but not sure, didn't watch it. Sounds funny, though. Oh. And yes.
Oh, yeah, I found it.
Awesome,
It is
perfect.
episode 24 at 6 minutes and 3 seconds in.
Alright, so can you post the link in chat?
Yeah.
Um,
Grab this. Copy.
And yes, Knives can't believe Vash shot him, considering he knows Vash's convictions and wasn't aware of Vash killing Legato previously. That wasn't
No,
when,
that was
prior to Legato even existing. That was when Knives first made the guns.
Yeah, that was when that was in their flashback where they first made the guns and he tests it and like on like just a random patch of desert and it creates like a nuclear explosion, and he explains that they're going to use these to wipe out humanity, and obviously Vash takes a bit of
What was
bit
the
of
time
a problem
code?
with that. 6 minutes 3 seconds.
6 minutes,
Oh,
3
3
seconds.
seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm at 6:02. Get ready for
right.
chat for this chat. You are not prepared.
Look, it takes 3 days to get there by sand steaming. Forget it.
Trust me, you've got absolutely nothing to worry about. It'll be fine.
All right, if you say so. I'll tell you what.
Get the dub. That's what I was doing wrong.
Huh?
I was in the sub, not the dub.
Oh.
Yeah, so here.
Yeah, you need to be in the dub. I love it.
Oh, okay. This is just fucking immediately.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so good.
I looked it up and found a thumbnail featuring the gun from Stampede. Is he supposed to be using a 22 in the new series? That gun in the new series is a 22. I don't know
Yes.
fucking how, but it is. This
Yeah,
is like the
it's fucking
chunkiest.
shit.
It's the chunkiest gun in existence, and it fires one of the smallest rounds that exists.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's get this other video up. This Shoddy cast video. You guys ready?
Yep.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Hey, remember when I came back to Shoddy video on Fallout 76 about how it was probably going to be awesome, maybe the best game ever made by Bethesda and in the entire Fallout franchise?
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't make videos like that. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what you were thinking.
We made a bad video like that when I was working with Angry Joe, and it was about aliens, colonial marines. But it's because they gave us a bunch of marketing material that was all fucking lies, and then when they actually gave us the game, we had the usual review embargo, which review embargoes are not a bad thing, but we had a review embargo, and so when we played the game, we couldn't tell anybody that it was all fucking lies. All of that previous marketing material, all of the media packages, everything, they're all lies. None of it was real. None of it was true.
Oh. Now
Yeah,
why
it
would
was
they go and
mad
doing a
fuck.
thing like that? I can't imagine anyone selling a product who would lie to their customer.
Yeah, exactly.
Remember this point that he shilled the game before it launched when he talks about pre-orders. Alrighty.
Yeah. So this first half of the video is going to be mostly a lot of him just like covering all the bad stuff of Fallout 76 and all the problems it had. And I don't think he gets anything of it wrong, but it's what comes after when he starts getting into the defense stuff about halfway through that it becomes where we could start like really tearing into him for
Alrighty.
saying really bad shit. But I need to run to the bathroom real quick. So while I do that, you guys go ahead and play a little bit because, like I said, it's mostly just him talking about the issues of Fallout 76.
Alright. This guy was hyped for 76 too? How do you keep finding these clowns? No idea. People recommend them to us.
Game dropped and... Yeah,
it's super terrible. Yep.
Oh well, so I was wrong once, sue me.
Shoddy Cast has been wrong more than once, based on our experience.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a right yet, but we'll see.
I mean, I don't make a habit of watching their videos, but of the ones I have seen, they haven't been good.
Yep.
And I mentioned this before the stream in our group chat, but like, Shoddy is actually a really good name for them, because Shoddy means like bad or poorly made.
Yep. Very fitting for the video quality we've gotten from them so far.
Yeah.
That video because I was trying to be contrary to the skepticisms at the time. I just genuinely thought that Fallout 76 was a neat idea, and you know, it still kinda is on paper, but regardless, I wrote it.
I would disagree with that. It's not on paper because, but again, if you have any respect for Fallout IP in general, everything Bethesda's done is just a complete bastardization of all of Fallout. It's just going to get worse and worse. They're just going to keep abusing it.
Yeah. Even the idea that it was good on paper, though, bugs me, because you're talking about an RPG that's based all around the conflicts between different groups, and there's no humans at the release. Because at this point in the video, we're not even talking about the updates that added NPCs, human NPCs. We're talking purely, hey, this was it on release.
Yeah. And also, no, it's not spelled differently. Shoddy Cast is spelled the exact same way as shoddy, the thing that means bad or poorly made.
Yeah. SHODDY.
Awfully after launch because I was not personally enjoying myself all that much while playing it. However, it recently came to my attention that my editor Tanya freaking loves Fallout 76 and so has been playing it this entire time. And believe it or not, she assures me that it's actually fun now, so I did decide eventually.
Oh, well, here's the problem I'm going to tell you. If they've been playing it this entire time, like the whole way through, there's somebody that's already has sunk cost fallacy and likely Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah. Because you have to realize the hilarity of the statement. They've been playing it all this time, but now it's fun. It's like,
Yeah,
But-
that should tell you all you need to know about how the trustworthiness of their statement. Oh, now it's fun. Why were you playing it before then if it wasn't?
Yeah, why were you playing it all this time if it wasn't fun?
Yep.
I don't know, man. That already seems fucking suspicious as shit to me.
Absolutely.
This biased person is telling me this game is great. Yeah.
Yep. $5 from Abdulio. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Austin, who inherited Shoddycast, is bad. The original lore series is pretty good. All the talent has left the channel, leaving only Austin.
Ah, fucking rip.
Yeah, well, I mean, Shoddy, again, as we said, Shoddycast living up to his name. It's Shoddy.
To play it. For that, I wanted to get to the bottom of what exactly happened with Fallout 76. Why was it bad? What made it better?
Why do you need to sift through the ashes at this point? Everyone fucking knows why it was bad. Technically, It was a mess on response. I don't mean technically as in, technically this is true. I mean like the technical aspect. It was a fucking disaster of a launch.
Yeah, its entire foundation was fucked from the ground up.
Yes. And that's not even going into, like, all the lore issues of, well, the Brotherhood exists 25 years after the war on the fucking East Coast.
Yep.
Fuck, there's other stuff I can't remember off the top of my head. There's a whole thing
The
of,
Enclave existing here, which is fucking weird. That's no way.
I'm not entirely against the Enclave existing here, outside of the fact that, like, our knowledge is that they all went to the oil platform in California, so for that reason they shouldn't be here. If we were to ignore that, I don't have a problem with them being here.
Yeah, that's fucking dumb. I don't give a shit if there's lore excuses for this kind of stuff. It's a fucking retcon.
Well, yeah, because that's a problem when you make a new entry like this, is that you can invent any kind of lore excuse you want for this thing happening. Oh, T-60 and XO-1 power armor existed before the war because they were in development and we just didn't see them in other areas. Oh, the Brotherhood exists 25 years after the war because the original Brotherhood had a satellite to just talk to people on the other side of the fucking country. Like, you can invent any bullshit to justify retarded shit like this. And
super mutants existing is another huge problem.
Oh, Vault 87 had their own strain of FEV, and WestTech dumped a bunch of FEV in the water supply in West Virginia. And there's another strain of FEV in the Commonwealth for some reason, because I don't even fucking know why. The Institute just has it.
Retcon Stag. Pagan has never fallen asleep on stream.
I think Setcha's the only one of us who hasn't fallen asleep.
That's not a retcon, that's gaslighting.
False. I have never fallen asleep on Stag before on stream, ever.
With Halo, there are just mass retcons in each entry? No.
Not the first
Halo 1,
three.
2, and 3 are very consistent.
They're pretty
Halo
solid.
3 Halo 3 ODST, I can't think of a retcon in ODST at all. Halo Reach destroys the entire universe of Halo, though. Halo Reach absolutely cripples Halo entirely. And then, of course, everybody knows Halo 4 and 5 were awful.
Is there a story there to be told? And boy, let me tell you, there absolutely was. And the story? Well, I think it would help if we took it back to the beginning.
Well, okay, why?
When was this video made? Because this is clearly sometime after the game was released. I really don't understand why at this point we need someone to go, well, let's go back to the beginning and find out why Fallout 76 turned out as bad as it did. Because again, it just seems like...
Oh, no. Get out there. No, I gotta stop this right the fuck now. No. Halo 1, 2, 3, and ODST, humans are forerunners. That was always the fucking plan. Always. It was Reach that retconned it, along with Halo 4 and 5, because Franco Cunter Frank O'Connor was a dipshit who didn't know anything about the lore, but he got to write a single terminal entry. It's the one terminal entry every retard brings up. It's like, oh, clearly the Forerunners weren't actually human. This one lore entry, even though all the other terminals say they are human, this one says it's not. This one might be true, even though it even says that this terminal was wrong, malfunctioning, a glitch, was a lie. No, that's the one that's right, though. Wow, and then this retard who knows nothing about the series starts inventing wild shit, which is why he was the lead writer of Halo Reach. That's why Halo Reach sucks ass so fucking much, and has nothing to do with Halo, why it destroys the entire Halo universe and canon in one fell sweep. And then that dumbass are like, oh hey, you don't know anything about this series, but all the talented writers left. Why don't we put you in charge? You're gonna be in charge of 343! Yay! Good job, Frank O'Connor!
Yeah,
Oh,
when you uncover all this shit and just realize how fucked it is from like the ground up, it's really bad.
Tell us how you really feel, Satch.
Halo Reach is a dog shit game. I am so sick of people saying like Halo Reach is good and Bungie at its prime. No, Halo Reach is shit. Halo Reach destroys the entire canon of Halo. And Halo Reach as a game itself is mediocre as fuck.
But Satch, I thought Halo Reach was the last good Halo game.
I hate that people think that so much.
Yeah, I hate that too. Oh, it's so annoying now. Also, this video is from 2 months ago.
2 months ago?
Yeah, 2 months ago.
Oh.
Yeah, so pretty recent.
Again, I don't understand why the need to go over the details of why Fallout 76 was a disaster when there's plenty of videos out there already that like go through all of this. We know it had a shit launch. We know it was a side subsidiary studio that Bethesda owned, and like they had never actually made a game before, or they did. It was like a really small mobile game.
Yeah.
Like we know, most people know the backstory by now. Most people who care to know.
Yeah, again, Shoddy, well, not, I guess, Austin. You are well beyond Internet Historian's video about how fucked Fallout 76 is.
Or Rags' video.
Yeah, but I'm doing Internet Historians because that's the one that exploded and everybody knows about, you know. Well,
True.
I use the you know,
never say everybody.
Everyone. Yeah, I'm using the metaphorical everyone because it's the one that exploded.
Hold on. We have to backtrack slightly, very slightly, to Trigun Stampede for just a minute, because Officer Hot Patch just pinged me with this.
Oh no.
I posted it in our chat, Bacon.
Okay, let me scroll back down.
Oh god.
Hold on. Let me just get this in frame.
Oh my god. It looks impeccable. It looks just like him.
Management asks you to tell the difference between these pictures. I see no difference.
Same picture.
They're the same picture, yeah.
Soy gun.
Once you see it, you can't just unsee it. This image is gonna fucking curse my brain now, and every time I watch the remake with Pagan so we can cover it in a video, I'm just gonna see this image in my head. You can't just kill someone on stream like this. Officer Hotpants, I am now informing you that I'm stealing your meme for use in the video. Oh, God. 9-month membership message from Geiger, thank you. I came on the stream. Hello, gays. Guys, I meant guys. Oh, well, thank you. Soy gun cuckoldry? Oh, no. $3 for Get Out There, yo. Thank you. Sadly found. I don't remember what arrow that is. I'm terrible at the greater than bad Fallout YouTube equals bottomless pit. Rip. Fuck, that image really got me. Have fun with it. I apologize for nothing. I'm glad you don't apologize. I will not apologize for using it in the video.
Alright, well, let's hear his history thing, because I wonder if he's going to bring up just any of the really fucked shit that they did, or if he's going to, like, whitewash the shit out of this.
Yeah.
The development and release did itself no favors. It was plagued by scandals, broken promises, and crappy nylon bags. The first year of the game's launch.
Don't forget doxing people who submitted bug reports. Can't forget about that.
Don't forget banning people that were actually trying to actively make the game better and helping you file bug reports in full proper QA fashion. Like even telling them exact details how to recreate the bug and problem so they could find it easier.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that guy's gotta fucking be banned. No, he gotta go. And again, just the nylon bags is like, yeah, it's because they were supposed to be fucking canvas. That's blatant false advertising.
Yeah, that's one of the clearest examples of false advertising. You'll get a nylon bag with this thing. Here's your fucking... Sorry, canvas bag with this thing. Here's your shitty nylon trash bag instead.
Yep.
People are right to be mad about that.
Absolutely.
They doxed people for filing refunds. That too. And I believe some of the people who submitted a ticket to get the proper bag also got doxed.
Yeah.
Like, just a shit show after shit show after shit show.
Yeah, and then that's one of my favorite skits with when it came to Internet Historian, when he goes, and then Todd Howard walked in with a blindfold and a shotgun and wildly started firing off, banning everyone left, right, and center.
There were canvas bags, but only to influencers. Yeah, the big YouTubers who got to go out to the special Greenbrier event got their canvas bags.
And it worked because you had idiot NPCs like Young Ya who are like, oh, it's gonna be so good. Look at my canvas bag. Oh, it's like, oh, Jesus Christ.
I remember when he was sent a special edition copy and he was shocked because, like, his whole thing was they leave the mail at their front door and there was this box there and someone, like, went up to him and said, why didn't you take your mail? And he checked it to find out it was a special edition copy of Fallout 76.
Lightwood laminate. Lightwood laminate.
I love that joke because it just reeks of, like, Homer Simpson intelligence. Extended warranty? How could I lose?
Yeah, exactly.
If I remember correctly, he does go over, like, the majority of the bad stuff. I think he leaves a couple of things out. Maybe, but if I remember correctly,
Nuka rum.
He will.
God.
Oh yeah, he talks about the Nuka rum.
That thing still bugs me because I did legitimately want the bottle because I thought it was going to be a glass bottle. Good thing I didn't buy it because I would have been mega fucking pissed.
Yeah, it was real fucking bad. But yeah, he's gonna go over most of the stuff if I remember correctly. It's like half the video is him going into all of the shit that Bethesda did.
Okay.
$3 for Get Out There, yo. Thank you. Based Australian feds forcing ZeniMax to refund 76. One of the only times the Australian government has ever been based.
Yeah. Especially given what's going on now. Yeah, here we go.
Yep.
It as a game not to play. The truth is, though, the problem started months and maybe years prior in the game's life cycle when...
Fucking shocking. Tell me more.
Yeah,
no shit. We already knew all this. Come on.
Todd Howard announced the game's launch during E3 2018, he promised a world where the players' choices brought the wasteland to life. It was a pretty bold statement.
Which, again, was a stupid thing to say, for sure.
It's especially a stupid statement from Bethesda, who have had minimal choice in their games.
Yes. Anybody who has been paying attention to Bethesda games at all would know that Bethesda are, like, notorious for having really shit choices. And again, he's called Todd the Liar Howard for a reason. I don't think he's the one personally at fault. I feel he feels like he's a weak man who's easily manipulated by people like Emil and people like Pete Hines. So, yeah, but again, he's still there saying this nonsense of like 16 times the details. Like, fucking where?
How about Bethesda not following design documents and letting random people in the office design quests? That's definitely part of the issues. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even have a problem with random people designing the quests as long as there's like a quality control filter on it. I'm pretty sure I've said this before, but like it's possible that the character artist or the level designer, or even the fucking janitor might have a genuinely good idea for a quest. A good idea can come from anywhere. That doesn't mean you do a fucking free-for-all and end up with a game where you have a quest to tell a cat to fucking go home.
Yeah.
What heroes and villains would be decided by those who explored the post-apocalyptic world, not the game developers who created it.
So the problem with that, too, is it's basically a giant empty world where players are supposed to be the heroes and the villains. So essentially, make up your own content, forehead.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm sure there's plenty of people out there who have had amazing, like, role-play sessions in their games where they do such things, but those are games built specifically around that. This clearly wasn't. This was clearly a big wide world with lots of dungeons and shit to loot and no actual substantive content because the players were supposed to be the substantive content. And, like, you can't really just throw that out there and expect it to work on this scale.
When the announced a scant 6 months later, you could taste the hype in the air. Multiplayer Fallout had been something fans had wanted for years, but the system itself just was not capable of providing it. The chance to traverse the wasteland with your closest companions was just over the horizon. However, as is the case with a frighteningly large amount of AAA game releases, the truth just under the veneer of glossy trailers was not a pretty one. According to sources that spoke with Kotaku, the development of Fallout 76 ran an unsettling parallel to BioWare's ill-fated Anthem. Disconnected executives, long hours of grueling crunch, lack of proper compensation, unfocused direction, poor management, and goalpost shifting. These all work together to create a miasma.
Well, this is what everybody should know Bethesda for. Because Bethesda doesn't like effort. They don't do design documents. When you don't have a basic fucking foundation laid out, of course shit's gonna get shifted around constantly. Good God.
Rustworks, though, that's kind of different, though, because, again, that's a game designed around people who do build up their own world, sort of. Fallout 76 never felt like that. It felt like a Fallout game with no major substantive content, with other people romping about the wasteland.
And again, Rust wasn't intended to have the people fill the roles. Rust was intended to just be a survival game. Like, I still remember the basic, like, enemies and stuff like that, and then the zombies and things. Like, there's all kinds of weird fucking shit in Rust. Because they were going all over the place with it. But its intention wasn't for you to be the good guys or the bad guys. People just naturally gravitated into those roles of people who would, like, take in newcomers and give them food and shelter, and then send them on their way, and other people who would raid them and kill them. That's why stuff like the interviews were so impactful and interesting. Like, if you've never seen it, there are just some pretty funny videos of a guy who literally just takes a torch to use it as if it's the microphone, and he walks up to people and asks if he can interview them. Just random people on random servers he will go up to and ask. And the community itself kind of capitulates to this style. They naturally gravitated into a more role-play style, where some people are good guys, some people are bad guys, and just to have fun with it. Like there'd be a guy who would help people like newcomers. He would This is one of the best parts of the interview series. He'd have newcomers come in and be like, "Hey, are you new?" Yeah, it's like, "I see you. You're a naked new guy. Come on in. Come on in. You know, come down in there and go down there and get some food, stuff like that." And then he would shut them in, and he would open up like a side window and be like, "Now you're my basement piggy boy," and stuff like that. And the cameraman looked around with his torch microphone, and he could see the bodies of hundreds of other players that were there in the basement. And it's just funny stuff like that happens.
Oh, speaking of Rust, I have a video for us to watch after the stream, Cree.
All right.
Fucking Stimpy
Oh no.
has a new Rust video, and it is fucking
Is that
hilarious.
the guy with the fucking porn thumbnails?
Yes.
Oh no. But yeah, Fallout 76 doesn't. It can't. What's the word? Facilitate. It can't facilitate those kinds of things happening.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That, as L2 puts it, Rust was made as a multiplayer survival game. Fallout 76 was made as a multiplayer game with survival elements. Or
Yeah.
I would even put it, Fallout 76 was made as a multiplayer game with a cash shop.
Yeah.
Because that is clearly where their focus was.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Is that feels like what it was supposed to be? It's a cash shop with a game attached to it.
Oh, Senator Abby Strong, I remember this shit. I was in Rust in the super early days when a lot of the weapons were like, here's your more powerful version of this gun, and so now it's colored red. Woo!
Oh.
That was Wild West days when everything was like changing constantly. That was when there were dinosaurs, and then they got rid of the dinosaurs, and then
there were dinosaurs in Rust?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I vaguely remember that for a very short period of time.
It was.
I also remember the zombies.
It was weird. Yeah, and then zombies. It was just funny because you'd be like out there and you'd see like a bright red velociraptor and be like, "Wee!" and be like, "No!"
As 76 miraculously emerged. And I just have to tell you right now, off the cuff, that Tanya wrote this script. This is the first script I've ever had Tanya write for me, and Tanya made me say miasma. Serious issues plague the game even.
Okay.
I don't know why that needed to be part of the video, but okay.
But okay,
what do you mean
just admitted
by
hold on.
miracle that Fallout 76 came out?
Yeah, because it was going to come out no matter what. And it came out in a really terrible state. Like, it should have been dead. But here's the other thing, too, is you just admitted that the person who's incredibly biased in favor of Fallout 76 to the point they were playing it the entire time is the one writing the script for you.
Oh,
yeah, that's not good. That's really bad, my guy. That is shit. Oh my god, that might explain the thing that happens at the end. Oh.
I'm gonna go out and find the biggest Fallout 4 fan in the world to write my script for me for why Fallout 4 is bad.
Yeah, great idea.
Again, it's just fucking weird how these little things add up. Because remember, he's like, my editor is Tanya, and she's been playing Fallout 76 this entire time, and she told me the game's actually fun now. It's like, okay, well, that's a bad sign, first off. That somebody that's been playing it the entire time, they say, oh, now it's fun. Okay, why were you playing it the entire time if it wasn't fun before? Now, you just said that she wrote the script for you. Uh-oh.
Yeah. That's a really bad sign. Also, this video seems to go by the logic of randomly screaming makes things funny! Yeah. I don't like when videos do that, and this guy is already getting on my nerves with his random yelling. Get ML's writing talent on your script? Oh no. He'll say it's pointless because I'm going to spend 200 hours building shacks for the settlement building section.
Yeah, and then they'll take the script that you asked them to write and they'll make a paper airplane out of it and throw it.
Oh no. Not a paper airplane, dear God!
Yeah.
even before limp its way to the launch date. Some could be attributed to creating a game in an engine that clearly was not designed for what they wanted it to do. Rather than altering the course and switching to a new engine, however, the execs pushed the dev team resolutely forward, despite the fact that it became more and more apparent that the creative engine just would not provide a simple, stable development experience.
Okay, I know this is the thing that was just said constantly. You could have gone back and fixed that mistake.
Yeah, I don't get why people do that, where they'll leave in their flub line instead of just re-recording it.
Guys,
Yeah.
To everyone out there who wants to make videos, don't do this shit. If you fuck up your line, and maybe you think the line is funny, you maybe could include it. Maybe not, I don't know. Maybe include it as a blooper at the end, at most. Don't leave it in your video, and don't put text on the screen saying, "Oh ho, I got it wrong, ho ho ho, silly me." No.
Especially when you're already putting text on the fucking screen that you're expecting people to read, you dumbass.
Yeah. Yeah, because the text on screen right now, it's sourced to Kotaku, but, like, this is some of his backup for what he's saying right now. This is his evidence. One prominent reason the higher-ups at Bethesda decided to use a creation engine was that developers at Rockville primarily had experience using this traditionally single-player engine. So, rather than learning a new engine, they used the one they already had to make a multiplayer game, despite the fact that the engine isn't made for multiplayer games.
Yeah, it doesn't have netcode or anything into it. Like, what the fuck?
Downs between and within teams were exacerbated by what felt like an intentional decision to not seek out multiplayer game development knowledge within their own studio umbrella.
Yes, they were actively butthurt that ZeniMax was doing it better. Yes. This is a thing that has been brought up. ZeniMax Online Studios knew how to do multiplayer games, but because ZeniMax Online Studios threw away Bethesda's engine and went with a different engine, they got butthurt about it.
Bethesda also responsible for the successful Elder Scrolls Online, and instead of
No, they are not! No, they are not. Bethesda had nothing to do with Elder Scrolls Online. Nothing. They are publisher in name only. Remember, ZeniMax, the lawyer group, owns Bethesda. ZeniMax creates ZeniMax Online Studios, not owned by Bethesda. ZeniMax then forces Bethesda to give ZeniMax Online Studios the IP for Elder Scrolls to make an MMO called Elder Scrolls Online. It is a ZeniMax Online Studios game. They made it. Bethesda had nothing to do with it.
And just as a reminder, Shoddycast is a channel from what I've seen, is primarily dedicated to lore about Bethesda's two big IPs, Elder Scrolls and Fallout. The fact that he fucked up this basic piece of information is insanity.
Yep. And I gotta agree with Rex. Rex says, I hate this. It's like the people who credit Bethesda for Dishonored and Doom. Yeah. That's just fucked. $20 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi fam, how are my tops doing? Word of advice from a farmer: buy food that lasts. Things are not looking good for anyone. The meat buyers are crazy. We are getting twice what we were for cull cows. Buy local, find local food sources.
Yep.
Yeah, you should always try to find local food sources and support local food sources to begin with.
Yep, I've been noticing that. We go to we got a local place near here. It's an IGA.
Oh.
And yeah, the meat there on sale is insanely cheaper than the stuff that you buy unlocally, just like, you know, Walmart and shit. It is insane. It's like a difference of almost $4 for a steak compared to like $10 or $11 for the same piece of meat.
Yep.
It's crazy.
That sounds interesting. Also, yes, this is Shoddy Cast. But people are saying that Shoddy Cast like fell off a cliff after they sold it to Austin, and Austin is the only talent left. Just guy from Alabama.
Sorry, I'll be right back. Keep going.
Okay.
Okay.
$10 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you very much. Are either of you excited, exited, but excited, I assume, for Infection Free Zone? It's Project Zomboid RTS combined with Google Maps, so you can play in a map that is a recreation of your hometown if you want, or anywhere, really. I would feel weird doing one of those games in, like, my hometown. Because then I'd be like, because I know my neighbors and stuff like that, and they'd be weird, like, oh, they got eaten. That's, I don't know, I'd feel weird about that. I know it's not, it's one of those, like if I was walking around in a game and I could see my actual house in it, I would be like, that's creepy.
Yeah. I would be unsettled by that. I'd be like, ugh. I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a little too much information about me in here.
Yeah. Yeah, especially if they, if I go to the house and I see, like cat skeletons or something in it, I'm gonna be like, okay, yeah, this is, don't like.
Yeah. It's like, it's almost the exact layout of your house, too. Like, the inside of your house. Like, it somehow knew that, too. I'm like, ugh. How did they know that the basement was here and shit? It's like, I don't like that.
Yeah. Oh, that's the funny thing about this house is it wasn't supposed to have a basement. A basement was put into this house after the house was made, which is why the staircase is at like a fucking 70-degree angle. Jesus Christ, that is a steep staircase.
Oh my god, we have something like that where like we have an attic. Well, it's an upstairs technically, but it is mostly like an attic. And it has it's not like a pull down staircase, it's a regular staircase. But it is so goddamn steep. It is like climbing a mountain. It is literally like mountain climbing where you have to use your hands as well because it's that steep.
But you see those one stairs where they made them a step, like not an actual step ladder, but a steps ladder, where they're like steps that are off, like heighted, from the left and the right side, just so because the thing is so steep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's fucking weird. Apparently, it works really well, but I don't know. I just think, ugh, that's just weird. Oh, sorry, we have a new membership message from the new owl from Zyl. Oh, shit. Błyskawica. Okay. Polish name 02. Sorry, I tried. Membership message says, "Hi crew, have you heard of Signalis, a mix between Resident Evil, Silent Hill, and Lovecraft? I highly recommend it. I have to stop for today. Bye." Oh, well, take care. Hopefully, we'll look into it. Signalis. I'll just put that in real quick.
Yeah, I've not heard of that yet.
Oh, it looks like there's no Y. It's supposed to be an I. Because when I did Y, it corrected it. To Signalis. Let me try with a Y. No, there's nothing with a Y that pops up. So yeah, so it's with an I. Got it. $5 from Zykos. Thank you very much. When 76 was announced, I was hoping it would be ESO, but Fallout. But like, no, not at all. Yeah. I'm too American for Polish. Like, the only reason I know Błyskawica is because of the ORP Błyskawica, which was one of the most famous ships in World War II. It is a fantastic ship. It definitely earns its honors. I still will poke World of Warships every now and then and tell them, hey, you need to give the Błyskawica a defensive anti-aircraft fire. You need to give it that. That is the thing it is most famous for. It was a destroyer using its anti-aircraft guns because it had really good anti-aircraft guns, shockingly, compared to everything else. Had really good anti-aircraft guns. Using those, they stopped an entire town from being destroyed during the Blitz.
Wow.
So they're saying,
Oh.
Donius is saying, Wonovi. Wonovi. Oh, God.
I'm back.
Jesus. Welcome back.
Send them some classified material. I can't send classified material. That the ORP Błyskawica has already been, like, gone over with a fine-tooth comb. There's nothing classified about it anymore.
No, I don't think such as a War Thunder player, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, no, let me just go in. I'm gonna send out the secret deets to the F-22 because the developers have gotten the F-22 wrong. $5 from Ludwig Williams, thank you very much. What dev, besides Bethesda or Obsidian, do you think could make a good Fallout game? Oh, God, if they still existed, Troika. I would do Troika in a heartbeat. Again, Troika were the ones originally trying to get the Fallout IP. That would have been amazing. Game devs today. Larian Studios, I think, would be pretty good at it. I think Larian would definitely be interesting. I can't think of any others really.
Yeah, I'm having trouble thinking of any studios that have made a game that could be like sort of like Fallout and was done well.
I don't know off the top of my head. Just someone who actually cares is my answer.
Yeah.
Or maybe not even. I wouldn't mind if someone who doesn't actually care about Fallout made it, as long as they're one of those people who researches the source material and tries to stay true to it, regardless of their own personal feelings. Like,
yeah, that's why I think Larian would be good at it. Larian Studios.
I think it was Matt Smith who hadn't watched any Doctor Who before he got the role, and when he did, he went through and watched Doctor Who to familiarize himself with the role. And wasn't there a guy who worked on one of the Star Trek movies as well? Like one of the original Star Trek movies who went through and watched the originals?
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure there was someone, I forget off the top of my head.
Officer Hopman says the Tyranny devs might do a good job. He said besides Obsidian.
you know who else might do a good job? It's the guys who made Outer Worlds.
You know who might do a good job? The guys that made Armored Warfare.
Oh, no idea what that is.
It was a tank game. This is the wild thing about Armored Warfare. Armored Warfare was a tank game like World of Tanks. Very similar like UI system and everything like that, but it was set in the modern day. And what it was it was Obsidian. Obsidian made it, and they made it as a way to continue money coming in. They made it for a company called mail.ru/mycom. This does not have a happy end for Obsidian, by the way. Just spoiler alert that right now. It was genuinely a fantastic fucking game. It was a weird thing where it was like, playing it felt like playing World of Tanks, only really good. Like, the quality of Armored Warfare was fucking insane. There were some annoying things when it had to be like pixel hunting on tanks, but it's because they were modern vehicles. The thing is that you could actually do that with all the weapons in the game because you had modern aiming systems and munitions and everything like that. They had artillery that was genuinely just absolutely fan-fucking-tastic. Like, we're talking, this game was crazy good. Everything that World of Tanks does poorly, Armored Warfare did exceptionally well. Armored Warfare even had a story to it, like a proper storyline to explain how all these tanks could be fighting for a side, is because you're not actually, like, fighting for this Team Germany, or Team USA, or Team Poland, or anything like that. No, you are part of a mercenary company, because the world economy collapsed and private military companies began taking over. So you work for a private military contractor group, and you're just sourcing your own vehicles to fight within this group. And then there are other private military groups and terrorist organizations, stuff like that, that are attacking, which is who you fight in the story missions and stuff. It is genuinely a really good and interesting concept. Had a fantastic storyline and everything. the problem was that mycom slash mail.ru put in that they needed to do an engine overhaul. So Obsidian said, okay, we'll start doing the engine overhaul. We'll do Armored Warfare 2.0. And it'll be an engine upgrade and everything like that. During this engine upgrade, mycom continuously asked for new things to be put into the game, just over and over and over again. And then at the same time stopped paying Obsidian. So they went months and months and months without seeing a single paycheck, and Obsidian was like, yeah, what the fuck was going on? My.com wanted Obsidian to collapse so that they'd never have to pay the money. And instead they had to just violate the contract and then it stole Armored Warfare away from Obsidian. So now it's all under My.com, and it's not doing well.
Wow.
Yeah,
Jesus
thank God,
fucking
too.
Christ.
Yeah, it's just another story of Obsidian getting fucked over, and this one really fucking hard because like they were literally not being paid a cent.
Yeah. I think either the Neverwinter Nights devs or the Pillars of Eternity devs would make a good Fallout game.
Yeah, it's sad that it is typical Obsidian story. Yeah, just about everybody Obsidian's worked with has fucked them over. It is wild ride. $5 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you very much. Infection-free zone will roughly recreate the map. There will not be interiors for buildings. I don't think it is weird if it's based on road maps. I still think it would be weird seeing my house in a game. I would be a little weirded out. I'm not saying like it would be, you shouldn't do it, but I would have that feeling of like, oh, I feel odd standing here in my front yard looking at my house through my window. A bit weird. Missed one? Did we? Oh yeah, because you said $2 from Ludwig Williams. What about ZA/UM, who I think are the Disco Elysium devs? It's like I don't know about that at all. I never played Disco Elysium, so I wouldn't be able to comment one way or the other. I haven't touched any of their stuff. $2 from Lantern's Glow. Thank you very much. Fallout made by FromSoft, though. Think about it. Could be interesting. I'd have to see how they do it, though.
Maybe. I think if they did like a Elder Scrolls game where they made the world and the combat systems, that would be really good.
Yeah, I think they would be better for a Elder Scrolls game.
I could see a Fallout game working in the style of Remnant from the Ashes. I could see that working. That's actually a game I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to Remnant 2. So we'll see how that goes.
In fact, now that it's been mentioned, I think I would really like to see FromSoft's take on Morrowind specifically. Maybe not a remake of Morrowind, but like that area of the world.
Yeah.
Because I think like they have superb environment design, and I think they would be able to handle their take on Morrowind like really fucking well.
Yeah.
$5 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. You need to play Disco as soon as the stream ends. It's way too good to let it collect dust in your Steam library. Well, it's not collecting dust.
I don't even own it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It just genuinely hasn't been something that's looked interesting to me. I just don't own it or anything.
Yeah. I was gonna say pretty much the same thing.
Using that free resource, ESO's development team were mostly ignored for who knows why. Some people at Bethesda...
Okay, as I said, it's because Bethesda were butthurt that ZeniMax Online Studios was doing it better. Like, genuinely, that's why.
Even felt a kind of bitterness for the success that Fallout Shelter had. It made for a toxic environment that was described as a black hole of talent.
It disappoints me that Fallout Shelter was apparently successful, because it's so clearly, obviously, like, typical shit mobile game that wants your money. Not quite as bad as Elder Scrolls Blades, but still pretty bad.
Yeah, I even played that to prove a point. I played that game without spending a single dime on it, and it is a miserable fucking experience.
Yeah, I checked it out and I dropped it pretty quickly because of that exact reason.
Yeah.
76 simply had a habit of chewing up and spitting out even senior development, some of whom had been working on the Fallout franchise since Van Buren and Fallout 3. Outside the studio doors, things were also not shaping up too well, despite repeated assurances that everything was fine. In a classic move retained from the hype cycle of Fallout 4, Bethesda started taking pre-orders. We all know how much I love those before there was really...
You hyped up the game before it was released. You did that. You put out video content hyping the game up and telling people to get excited for it before it was released, you dumb fuck.
How many people who bought a pre-order were influenced by your hype video for this game that wasn't released yet?
Yeah. You shilled it.
And he was a big name in Fallout when this shit was coming out still. Like, everyone knew who Shoddy Cast was. Like, the majority of the Fallout fandom knew who Shoddy Cast was. So, yeah, of course they're going to take his word for it and, you know, probably agree and purchase it.
So there's a string of comments here from Get Out There Yo. Remember, he shilled it, saying it would be the best ever, the best Fallout. Remember, he said, sue me. Maybe we should have. Did he actually include the sue me line?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, no.
Just, oh, God.
Much to go off of. They were probably relying on the hype a Fallout game would have and just be like, you just buy our game, please. The backlash to...
You also...
shilled it!
Yeah, that you fed into, you asshole.
You moved the hype train along.
You can't on one hand make a video going, oh my god, this is gonna be the best Fallout game ever, ah! And then at the same time go, oh, you know I hate those pre-orders. You're part of the problem, you dumb fuck.
Yeah, it's the problem I had with Force StarCraft 2 Gaming, or whatever his name is now, Force Strategy, whatever, it doesn't matter. Force is that he talks about how hype is such a great and good thing. You should always be hyped. It's like, no, you're a fucking idiot. It's like, you can be interested for a game, you can be excited that a game's coming out, but always temper it with reason. You're like, do you need to spend the money right now? Are you actively going to play this? Do you need to play this? Like, is it for a job? Are you showing it in your community or something? Are you, like, the one that the community relies on to indicate if a game is good or bad? If the answer is no, fucking wait!
Yeah. I know I mentioned this before, I genuinely can't remember last time I got excited for anything, and stuff like this is why.
Yeah. Like, I'm excited for Remnant 2, but my god, I've shown people how janky Remnant 1 is. Like, I'm excited, and I'll show off that, but I'm not going to tell anybody else to get that fucking game. I'll show it off and tell you if it's good or bad.
Backlash to Bethesda intensified when the 76 beta that was released 1 month before launch showed a buggy mess of a game, which, you know, is fine. Ish, it's a beta, things aren't gonna be perfect, but
your beta should be taken, like...
Again, this was a press release, is what it was. It's not what a beta was.
Yeah, for some reason...
Bethesda and companies like them have fucking destroyed what the term alpha and beta means.
Yeah. Because they've turned, like, beta access into, this is our press release semi-public access, where, you know, World of Warcraft does the same thing with their expansion. Well, did. I don't know if they still do it, but I was actually a part of the Wrath of the Lich King beta pre-release for testing and stuff. What you saw there was largely the same as what came out on release.
Yeah.
it might have been more of a beta for Blizzard even because they were still doing bug testing, but it wasn't like still super mid-development beta. It was, we're going to launch this in 2 months beta.
Yep. I disagree with Vela. Vela says, I do not like the class system in Remnant 2. I like the class system in Remnant 2. I really do. I did not like that so much stuff was tied into the gear you wore. I hated that. I hated set pieces. What they needed to do was they needed to add more slots to allow you to customize and look interesting. Like, you couldn't do any fashion stuff in Remnant 1, which is so fucking annoying. Like, now if they tell us that all skills are tied into your class, that would suck. But I'm totally fine with having classes be an interesting mechanic and having skills tied to those classes. Like, the Gunslinger class genuinely looks fun to play. But I hope they don't keep the system of, like, you need to have all 3 of this set to do this, and that was your class that you picked in the first game was what your starting gear was, and your starting gear dictated everything about your build, which is fucking stupid. Basically, like, all of your gear had this is part of the occult set bonus, so your abilities and skills will last 10% longer at 1, and then 15% longer, and then 30% longer, or something like that. It was stupid shit like that, and I hate shit like that, because you only had 3 gear slots. So it's just fucked.
I also want to grab this comment quickly from Calbeck. There was a game as it stood just a month before launch, and absolutely none of the feedback was paid attention to. Yeah, that was the other thing. A lot of the issues present in the beta, even though it wasn't a beta, was still there in launch.
Yep. Because it wasn't a beta. It was a glorified press release. That's what it was.
I mean, arguably it was still an alpha, because like it was just that fucked still.
Well, I mean, it honestly should have been designated an alpha build. It really should have, because it was not feature complete.
Yeah.
But my God, it was a press release. That's what it was. Yeah, all the bugs for Fallout 4 were still there. Yep, that was a big part of why that was just mad fun.
Yeah. I mean, doesn't Fallout 4 still have bugs carried over from as far back as Morrowind?
I don't know for sure.
Because that's one of the things I have heard people mention before.
But it was a pretty rough side the pile of bugs threatening to topple the game into itself without the inclusion of NPCs or an intentional storyline chain. The game felt empty, felt dead. It just had no life, no vibrance, and more than a few hilarious T-poses. The beta painted a grim picture, but the game pushed forward to release in almost exactly the same state it had been seen in the beta.
Because it wasn't a beta, as you're now currently establishing, it was not a beta. It was a glorified press release.
Yeah, it was a promotional release to get people hyped for it.
Yep.
There's a lot to go over what went wrong with the game, so to start, we'll just scratch the surface a little bit. Promises of refunds were made and then broken. The game itself got discounted only a week after release. Accusations of false advertising.
Remember when they started strapping additional copies of Fallout 76 to, like, Xboxes that were being sold in other countries? Because they wanted to get rid of them?
Yep. There were entire bins filled with Fallout 76. It was so poorly selling and so reviled that all of these different, like, physical media houses just had tons of inventory of it.
Yeah.
To an absurd degree.
Remember, despite being physical, there's no actual disc. There's a piece of circular cardboard that had a code on it for a download. So what the fuck is even the point of a physical?
Yeah.
were involving the exclusive merchandise Bethesda had offered for pre-order. The $200 collector edition featured a slick-looking canvas bag in its advertisements, but when customers received their goods, an inferior nylon bag was included instead. When Bethesda finally agreed to send out the proper bags to those who showed proof of purchase, the website for the exchange suffered a data breach. Yeah. Next was Nuka Dark Rum. The release of the product was much later than advertised, and then when eager customers finally got their bottles, they realized that the glitzy Nuka Dark bottle in the advertisements had been totally misleading. Rather than a recreation of the bottle from the game, it was instead an overly large plastic shell surrounding the manufacturer's own brand of rum. It was...
The other thing, too, is it looks like there's going to be a different amount in the bottle due to the shape of the plastic shell.
Yep.
Because you would expect a whole lot more to fill that up.
And even better, the design of the plastic shell actually makes pouring the fucking drink nigh impossible.
Yeah, that too. That was a common criticism I heard at the time.
Yeah, not to mention that the rum was awful. It is some of the worst rum ever. It was disgusting, to the point that like channels that normally did like rum tastings, a lot of them got it because they were like, oh, here's this thing that'll, maybe bring other audiences in who tangentially will now be interested, and maybe we can tell them about our like rum experiences and reviews of rums and different spirits and alcohols. And they tried it, and how many of them nearly threw up on fucking screen or would spit that shit right back up? It was some of the worst back of the bottom shelf swill they had ever tried.
Yeah, I had only watched one video of people tasting it. I'm pretty sure they spit it out right away, and they did say it was some of the worst they ever had.
Yep.
Yeah, I do remember them saying a lot that it was really bad.
Yeah, that was the funny. Senator Happy Strong says, but Cree, the plastic shell costs more than the glass one, and we spent hours designing it. As that was their cope, was that the plastic shell actually costs more than the glass bottle. Okay, why didn't you do that? And we'd had over 100 man hours designing this plastic shell. It's like, what?
What?
Yes, that is what the company said when people like got their pitchforks and were like, yeah, no, fuck you, and went after them.
I'd like to point out to the people who worked on this plastic shell for 100 man hours, spending 99.5 of those hours shoving dildos up your ass does not constitute design.
Yep.
Hell, even saying it took them 30 minutes to design this piece of shit is being generous.
I just find it funny that they're saying like, oh, it took us any time at all to design for a bottle that already existed in a game as a 3D model already.
Yep.
Like, it took you time to design something that already existed, basically already complete, where all you have to do is cut it down the middle.
Yep.
Like, are you serious? It took you that much time to design something that already existed?
Better yet, from Flannel McManel in chat, I've done bottles... Excuse me. I've done bottle designs before in CAD, CAD. It would maybe take a day, since it encases an actual bottle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see it taking several hours to actually do such a thing, but why wouldn't you just make a fucking glass bottle?
Yeah. That was, especially when you say that the plastic was more expensive than just the glass bottle. And why the fuck didn't you just do the glass bottle?
Yeah, you advertised it as glass. Everyone expected glass. You say it was cheaper to use glass, and yet you went with this fucking plastic piece of shit nobody wanted.
There's simply no good reason for this.
I don't know what the taste was, but I remember everything I've ever seen of people saying it is the foulest fucking rum they have ever had.
The one thing I remember, besides that everyone hated it, was it apparently had a coconut taste to it.
Yeah. Well, they said a coconut and an orangey taste.
Oh.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of coconut in the first place, but I feel like orange would make that worse. Like mixing it with orange.
I guarantee that it wouldn't have been cheaper making out of glass.
$8 from Get Out There Yo, thank you. If Starfield is poodle poop emote, will Microsoft rein in or demote Bethesda in a way that ZeniMax never did? They've gotten away for a lot with Fallout 76 under ZeniMax.
Well, it's the same problem. Microsoft's gonna have the same problem that ZeniMax did. What are you? How are you going to punish Bethesda? Bethesda's making you money. Bethesda is bringing in new customers. What? Why would you punish that?
Yeah,
even if their stuff is objectively shit, it brings in the normie retards.
I don't think Microsoft is going to care about objective quality when it comes to Starfield. I think they're going to look at how much money it brings them, as opposed to how much is spent on it. As long as it balances their checkbooks in a way they like, we'll get fucking 30,000 Starfields.
Yep.
$2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Have you played the South Park RPGs? I love the fuck out of the Stick of Truth, and I've actually been getting the urge to play it again. I might do that on stream. I have not played Fracture Butthole yet.
I have not played either of them.
Oh, dude.
I honestly haven't. I've just watched them.
Dude, if you like South Park, you need to play Stick of Truth. Holy shit.
I know, I've seen all the way through both of them. Like, I've already seen all the story beats and everything like that. I've just never played.
But anyways, yeah, the first one is good at least. I'll have to see about the second one.
Yep. The second one looks good. I'll tell you that. It's funny.
It was hard to pour, looked unsightly on display, and it didn't even really taste very good. Then Bethesda introduced microtransactions in their Atomic Shop, igniting another controversy where Bethesda promised there would be no pay-to-win mechanics offered.
Yep.
Yeah,
and they focused on that over improving the game that was broken on pretty much every fucking level.
Yeah. Because they realized that a bunch of normie idiots would pay for pay-to-win stuff. Yeah. That's why so many games do pay-to-win stuff. It's because the idiots will pay for it.
In fact, part of the reason they reintroduced durability as a fucking concept for all weapons and armor is because, A, they can eat up your junk resources with that, and B, so they can sell fucking repair kits in the Atom Shop.
Yeah.
This is a system in their games that they felt was unnecessary or annoying to the point of entirely removing it in Skyrim and only including it in Fallout 4 for the sake of limiting power armor, which just actually made it fucking annoying to use. And they brought it back because they could make money off of paying to get fucking around it. That should tell you everything you need to know about Bethesda's priorities.
Pay-to-win mechanics were offered and are still on the store to this day. Not to be outdone, nearly a year after release, Bethesda announced Fallout First, officially adding a subscription model to the game. The subscription gave people the ability to create private and custom worlds, a scrap box with unlimited space, a mobile home point that can be placed almost anywhere in the world, extra rewards for achieving certain ranks during a season, and free atoms every month to be used in the aforementioned cash shop. The game itself was harangued, thank you Tanya, by the same bugs and issues the beta testers, and as we will soon know, the QA team itself...
Okay, the thing that's bugging me about this footage right here is that this is a common thing in a lot of these big open world games where, like, a rock isn't flush with the ground. That's not a fucking bug. That's not the majority of the issues with the game. That's like a very small thing in comparison to everything else.
Yeah.
Like, stop focusing on the shit and show the actual problems.
Before launch. Player camps disappearing, stashes suddenly going empty, people able to grief players that didn't activate PvP mode, item duping, and loads of new bugs in every update the development team sent out in a desperate attempt to patch a sinking ship. Visual glitches were so prevalent that they almost became a feature. For over a year, the continuous scandals and bad news that surrounded the game solidified it in the minds of many as a game to just skip. Another promising title in the graveyard of AAA gaming.
No, there was nothing promising about it. Everyone
Yeah,
who heard what it was going to be knew it was going to be shit.
Yeah, it was not promising. It was just a game to skip. In fact, I'd still argue you should skip it because it's fucking dog shit.
Yeah.
You could still get into the developer room. Jesus Christ. Come on, Bethesda, what the fuck?
For only $59.99, you can get a free copy of the game.
I called the fact that Fallout 76 launched it all miraculous earlier, but that is not quite true. That would imply that we didn't know how it happened, but in fact we know pretty well how it came to be. Despite the constant negativity and bad press, despite dwindling profits and lackluster sales, despite death threats, which, I mean, come on guys, it's a video game.
Bullshit.
Oh my god, you could claim death threats about fucking anything. Shut the fuck up.
Evidence or it didn't fucking happen.
Calm the hell down. Despite all of this, the team behind Fallout 76 pushed forward to bring the game closer to where they wanted it to be. That progress was bought with the mental and physical well-being of those that worked toward the goal relentlessly for months up to and beyond the launch date. From the twisted wreckage of the game's launch in the first year of online service on the backs of hardworking artists, developers, and QA testers, something...
Sorry, that last one, no. What QA testers?
And what hard work? I'm sorry, it does not feel like they put hard work into this.
Bethesda.
You know what?
Bethesda don't know what hard work means.
You have convinced me, Shoddy Cast. I take back everything bad I've ever said about Fallout 76 because people worked hard on it, and it's sad that they worked hard on it, only for people to say mean things about it.
Yeah.
Fuck off. You could spend 2,000 hours polishing a turd. It's still a fucking turd. I don't care how hard you work to polish it. Shit is shit.
Yep.
Emerged. Something playable. Enjoyable, even. It wasn't perfect, though, frankly, and Bethesda's open-world offerings are lovingly notorious for their odd bugs, but it wasn't broken anymore. Not completely broken. Little by little, successful update by successful update, Fallout 76 grew beyond the shackles of its disastrous launch, and truly, the game itself is surprisingly beautiful. The Appalachia...
What?
I like how you say that over this fucking Vaseline-smeared image.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just about to say, this looks not good right now. Like, it's very blurry. In fact, it kind of hurts my eyes to look at for more than a few seconds.
Placed. Like it doesn't look like there was care and attention here. It just looks like it was shat here. Yeah, what a fucking diatribe of nonsense though. Like, as people pointed out, lovingly notorious. Like, just to explain that Bethesda games are so shoddily put together, they're garbage.
Oh,
yeah, I fucking
that's
hate
why
this.
they named their channel Shoddy Cast. It's not just because their own videos are shit, it's because the games they're covering are shit too. I love when
hate
names like that have a double meaning.
I just hate this fucking shit where people keep trying to, like, this coping mechanism of, oh, come on, guys, the bugs are good. The bugs are something we enjoy. We want there to be bugs in our Bethesda game.
The bugs
it wouldn't
are
be a real
endearing.
Bethesda game without it.
They're what make the game so memorable. They're endearing. Oh, isn't it funny when the giant hits you and you launch into space? Isn't it funny when your unkillable companion gets launched into space by the giant and you see them, like, fucking fall back to Earth like a goddamn meteor? No, that ruins, like, part of my immersion with the game.
Yeah, you get ripped out of this experience.
Waste yet scorched by years of Fallout still has green in it. The world is obvious.
No, again, that makes less sense. This is 25 years after the bombs fell. This shit shouldn't be as lush and vibrant if the bombs hit anywhere near it.
Yeah, this was my issue I had because I initially said back before the game, like before we saw anything about the game and they were just talking about it. And they said that it would take place 25 years after the bombs fell. I said, "Oh, they're finally going to have a reason that might actually make sense for them to have a world like Fallout 3's world where, everything is dead and why everything would be chaotic."
Yep.
I was like, okay, so they're going to have their little, boom boom sandbox that everyone can play in, and it'll be like Fallout 3, and it'll actually make a little bit more sense why society is so broken and disjointed and why there's not a whole lot of, organized towns or anything. And instead, we got literally no NPCs, and the world looks like it's untouched by nuclear fire. It makes no sense. If this had been placed, in like the later stuff, like, the later games, if there was some areas that look like this, it wouldn't be too bad because it's like 200 years later. It's like you could argue that in some areas maybe stuff would start to grow back like this. But 25 years after the bombs fell? No, come on.
Yeah.
That's bullshit. Especially if we're going to assume that, not even assume, they outright state that Fallout 3 is still canon.
Yeah.
So
Even
it doesn't make sense.
Didn't hit Appalachia in particular, all of that radioactive debris and everything would be coming through here.
Yeah, the water would be just completely irradiated, which would kill all the plants.
Like, sure, they're away from the capital, and the Capital Wasteland got nailed in Bethesda's universe, but they're not far enough away that they're out of the Fallout area. And I'm using that as in radioactive Fallout, not obviously Fallout. Yeah.
Especially with the amount of bombs dropped. Like, there was an insane amount of... Like, you need to understand, we're talking about probably hundreds of thousands of bombs.
Yeah.
Because, like, so many... Like, even New Vegas itself, it's established that, who shot down, like, 70 or 80 nukes and only missed a couple here and there?
Yep.
Like, that's just this one city alone that's being nuked.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking wild. This was an extinction event. They didn't want anything surviving. The amount of ordnance that was dropped is insane.
And, since thanks to mother shit Zeta, we get to see the entire planet. It's a nuclear hellscape from, like, one side to the other. Everything is, like, brown or greenish brown.
Well, thanks to Point Lookout, I think we actually go into Virginia for Point Lookout, and we see that it's fucking nuked to shit. Hold on. Let me look this up real quick. Let me make sure that it does take place in...
No, the winds would carry radioactive debris and particles. It's why the Bridge of Death exists in the Chernobyl exclusion zone. The wind carried it over that area. They carried that debris over that area and killed every single person on that bridge.
Point Lookout is in Maine, if I recall correctly. I don't know. I thought the whole deal with Point Lookout is that you're getting southern fucking banjo bonus banjo bonus mode vibes down there. Because, like, the main enemy type are inbred hicks.
It takes place in Maryland.
Huh.
Which is... I think that's in West Virginia or East Virginia.
It's not East Virginia. It's Virginia or West Virginia.
Okay. Why? Why is there Virginia and West Virginia? Why isn't it East Virginia and West Virginia?
Because
there's
it
North
was
and South
just
Dakota.
Virginia.
There's North
No,
and
no,
South
because it was
Carolina,
Virginia.
but we have Virginia and West
Yeah,
Virginia.
I'll
There
explain
is no
this to
such
you.
thing. That makes no sense. You
I'll
can't
explain to you.
explain
It was originally just Virginia, but then to keep slave states and free states to be equal, half the states split off and creatively, instead of naming a new state, decided to name themselves West Virginia.
Why
instead.
didn't Virginia name itself East Virginia?
Because they were called Virginia the whole time. They
I don't
wouldn't want
care.
to rename. Again, it's why the Midwest is in the east of the U.S., okay? It is far into the east. It's because when it was named the Midwest, it was the Midwest.
God, even Google doesn't seem to know where Maryland sits in Virginia. Oh my god, can you just give me a fucking answer, please?
Bethesda is
Google.
in Maryland, and Fallout 3 includes Bethesda. Yeah, the Bethesda ruins are there. Because we had to include our own studio in the game. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Well, all we need to know is that it's in Virginia, and it's completely fucked in Point Lookout. So this doesn't make any sense how it can be completely fucked in Fallout 3, but then look perfectly fine here, where it's only been 25 years after the bombs fell.
Yeah.
Makes no goddamn sense. And they still say that Fallout 3 is canon, so it just doesn't line up.
But Kree, I saw that Mothership Zeta is a good time if you like fun, and people only dislike it for political reasons. Did someone actually say that? Mothership Zeta is 2.5 hours of shooting fucking dumb aliens. There's no story content. I shouldn't say no story content. There's the absolute bare minimum. Oh, we have to escape the ship. Go do these generic fucking tasks so we can. And the highly advanced aliens are so fucking stupid and incompetent that they cannot stop you. Fuck!
Wait, Maryland is a state?
Yes.
I didn't know that. I thought it was just
it's the state that Washington D.C. was technically a part of, but now Washington D.C. is now the District of Columbia.
Oh, that's okay. That's why. Yeah. So it's basically just Washington, but it's the actual name of Washington.
No. Maryland is still a state. Washington was originally a part of Maryland, but now no longer is a part of Maryland. It is now the District of Columbia. Washington is sandwiched between Maryland and Virginia, with West Virginia kind of creeping up to kind of poke Washington in the fucking face.
Oh my god. You know what? Maybe they were right. Maybe we should just nuke the East Coast. just fucking nuke it.
There. Hey. Also, will be more confusing. Why isn't West Virginia called Northwest Virginia?
Oh,
I meant to unmute
see.
myself, but I accidentally showed the Soy Jack Vash again, which is actually pretty fine. It's better than looking at Fallout 76. The thing I get from this image, too, is that DC is, like, right on the border of Virginia, though.
It is.
So it's like still.
So the fallout
Pagan...
that would hit Virginia, that would hit DC, would absolutely go into Virginia and go into West Virginia and everything.
Yeah. So essentially, Pagan is right about the general location of where everything is.
Yep.
Fucking hell.
Why is Maryland a swamp in Point Lookout? Well, Maryland has a ton of swamplands. DC area itself was a fucking swamp.
Was?
I mean, was in terms of geographical location. It's still a fucking swamp in terms of fucking corruption because Democrats exist.
obviously doing well, but there is still green in the leaves. Look, see here? Green! And the dev team managed to squeeze out from the creation engine about as much as it could handle, and the results are gorgeous landscapes that just aren't present in other Fallout games.
Okay. So, I can't help but feel that their inclusion of green plants in 76 is backtracking for how absolutely fucked Fallout 3 is. And
Yeah.
ironically, they went so far that it tipped the scale in the opposite direction. You're 25 years after the war where everything should be fucked, and everything, well, I should say everything, a lot of the plant life looks perfectly fine.
Yeah, this is the weird thing. Fallout 3 should look more like Fallout 76, and Fallout 76 should look more like Fallout 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just fucking weird.
I always found it so weird because I was like, I gave them an out. Like, you know, when the game was first announced, I was like, oh, so now they're finally going to get their Fallout 3, you know, aesthetic. But it'll make sense this time because it makes sense that 25 years after the bombs fell, everything would still be fucked. But no, they went so far the other direction that it just makes no sense that it could possibly look like this, especially when we know that because of Point Lookout, we know it's still fucked.
Yeah.
So it makes no sense.
In fact, it would be interesting to find a map that shows the approximate locations of where Point Lookout takes place, where Fallout 3 takes place, where 76 takes place. I know there are some maps out there that throw... God damn it, I keep doing it. Go take that off screen for a minute to see if I can find a map that will show, like, Fallout locations on real maps.
I saw something interesting here.
Hmm?
Apparently, 3 counties in Maryland are thinking of splitting off from Maryland and going into West Virginia.
Oh.
Hmm.
5 Republican lawmakers from Maryland's 3 westernmost counties have sent letters to West Virginia legislative leaders asking if the state would consider their acceptance of the counties into West Virginia. Hmm.
Okay, this image here I found is from Gamer Ranks, and oh boy, does this not look good for Fallout 3 and 76? So I'm gonna grab this link.
We talked about that earlier, Max the Ender. The parts of Oregon, they've already done the referendum. It's already passed. Now they just have to officially be accepted in.
All right, get a load of this, chat. So, if we zoom in on this, right, we can see where Appalachia is, with the pit pretty fucking close by, the Capital Wasteland fairly close by, and Point Lookout, it's a little bit, it's on the other side, essentially, kind of the Capital Wasteland, but, like, the Capital Wasteland is completely fucked, and it's just not that far away from Appalachia. The pit is completely fucked, and it's even closer. And Appalachia is just, for the most part, fine, except for a few stank areas. Like, what?
Yeah, I don't get that. That makes no sense. God, especially with how close the pit is, and the pit is worse than Point Lookout.
Yeah, it is so much worse.
Yeah, there's a reason why they call it the Scourge. Oh my god. Yeah, that makes no sense. How could it possibly be that bad at the pit, but then be perfectly fine
That's assuming
in
this
Appalachia?
map... That's assuming this map is accurate, by the way. It's, this comes from Gamer Ranks, so I'm not 100% confident in it. But,
yeah, I'm not sure. I thought the pit was in New Jersey.
Well, it's Pittsburgh. Where's Pittsburgh in real life?
Should be Ohio.
Hmm?
Yeah, maybe it is then. Okay, maybe
Should
this
be
is
Ohio.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh,
Okay. Never mind. Oh no, wait. That was just the meme. That's right.
Pittsburgh
Yeah. No,
is
the
in
meme.
PA, Pennsylvania. Is that...
Wait,
Look, I'm not an expert on U.S.
There's a
maps.
Pittsburgh, Ohio as well.
Yeah, but there's only like one Pittsburgh that's the Pittsburgh.
I know, but apparently there is a Pittsburgh here. So yeah, so Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania is what people are saying is the actual Pittsburgh.
That looks about right. Again, I'm not an expert on U.S. maps, but that looks about right. And I had no idea where Appalachia was prior to this, but like, again, those distances just aren't good when you're talking about, like, my god. Appalachia's untouched and all these other areas are completely fucked? No.
I just realized something funny, though. The Pittsburgh, Ohio... Okay, so Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania is right near the border of Ohio.
Okay.
Right? And the Pittsburgh in Ohio is on the entire other side, as if they don't want to be associated with the Pittsburgh that they could be right next to and still be Pittsburgh, Ohio. But no, they're like, no, we're going to put on the entire other side of the state.
Well, I mean, that makes sense. Why would you want to be associated with Pittsburgh?
Look, here, see here. This is the thing I found. It's like, okay, this is amusing to me. Like they're just like, no, we will not be near them. We will not be associated with them.
I want to clarify for chat. The reason why I said that was because back in the day, the meme for when the Pit DLC came out was it's kind of like what we do now with like K-Lid and Welcome to Brazil. Well, back in the day, the meme was Welcome to New Jersey, and every time people would go into the pit, they would do the meme of Welcome to New Jersey. And it just stuck with me so much that I was like, I just remembered it as like, oh, wasn't it in New Jersey? No, it's not in New Jersey. That's just the meme.
There you go, though. See,
I also didn't realize how massive the area was that Fallout Tactics takes place in.
Yeah, it is huge.
It's
like
massive.
Hold on. Yeah, that's like 30% of the country, at least. But yeah, point proven on Appalachia being, like, really fucking close to, DC and the pit.
Yep.
Oh, I'll grab this image and show it very quickly. Why isn't it showing? There we go. Pittsburgh, Ohio wants nothing to do with the regular Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Oh.
All the way on the other side. Like I said, I just find that amusing.
The look been rich with lots of little nuances and stories to piece together from the remnants. This is possibly the only thing that 76's initial NPC list launch did that was positive. The team still wanted to tell a story.
I'm sorry. No. You can only tell so many stories through note or holotape where it's like, oh, I'm minding my own day. It's a normal day. Oh my god, the bombs are going off. Oh no, this is the end. There's only so many times you can tell that story before it gets fucking boring.
Yeah.
That's why even in Fallout 3, like, that stuff starts fading into the background real fucking quick. When that's every story that's being told from the, what few pre-war perspectives we get.
Yep. I'll be right back a moment. Feel free to continue.
Yeah. We're somewhat close to being done anyways.
But is piecemeal. It's found in scattered notes and still functioning terminals. The gameplay itself feels familiar yet different. Sure, there's...
Okay, so that's all he has to say. Like, I don't know, maybe it's a me problem, but like, I can't really get invested in the most part in these little individual stories where it's like, oh yeah, here's a note from someone who watched the bombs drop and now they're dead. Because for me, it's like, unless you're talking about some really stellar writing, it's just like, okay. Like literally Saitama, okay meme.
Yeah, it's fine to do a few of these in a game, like in Fallout 3 or something.
Yeah,
but then when that's all your storytelling is in all of your games from Fallout 3 to Fallout 76 and everything in between, it's like, yeah, that shit gets old fast. You're literally
Really
just telling the
fast.
same stories over and over and over again in every new title.
And I don't even think it's a problem that those stories exist as, like, a background thing for the world, but, like, so many people, well, I shouldn't say so many, I have seen several people now, like, pin this as one of the great redeeming qualities of these games, and they're not.
Yeah, that's my issue, is as like a little background thing, they're fine, but they should not be the substantive material. They should not be the focus. They should not be the thing that the narrative goes around. Like, they should just be nice little side details in an otherwise, with the game should have a far greater plot going on, with this stuff as just a nice little icing on the cake every once in a while.
Yeah.
It should not be the focus, whereas Fallout 76 literally made it the focus. That was the story. And that's a huge problem. It's like you already have bad writing in Fallout 3 and Fallout 4, where this stuff is not that great, and then you have the main stories which also just aren't very good, but people try to use it as like a defense. Oh, but this other stuff is pretty good. No, it's really not. And then they make Fallout 76 and they decide to make that little side content stuff, the little environmental storytelling, literally the focus. The actual story is the environmental storytelling.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, but you can't pin an entire game's, like, story content on, I'm a person in the pre-war, oh no, the bombs are dropping and now I'm dead. Like, that just, it doesn't carry the weight. Especially when that's every story being told. Especially
when there's so little to it, where it's literally just, just somebody doing something mundane in their average day, and then they get killed by the bomb. It's like, okay, that's nothing. Okay, yeah, great example, Honest Hearts. Honest Hearts and the father and his story with all the terminals and stuff, where he sees people getting captured and the cannibals, and he makes all of his little hideouts in the caves in the region, and he sees all this stuff happening, and he basically starts the tribals and everything. Like, that was fucking cool. That was really well done. And like, that wasn't even the substantive material. That was just a nice little side thing that you could find out while exploring the caves and ruins. That wasn't even the Joshua Graham and the Daniel stuff. That wasn't even the main story. And look how well they did that. But then you get shit like Bethesda, and look what they do and their environmental storytelling. Oh no, I was taking a really big dump today, and then the bombs fell, and now my skeleton is, forever stuck on this toilet seat.
Yeah. I remember that meme that went around recently, joking about the bombs dropping. It's like, quick, I need to find something so I could be an environmental storytelling skeleton.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you find him with the last note, and you get the survivalist rifle. God, it's so good. That fucking... God, I love Honest Hearts. It's such a good DLC. Like, it's missing a lot of stuff. It was clearly kind of rushed. They didn't have a lot of time to finish it. But man, it's still so good. But that's like the story of New Vegas as a whole. It's like they didn't get a lot of time. There's a lot of stuff unfinished, but what they nailed, but what we got, they really nailed.
Yeah. For the most part.
Yeah, for the most part. There's a few things that are like, but for the most part, they nailed almost everything.
You know what? I would try my best to make the most confusing fucking environmental storytelling skeleton possible. just to be like, and fuck you, whoever survived and remembers this. You know, I would I would put like a traffic cone on my head and walk out with like carrying a kitchen sink or something like that, and you know, maybe be sitting on top of a dog or something as we all died. Just so somebody could see that and be like, "What the fuck?"
I also really like this super chat from Get Out There Yo for $3. Thank you. In games with a good story, people never fluff up toilet skeletons. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
because if the game was that good, you wouldn't need to point at, oh my god, it's a playground where you don't hear the screams of children playing.
The laughter of the children.
It's silent in this dead world, the children long gone. You don't need to do that shit if something is actually fucking written well.
Yeah.
It's a great example of a cope fucking argument.
There's still hanky moments, and some could be game-breaking, but it's no more than we've come to find acceptable. It's
You will be
No, we don't find it acceptable.
You will be abducted by the rectangle. Resistance is futile.
It's the Borg cube. Oh no.
It's a really small one though that can track you really well.
Yes.
Oh my god, oh my god, so Get Out sent me a clip that he clipped from Stag 50.
Uh-oh.
I completely forgot about this. So you remember that that April Fool's video that we ended up ejecting?
Yeah.
I forgot we had so many guests for that one. And he sent me a clip of Indigo where the dude says he's gonna rate like the qualities between the games, and he makes us listen to it again. And he's just like, is he saying he's gonna rape them? Is he gonna rape both games? And we all just start dying. Oh, that's great. Yeah, if you can find more clips like that, that would be great. Because is he gonna rape both games?
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't need to because Bethesda already did.
Yeah, exactly.
It's also being updated with multiple seasons happening a year, each with their own progression path and rewards. It's obvious that the team still cares about 76 and
It's obvious that the team is still being paid to make this game. I don't necessarily think that they're updating and it's proof that they care. This isn't an indie developer where they're working on their passion project and it's something they genuinely care about. This is their job. They're paid to do this because it's a cash cow for the company.
Yeah.
Oh, we could sell Power Armor paint job for $20 on the Atom Shop.
Yeah, that's the thing. They don't even need that many players. They just need whales who will just constantly buy new shit.
Which is the business model of most, the biggest mobile games.
Yeah.
Why do you think Raid Shadow Legends keeps getting advertised? They're clearly making their money from somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. They don't even need half of the Fallout fan base to play their game. They just need a select handful of whales who will just buy all the shit from the Atom Shop.
Yeah, because they have no impulse control.
Yeah, and they know that. So it doesn't mean anything that they're still working on it when it's literally just a glorified cash shop. It's like, yeah, you're going to make money from that if you got whales. And there will always be whales because there's always going to be people who will buy shit for whatever reason.
$3 from Get Out There Yo, thank you. Toilet Skeletons show Bethesda pushing out games. Oh! That is a good representation of how they make their games. Also, ML said in late 2022 that they don't make Fallout games for Fallout fans, Korean Pagan. Can you link me a source to that?
Yeah, because that's damning if they actually said that.
Yeah.
wants to live out its full life cycle. So what is the problem then? Even if the game used to be bad, we've shown that we're capable of forgiveness in the face of earnest progress.
First of all, no. You can forgive, maybe. I can't really. I can in some cases. I didn't get burned by No Man's Sky, for example, but I remember when that came out, and I found it frustrating that this game was released in such a dogshit state, and then the developers did buckle down and improve it and sought to add all the features that they had promised. They're still working on it to this day, I believe. I can respect that. Fallout 76, even if it's more stable to play now, and maybe the shooting is half decent, it's probably the same shooting as Fallout 4.
Oh, I do want to say this, Senator Armstrong says, just like with Dark Tide, sorry, such that monetization is horrible and the fear of missing out taxes. Oh, I agree. I have called them out every fucking time and said, stop lying that, oh, we just want our cash up to be more, clean. So that's why we're going to cycle things out. It's like, no, go fuck yourself. That is one of the most scummy tactics you can possibly do. And they keep trying to say it every time. And I keep fucking calling it out every fucking time they say it.
Anyways, with Fallout 76, even if, the gameplay is more stable and stuff now, it doesn't change the fact that a lot of the substantive content is still dog shit, or breaks the lore, or is contradictory to what's been established. Why is the Brotherhood here? Oh, because the original Brotherhood made friends with a satellite, and they did it that way. It totally makes sense, bro. Just make something fucking new! But, they would have to go back and fix a lot of the original shit that went into the game for it to even approach, any level of forgiveness. I'm not even sure if I could say respect that they continued working on the game and fixing it, because this isn't a passion project. This isn't No Man's Sky or a game like Terraria, where the devs have went above and beyond for putting content in and have continued making content for the game after saying several times that they're done this time for sure, and then they come out with another update. This is a game made by a company that wanted to make money, and they were going to use their cash up to do it, and they fucking done it.
Sky is the poster child of a game release far too soon, but ultimately it did find its place after tireless work from the development team, and there's quite a few people who still like that game. There are also people who would never give it a try, and that is a valid response. No matter the reason, if a game is not for you, then do not play that game. And that brings me back to my editor, Tanya.
Well, again, this comes into the thing is the game may not be for you, but how do you know if it's not for you, right? Sometimes you just have to play the game to see and experience if it really is not for you.
Well, it's also almost sort of reeks of the whole, this wasn't made for you, this was made for the new fans. You go back and enjoy the... he didn't say... Excuse me. He didn't say that, but, I get the impression that it's said in the same vein,
Yeah.
If you don't like it, this isn't simply a matter of not liking it. This is a matter of, this is damaging to the world of Fallout.
Tanya be one of those people who would never try Fallout 76, but when she did finally try it, she found the great game that could have been something the community applauded instead of just being the butt of the joke all the time. It's around here where I come in. Tanya dragged me back onto my level 6 something guy that I had back from when the game launched and loaded me down with a bunch of ammo. Nepotism is a hell of a drug. I then spent the next several days poking around in the game.
And banned, because you have too much ammo. Oh, he forgot to mention that. If you had too much ammo, you also got banned, because they're you're clearly hacking.
Oh. Lovely.
Yep.
And it 100% for sure definitely is better than it was at launch. I even got a little addicted.
if they made it like 1% more stable, it's better than it was at launch. What the fuck are you talking about?
Right.
Any improvement is better than it was at launch. God, I fucking hate these arguments.
To the game, hunting for scrap, dismantling weapons, and building stuff up on my base. This is me. This is my little guy. This is my little scrap of dirt that I call home. The game is definitely more fun now, but that doesn't really solve...
Fun is subjective. Explain what about it is good.
Yeah, what's better about it?
Because I could guarantee... Like, I just got a copy of 76 again from a Humble Choice last month or the month before. I guarantee if I install it right now and play it for the next 24 hours fucking straight, I'm not going to have fun with it.
The actual problem. The actual problem to me is this. The revelations provided by journalists bring out an unsettling problem. Who deserves our support? By purchasing and playing Fallout 76, you directly reward the higher-ups at Bethesda for their shoddy goddamn handling of the game's development cycle. And in turn, that does incentivize them to do the same thing all over again. However, if you refuse to purchase the game to try and vote with your wallet, all of the people that worked so hard for this game to make it what it is today,
I don't
Well,
give
it's
a
your
shit.
fault for working for Bethesda. Boo-hoo.
I don't give a shit.
Yeah. Go fuck yourself. You work for Bethesda.
Like, I'm not even taking the work for you for Bethesda thing. You create a shit product. And even if, like, the higher-ups dictated that you make this shitty product because they don't understand games, that's not my problem. You don't deserve my money. You don't deserve my support because... Yep. You made a shitty game, and oh, isn't it sad that, like, you got fucked over because of that? Who fucking cares? Why should I care?
Oh, here we go. Here it comes.
Oh, right, I remember. I remember the thing you told me.
Yeah, here it comes.
I don't know what he told, so this will be interesting.
Don't spoil it.
I won't.
Just play it.
Today, some of which burn their candles out by doing so. They are the ones who will ultimately suffer, but if you purchase the game after they've been mistreated so badly, it again encourages the next release to follow with the same pattern, and it's just this horrible loop. Capitalism is the worst, guys!
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Capitalism is the best system we have.
I
Giving
cannot
people
believe
the power to actually vote with their wallets is genuinely a good thing.
I can't believe he just tried to argue that, well, it's not Bethesda's fault. It's not the developers' fault for fucking putting their employees through crunch and making them overwork themselves. No, that's clearly the fault of capitalism. We shouldn't blame Bethesda for that. Fuck off. Actually, fuck off.
What you had told me didn't adequately prepare me for this, because it's even worse because the... Oh my god, capitalism is the worst, guys! It just comes across as the lamest fucking pandering to the commie weirdos.
Yeah.
It's like, hello fellow kids, type stuff.
Yeah, it's really fucking bad. I couldn't believe it when I first heard it.
Capitalism is the reason he can choose to make YouTube videos for money. Yeah.
Yep.
Damn you, Mr. Capitalism! Barging into studios and forcing those good, honest executives to act on their baser human urges? He can't keep getting away with it!
Yeah, I agree with Rex here. Capitalism isn't flawless. Actually, I think it has a lot of flaws, but it is the best system yet. Absolutely.
Yeah. Like, obviously... there should be, like, checks and balances in place to prevent, like, the worst of the worst from happening. Crunch, as it's classically understood, where it's like, oh yeah, you're overworked and you're pressured to do it, that is absolutely bad. But there's also been cases where, like, genuine overtime is being treated as crunch, where it's like, you do have the option here. You can... choose to turn down the overtime if you want. However, if we have some overtime, that means we could get this game done and out faster. A lot of people, I've seen instances where that gets treated like no different from actual crunch.
Which is stupid because they're completely different.
They are completely different. 100%. And the thing that bugged me the most about that is that all these people, like Jim Sterling, who complain about crunch in games, like, don't see that difference, and then also never mention any other job that has overtime as being the same thing. It's purely games industry stuff.
Yeah.
Because, like, even if you do have a channel that's dedicated to the games industry, like Jim Sterling does, that's the example I'm using, there's still no acknowledgement that other industries have overtime. Mandatory crunch versus optional crunch. If it's optional, then it isn't crunch.
Again,
it's overtime.
When the higher ups give you the option, hey, we'll pay you extra, but we need anybody to come in and get this done. It's a task that needs to be completed. It will be overtime for whoever's going to do it, but we need somebody here to do it.
Yeah.
That is optional crunch. The developer's saying you need to come in or you're fired is mandatory crunch.
Also, just to point out again, too, because this was the argument we just paused on, oh my god, capitalism is bad. What a way to deflect, like, actual responsibility from the developers and the executives.
Exactly. Like, what are you supposed to do then at that point, where it's just like, oh, well, we're not going to blame the devs, we're not going to blame the publisher, for this, even though they're the ones that were behind it. No, we're gonna blame an entire system, an entire economic system that a country uses.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so then nobody is to blame then. We'll just blame it on this, like, construct and nothing else.
It's not.
We don't actually need to blame anyone.
It's not the greed of individuals making bad choices. It's the entire system that's bad and needs to go. Oh. That sounds a little dumb.
Yeah, it's really bad because it just absolves terrible people.
Yeah.
So basically, we just shouldn't do anything against them. We just shouldn't put any blame on them. We shouldn't call them out for this stuff. No. Clearly, we should just shit on capitalism more because that always helps, right?
Yeah. And that was part of my issue with Jim Sterling's videos from way back, when anytime there was a greedy developer, he instantly went into, oh, it's my triple capitalism. Like, again, you're blaming the system for acts of individuals, and by extension, you're almost kind of washing clean the individuals for their actions to blame the system. It takes away from the point overall that these are shitty people and control these companies.
Yeah.
I
think the $8 one is first, right?
Oh. $8 from Dileocon. Thank you. Shoddy cast before. More videos. Shoddy cast now. Capitalism bad. Angry face. Yeah.
Well, again, as people pointed out, this is after this weirdo took over Shoddycast and is apparently running into the ground. I mean, it does seem pretty dog shit now. So
yeah, the videos we've covered were pretty fucking bad. This is obviously no exception. It still isn't as bad as that other Fallout 76 defense video we covered, where Buddy was like, "Yeah, I quit my retail job to make Fallout videos full time." That was pathetic, but.
He didn't say he himself did that.
Yes,
he gave a very hyper-specific scenario to the point of, like, that was fucking you, wasn't it?
Well, he actually admits it later in the video that is actually what he did.
Oh, God. Yeah. That's fair. Holy shit, man. The fucking magnum opus was just, oh. I still appreciate chat so much for coming up with that term, because it was so fucking good.
Oh my god, yeah. Officer Hot Pants nailed it. It's doubly funny because if you turn it around on them, suddenly you can't blame communism for the alleged actions of a few bad leaders. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, in fact,
you could blame capitalism for, an individual's greed, but you can't blame communism for the same thing.
It's capitalism's fault that Bobby Kotick is a piece of shit, but it isn't communism's fault that Stalin and Mao fucking killed millions of people. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Sure. And a super chat I was about to read has a similar message. $5 from Lethargic/Kitten. Thank you. People blame capitalism for all the bad caused by corporatism, but any issues caused by communism isn't real communism. Anyways, here's some money. Oh, thank you.
Yeah. That's the basic gist of it. And even corporations aren't inherently bad.
No, of course not.
Corporations have the greatest force to do the greatest good in the world. The problem is getting them to see that. That's the issue, and that's because the individual's running the corporation.
Yeah.
But again, when a corporation actively tries to do something good, you will not find a stronger force for good in the world.
I love this comment here. Capitalism broke into my house, stole my Xbox, and shot my dog. Why would capitalism do that?
Okay, so Get Out sent me timestamps for that quote.
Okay.
So if you want to cover that real quick, it's about.
We could do that after the video because we're almost done the video.
Yeah. That's what I meant. So like after this video, if you want to spend like 2 minutes covering this quote,
yeah,
we can see if what he says is what he said.
Yeah.
Vote choose. It seems like an answer that doesn't really matter in the long run, but to the people involved, it's everything. Do you punish the corporation for profiteering off the lives of those in their employ, or do you support the small guy while encouraging the big guy to keep doing what they're doing? It's
it's
really easy.
Hate this.
I don't support either of them.
I really hate this because it's trying to make it into a moral question of if you don't support this shitty game, then the artist will suffer. Like, he's bringing in a factor that shouldn't be a part of the decision at all. Why should I buy a game? Why are they entitled to my money for their shit fucking product?
Yep.
$5 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. Don't mind me. I will be researching many cultures and histories because if you're going to do anything, you have to do it right. Racism is no exception.
Yes. Oh God. It's like the old days where the racists were the ones that were the most intellectually advanced. Remember, because they were coming up with all those scientific studies and everything like that to prove why racism was correct.
Oh, yeah.
To the point where they would like get old Neanderthal skulls and stuff like that and be like, this is the average skull of a black man. It's like, no, it's not. Stop.
That shit was fucked.
They had a scene like that in Django Unchained.
Yeah.
It just went to show how fucked it was.
Yes.
Research is culture so I could be racist more accurately. Or sorry, so I could be racist accurately.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, God.
Literally, someone in chat named the Neanderthal. They tried to steal my skull once. Oh, no. I've seen him in chat before. That was just, like, a lucky coincidence that he could use that for a joke.
What was crazy about that movie, though, oh, God, I forget his name now. When he was playing the plantation owner and he smashes that glass and he actually cuts his hand really bad.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yes. He is such a good fucking actor. He just rolled with it.
Yeah.
And it was so much more menacing in that scene because of the blood and everything dripping down and stuff. It was, oh, so good.
That is a good scene. Real racism has never been tried. Oh no.
It's becoming all too common in gaming these days. Ultimately, it comes all down to you, or whether our society collapses and we all end up in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, which would solve the problem ultimately.
What?
How would it solve the problem? It would make things a billion times worse for everyone, you idiot. That's not solving the problem. The thing getting worse does not solve the problem.
I kind of zoned out there for a second. What did he just say?
He said this is an issue that's becoming all the more common with video games these days. It's like, no, it isn't. You're just fucking weirdos like you. And he goes, unless if society collapses, then it won't matter anymore. The problem will be solved. It's like, no, things will get much fucking worse. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, way fucking worse.
This is one of those people who's got, like, such a fucking infantile brain that they think the apocalypse is actually, like, fun, wacky playground and not, like, the horrible nightmare that it actually is.
This is a person who doesn't know what the Balkans are. And I'm not saying that the Balkans are a post-apocalypse. I'm saying, see what happens when a country balkanizes, when society collapses in that country. It's not going to be a fun ride.
If we destroy thing, it's us being a problem 15 had.
Fun video. I really loved making it. I want to give a personal thank you to Tanya, who wrote. This is their first script ever, and
Stop.
Yeah, just stop.
You're not cut out for this job.
No.
Yeah, that is oof.
It made me say harangue and miasma. Everyone give a round of applause to Tanya for first script. I thought it was a great script, Tanya. Woo!
Oh my
Here's a terrible
God.
script, Tanya. Don't ever make another one.
It's an irritating for the dumb, like, whoa, team member, you did great! It's like, Jesus Christ, shut up.
Yeah.
No, comrade, it's Aramaz, whatever. Arazma.
Tanya confirmed Stalin fan.
Yeah. In the U.S., it's miasma. In Soviet Russia, it's our asthma.
If you liked that, we're going to be doing more videos like that here on this channel. So,
well, that
Oh,
explains
God,
why
please
your content
don't.
is so fucking dog shit. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no wonder your content has gone down the fucking drain.
All the
Yeah.
talent left, apparently, and now you have to get your editor to write scripts for you. Someone who's clearly not cut out for it.
Yeah.
Especially when they were self-admitted biased as fuck in favor of this game.
Yeah, I played it the entire time, and now it's good. Trust me. I'm someone you can trust on this. No.
I am a trustworthy source.
Oh god. Is the rest of this just showing at this point?
I think so.
Well, it's
video and subscribe. Tell me down below whether you play Fallout 76 and whether you like it, and maybe show me some of the screenshots of your little home base on Twitter at ShoddyCast.
Who cares?
So yeah, that's it. That's all I have to say.
What a dog shit video.
Love my patrons.
Yeah, okay, fuck off. All
I
right.
bet you do. I bet you would love that capitalist money, you fucking pig.
Yep.
God, I
Fuck
did it
you.
again. Yeah, capitalism bad, except for when I make videos off my YouTube channel. Then it's good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when I could get paid for art, then it's fine. But
I can
No
make this
comment.
dog shit 13-minute videos where I talk about, you know, this game definitely isn't bad, guys, trust me. And then Pittsburgh jump scare. I accidentally showed that map
I saw
image
that
again.
on screen for a sec.
Yeah, because I pressed the wrong thing. I meant to hide watch together, but I forgot that I was scrolled up. It was in the same place, so I just zeroed in on that and clicked it. And that's why I accidentally showed Soy Vash again earlier. Because, I was scrolled up, and when I went to hide watch together, I was just like, oh, hey, there's a button of the thing that I need to do. So let me just press it. And that's why there was the flash of like, oh yeah, here's Soy Vash again. Okay, hold on. I need to get Watch Together back up. Alright.
Okay.
So from 6:50 to I think he said 8:15
All right.
is where the quote takes place. So
Okay.
let me get to that spot right there. Oh, what the fuck did it just? Okay, there we go.
There
Oh
we
my
go,
god!
yeah,
Like
okay.
I'm not an ML fan, but has Pete Hines been fucking draining his soul? Jesus Christ! He's like a fucking Fallout ghoul. He's like
Yeah,
a
that
goddamn
does not look
lich
good.
now.
God, look at his eyes. Damn, he just looks like.
He's even more dead
Oh.
inside than I am.
Yeah, it looks like the life has just been sucked from his fucking body.
Maybe that's it. Maybe we've been wrong about ML the whole time. Maybe he actually was a good writer, and Pete Hines has just sucked out his life force. And that's why his writing is so dog shit now. I like that explanation more. I'm just gonna, like, imagine that
That'll
that's
be our
true.
fanon of that'll be our fanon of reality now.
Yeah. I'm just gonna take that as true from here on out.
Alright, let's listen to this this quote.
Yeah, it's the quote and explanation, apparently.
Okay.
I think it was, I think 11 years old in 97 or 98. So I jumped on to Fallout 3 mainly because I was actually a fan of Bethesda games, and so I didn't have that kind of relationship of saying I want this isometric kind of feel to it, because I was just like, cool, new.
You bring up a very good point, and because that is certainly something we thought of too. Like, are we making this game for Fallout fans or for Bethesda fans, and trying to please both? And these conversations really came up when we were talking about the Brotherhood of Steel, because the Brotherhood of Steel is, in Fallout 3, the Brotherhood of Steel is
He's
Jesus, man, do you need some
wrong with
booger
him.
sugar? What the fuck is wrong with
yeah,
you?
something's wrong.
Yeah,
here.
he's like fucking coked out or something.
This is not normal, like facial movements and stuff like that.
Yeah, this is like somebody who has
It
been.
doesn't have to be somebody's coked out, but I wonder if there's something physically wrong with him, like health issues with him.
I think
like maybe
Pete
that explains
Hines,
why he's losing weights and everything.
I think Pete Hines is just off camera holding a gun in case he says the wrong thing. Like, you better not fuck up, ML.
Yeah. Better not fuck up and make us look bad, Emil.
My first issue though is the whole thing of, are we making this for Fallout fans or for Bethesda fans? Because the fact that you even needed to consider that says something.
It should have been for Fallout fans. You called it Fallout 3 for a reason, you fucking idiot.
Well, not just that. I think you could have appealed to both with a style of game similar to what we got, but just stay more true to the Fallout elements of it, the skill checks, the RPG elements, that kind of aspect. And they just didn't. That's the big problem. And just to go back to his movements, because that really does stand out. I don't like ML's writing, but I kind of feel bad for the guy if he does genuinely have, like, a physical thing that's fucking him up right now.
Yeah, I don't want him to have some
still-
sort of like ailment or anything.
I want him to step on a few Legos and feel, like, intense pain for that, but, like, no farther than stepping on Legos, you know?
Yeah. I can feel empathy for if he's going through something, but Jesus Christ, your writing is still shit.
Yeah.
And you make a lot of terrible decisions for your company.
Yeah. His
I wonder
eyebrows
if maybe
go
this
wild
is
throughout
why.
the
I
whole
wonder if this has
interview.
something to do with it.
Maybe. Like, if there genuinely is some kind of, like, neurological thing that might actually explain why his writing is so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely know he didn't look like this when he did that TED Talk that we watched, like, for Stag number 3.
Oh, he was much heavier. And then if you saw the Fallout 3 video, he was a porker.
Oh, yeah, he was a ham beast in the Fallout 3 videos.
Yeah.
In their, like, development videos.
So I just thought he was like properly stripping the weight and losing the weight and everything properly.
Yeah, so
Though,
did I. Like, again, I don't like his writing, but that's a genuinely good thing if he was honestly working hard to lose that weight.
Yeah. But here now, this is concerning. Like, there's something off.
Yeah, like, it's clear he's got some kind of health issue, and it's... I assume it's a health issue and not just a line of coke he's done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope it's nothing serious. I hope... hopefully it's just something as simple as, like, he's really bad at one-on-one interviews, and he's just really awkward.
Maybe he has a type
anxiety
of
or something.
Well, even a type of Tourette's, because a lot of people get the assumption of Tourette's being the
you
swearing
swear.
and everything, right?
But
what Tourette's
what
Tourette's actually is nervous tics and things like that, things that happen. Swearing can be part of it, but like I had a guy, we had a guy in our platoon in the Marines who he had Tourette's. He wouldn't swear or anything at that, but every now and then he just go. He couldn't help himself. He just.
Well, not even.
And he'd jerk his head up and to the left every now and then.
Not even that. For some people,
he literally couldn't help it.
For some people, it's like a way they can blink too, because like you know how you blink normally, but sometimes people like clench their eyes shut randomly. That could be like an effect of it too. It's not always going to be auditory.
Yeah. Like I said, I was just going with the example of one I had seen that I know had Tourette's.
Yeah, I'm just expanding upon that. He chews his nails in this interview a lot, Creetosis. That... I don't know. But I know already from what I've seen, like, I feel bad for the guy. Definitely doesn't excuse his work. Like, those are two different conversations entirely. I just feel bad that he's going through whatever he's dealing with that's causing him to act this way.
Yeah, and I don't know, the more I see of this, the more I'm thinking, you know, rapid weight loss, the weird tics, the strange mannerisms, chewing on nails, apparently. I don't know, man. He might be on... This might actually just be him coked out.
Yeah.
It could be. That could... There's numerous possible explanations for it, and we're not doctors, so we can't really, like, go deep on it. The main thing is something is
even
wrong.
if we were doctors, we'd need to be physically there to examine him. We can only make certain diagnoses from mannerisms and the way he speaks and everything. We need to actually be there in order to touch, feel, so, you know, things like that. You'd be able to actually interact with him.
Yeah. The main thing over anything else is he's dealing with something that appears to be unfortunate, whether it is addiction or whether it is genuine health issues, and I can only hope that he gets by those relatively unscathed.
Alright. Let's continue this and then we'll get to the super chats, because 8:15 is the cutoff point.
Alright.
They're like an offshoot. They're more noble than they were in the previous games, and we knew that because we knew that our players would kind of want that and expect that, and so we have the Brotherhood Outcasts.
So they're made for Bethesda.
Who are sort of more like the old school Brotherhood of Steel, the hardliners.
But so part of my problem with that is you've changed the Brotherhood to appeal to your existing audience, rather than potentially having your existing audience deal with something new. And if you wanted that good guy faction, you could have invented that good guy faction. And further, if the Outcasts are meant to represent the original Brotherhood, then why do they play such a small part in the game as a whole? Because you can't do much with them at all. They have no quests of their own to give you.
Yeah, I mostly just ignore them, or I just do the like turn in scrap and stuff for ammo if I'm like running low. That's it.
But that is all you could do with them, is ignore them and turn in scrap. That's the limit of your interaction, unless you count Operation Anchorage, where they strap you into a VR thing to open a door. And then half of them turn on you.
It's fucking lame.
Holy shit, I just saw something in this shitposting channel.
Uh-oh.
Where, like, elders and the ones that are in the Capital Wasteland, they're like an offshoot group. They're like actually sort of like not really associated with the main group, and so that was a tricky thing to balance. Whereas in Fallout 4, they're back more like the hardliner stance, a little.
They're not, though. They're like
far.
a bastardization of what the Brotherhood stood for.
They're like a diet enclave in Fallout 4.
Yeah.
And again, you have them be these Power Rangers of, like, justice in Fallout 3, which completely contradicts what existing fans of the series know. And then you, like, flip it on its head again by making them diet enclave in Fallout 4. I mentioned this in the script for the Fallout 4 analysis, but what are players to expect from the next time we see them? Are they going to be like the original Brotherhood? Are they going to be Power Rangers again? Are they going to be Diet Enclave? Are they going to be a bunch of fucking clowns in costumes that go around entertaining people? I don't know, because they're different every time now. Is this entire video an interview with him? Because this might be something interesting to cover on its own at some point. Because this could shed a lot of insight to how these games were made. And answer a lot of questions we might have about development.
Oh, did you see the the thing where Pippa like retweeted that and she just added to the bottom of that and she was like, "I'm right, you know."
Oh. Yeah, I saw that image earlier. That's pretty funny. Hold on.
Yeah, she has a tweet where she retweets that and she just says, "But I'm right though."
I mean, she is right. I just love the image, too, of Batman and Pippa going through the city, and Batman is just like, "This is where I watched my parents die, Pippa." And she's just there.
Yeah.
It's like, what? Why the fuck are you showing me this?
I just love that. You know, if they had been armed, they'd probably still be alive and shit.
Yeah.
That's great.
What do you guys think about, like, skimming through this and seeing if we should cover this whole video at some point?
We can do that after.
I mean, yeah, not right now, but I mean, this is possibly a video we could cover in the future.
Yeah,
Yep.
I did tell Get Out There Yo that we might cover this in the future.
All right, let's watch a few more seconds just to get to.
Well, yeah, let's get to the 8:15.
Yeah.
Point.
Yeah.
Closer to in 1 and 2.
I found that
Okay.
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 Yeah. It definitely seems like they are more interested in appealing to their own audience than remaining true to Fallout, which, why the fuck would you buy Fallout if you're not going to remain true to Fallout? I don't get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just shit.
Anyways, I believe that's everything for today. Do we have anything else we want to talk about? Besides the super chats we need to catch up on.
Nope. Let's just get into them super chats.
Alright. Actually, I was just about to read a super chat's one I already read, so let me scroll down just a bit.
Okay.
$5 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. When the apocalypse happens, I hear someone speak in a slightly different accent. Insert Pocahontas Savages song.
Savages, barely even human.
I find it hilarious that song has been coming up in memes more often lately.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. It's in the Almighty Lily video too.
Yeah, it is. Which is funny as fuck.
Savages, barely even human.
$5 from Light of the Twin Lamps. Thank you. Uh, who would win in a free-for-all fight? Rings of Redemption, Boogie, or Darkside Phil? Darkside Phil, because he would wait for the other two to kill each other and he'd just win by default. He's Luigi in fucking Mario Party.
Wow. Wow. What you got against Luigi?
Have you never seen that meme of, like, Luigi wins by doing nothing?
No, I haven't seen that.
No?
The meme that I always see is Waluigi, the people's champion. Which is a great... That is an old fucking meme from the Something Awful days. When they would do their Let's Play archives and stuff like that. The playthroughs and everything. And they would have one guy that always played Waluigi, and he was really fucking good at all the stuff. So it was Waluigi, the people's champion.
I also like this comment here. He watched Stag number 3 and never recovered. Fucking oof. That might also explain why ML is the way he is. Probably not, though.
Yeah, no.
$5 from Bentastic197. Thank you. Do you guys know what happened to the shitpost server? I can't seem to find it on Discord. You mean the shitpost channel?
I don't know if there's a shitpost server, but we have the shitpost channel, and yeah, it's there. It's in the general section. Did you maybe accidentally click the overall section head so it like collapsed everything you've already seen?
Yeah, all the red channels, or did you maybe mute it? Because it doesn't disappear if you mute it, but it does like darken the text. Oh, $5 from Bedtastic197. Thank you. Disregard my previous question. Anyways, how bad were the videos?
Yes, I just saw Bentastic's post. No.
Anyways, how bad were the videos? They were fucking dog shit. Both of them.
Oh God. Oh, that's disgusting. Oh. Why would you post that?
Oh my God.
Now, to save our sanity, that's going by.
Yeah, delete that. Good.
Unless he's banned. I don't know. It might be worth a ban. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, but my God.
Yeah,
that is disgusting.
That was horrifying.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Quickly, do the Lumos flashbang and run away.
I still love that video of Xander to show the guy getting flashbanged. It's so fucking funny. Just sitting there at his computer screen. Lumos.
Lumos.
Yeah, I think that's everything for today, though. Wow, we didn't actually go quite as late as I thought we might.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pagan, show your shit. Unless we've got something else to talk about before the end.
I don't think we do.
Alright, show your shit.
Unless you want to talk more about Jurassic World Dominion some more.
Oh my God. We covered most of the parts I remember off the top of my... Also, the villain death was fucking dog shit.
Yeah, the villain death was really shit. They just bring the fucking Dilos back again for another scene, and they just, like, walk through the glass into the fucking train. What's your story? It just gets... They just fucking spit on him, and then it cuts to, like, them about to eat him. It's so shit. It was so bad.
Yeah. And it's like, we only got 2, like, dino deaths in the entire movie, too. That guy and the guy in the fighting pit from earlier that we talked about.
And the one guy on the Segway.
And the one guy in the Segway. He doesn't count, though.
Yeah, he barely counts. God, what a shit film. I just can't understand why they're so opposed to showing dinosaurs in a fucking dinosaur movie.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's so weird. I just don't understand the thought process. No, but don't you care about
the clone girl and the evil company trying to destroy the world's crops?
No, not at all. I fucking hate that they made that the fucking focus and that locusts are the main threat, not the dinosaurs. That's so shit.
I don't know about you, but when
Oh.
I sit down to watch a dinosaur movie, I'm more interested in the fucking bugs. Oh, that's the other thing, too. We didn't get to see the bugs fucking kill those two children, so we didn't get to see the children's skeletons in the barn.
Yeah, I was so upset by that. Like, they run into the barn and they start, like, they make a hole and start coming in, and it's like, oh, they're gonna kill the kids, and then it cuts to that scene of, like, you know, they're coming to investigate, and you could see the barn in the background with the hole in it, but we never get to see, they never go inside and check, they never reveal if the children even died or not. I hate that.
Yeah. I think we're supposed to assume they survived, but, like, the children dying would have been far more entertaining.
I would have been far more entertaining if they opened the door and there was just two child-sized skeletons on the floor.
No, it would be even funnier if, rather than just lying on the floor, the skeletons flopped out when they opened the door.
Yeah, like they were pressed up against the door trying to open it. And they just like fall out when they open the door. That would be really funny. Oh my god. Yeah, I hate that they never portray the Dilos as being like they only show the adolescent ones, unless they think that Dilos only get that big, which is really weird because Dilos got really big. They got pretty decently sized. So it's weird that they always portray them as like these knee-high, like waist-high dinosaurs. And I'm like, come on. Like you could do some really scary shit with Dilos and you just never do.
I just want to point out, because I was thinking about it, I know the stream is almost over, but anyone jumping in right now is going to be super fucking confused by the fucking soy jack retarded Vash on fucking screen.
But we get the super chat real quick before we get to the shilling?
Yes, before the shilling. $5 from Alex Hoffman. Thank you. Great vid, guys. I love your content. Oh, well, thank you. I'll get the rest later. I will get the rest later. You have to go say bye to my grandfather. Peace and love. We'll see ya. Thank you for stopping by.
Yeah.
Alright, Pagan. Chill.
I got a YouTube channel. I play games on it sometimes. My computer right now currently needs to get checked up right now. I can't really play games on it. So until I get that fixed, I can't really stream myself. Hopefully I can get that fixed soon. But yeah, so that's it.
And after first season of Trigun Stampede is done, me and Pagan will be making videos and we'll be alternating the uploads between our channels.
Yeah.
Alright, I am over on twitch.tv/SJustgar. Feel free to come over. I have a YouTube channel as well and a Rumble channel. I actually have some people following me on Rumble already. There's nothing there yet. I do want to try and stream on Rumble at some point. I don't know when I want to try that, though. I was going to try and use Restream to stream to Twitch and Rumble at the same time. Or, you know, it's just to try something like that. But no, Restream is super hardcore lefty, apparently, and doesn't want Rumble to exist. So, yeah, that's nice. I didn't know that until running into that, so that was interesting. We just did some Black Mesa, and then to compare, I went to Half-Life RTX, and Ray Traced Half-Life genuinely brings there's a lot of jank to it because it's a mod. It's not an actual like official product, right? But my god, ray tracing does a lot for Half-Life 1. Holy shit, it looks really good.
Yeah, I watched some of your stream on that, and I was like, wow, that looks really good, actually.
Yeah. A flashlight that's actually a flashlight instead of being the wall texture being lightened like it was in original Half-Life is
Yeah.
big game changer. But just the ray tracing in general is just really fucking good. Official RTX Portal 1, I might try that. I might try some more ray tracing stuff because I got a 3060, so I can definitely try ray tracing things. It won't be the best, mind you, but yeah, I can definitely try some more of that stuff. yeah, so the plan is I'm gonna finish some Half-Life RTX, and then we're gonna finish Black Mesa, and I think I'm gonna have a day where I'll just do some StarCraft 2 custom games, but that'll probably be just a day to just sit with the chat and talk and stuff like that. Because a lot of the custom games that I like are a lot of games that are pretty well, grindy. Like Zombie World, where you have to just kill zombies over and over again, and you get more level ups and rewards and things like that, and you to kill more zombies, and you have to fight bosses and things like that. But it's pretty grindy, and that's the kind of the point behind it. Might try some challenge modes on that. Who knows? We'll have to see. Yeah, so that's kind of the plan. I don't know what other games we're gonna do. I have the bounty list for games that people have already started paying money for, so that's all up in the Discord as well. Oh yeah, you're right. Donald says, but Setch, it's pronounced Black Mesa. Yeah, it would hunt down the Freemans. Awful fucking. I have no idea why that G-Man, because that guy does a decent G-Man impression, but he always calls it Black Mesa. I keep wanting to correct it for him. Yeah, so, yeah, I've got all the bounty games in my Discord and everything like that. Again, every single game can be a bounty. Every single one of them. You just gotta put money towards it. And, yeah, so I've got all the ones that the money's already been put towards in the Discord, so they're there. If you like the looks of one of them, you can jump on those, or you can suggest your own.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's posted through on the... Again, anything can be on the list. Anything can be on the list.
Yeah, you just have to put money towards it.
Yeah. Oh, I guess I should say anything. I obviously will veto fucking porn games and shit like that. No. No, you fucking weirdos.
What you should play, though, is Limbo the Lost.
If people want to see it, because that will be a wild ride, that's for sure.
I'm tempted to just play that at some point on stream. You know what? That's one of the games where I'm going to wait until I have my VTuber model for, because that will just enhance it.
Yeah.
Dude, it would be so great if we get the VTuber models, and then we do, Indigo Prophecy and stuff like that. That'd be great.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah,
we're still looking into getting those. I do want to try and get those soon.
Yeah, so
hopefully.
do I.
I know a bunch of modelers, but we need modelers and riggers and everything. So
yeah. And I don't want a shoddy one. It's like I want my model to be good. I don't want to get a shit one and then have to go back to someone else and be like, "Well, I got this shit one. Can you make a good one?"
Especially since it's gonna just the process of going through all that is gonna be annoying if we have to get it redone. But
yeah,
the price of doing it too is gonna suck.
Yeah, exactly.
Mechanical riggers, they're people that actually rig the models and everything.
Yeah.
So what they do is they'll actually put in all the different bones. They're literally called bones. They'll put in all the various bones in it, and then they have to weight paint what each one of those bones and points actually functions with. And that's how you get stuff to move and shift around.
I can't wait until I acquire my VTuber bones.
Yep, to get all my bones.
Yep.
But yeah, I've mostly settled on what I want to go for my VTuber model. Not spoiling it, of course.
Mine's been... Yeah, Kree actually would have a thing that can be spoiled. Mine is obvious, and I think Pagan's is pretty fucking obvious.
Yeah.
I don't know if mine's pretty obvious. I don't know if anyone would know what mine is.
Well, it's your icon right now. It's got to be a horse.
No, it's not going to be a horse.
Oh my god, he's not going to do a horse. Yeah, I'm doing my icon
I'm
right
not going to be a horse.
But yeah, that is something I'm looking forward to. I really want to get that done. And, yeah, we have to shop around to find someone who can do it fairly well and not cost an arm and a leg. Obviously we're not going to find someone to do it for, $50, but we want to find someone where, if we're going to spend $1,000 on this, it's going to be well worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. I'm going to make sure that if you're going to put the money down, I'm going to get a fucking quality product.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, I got that other super chat. So $2 from Bedtastic197. Thank you. I'd delete the image if I could. Sorry, guys. Well, you didn't have to send a super chat.
You
for
don't
that,
have
but,
to delete it. Yeah.
You don't have to delete it either. We were just joking about how fucking cursed it is.
Yeah, we deleted it from our chat because it would be there haunting and taunting us forever.
Yeah, like
So
Catface
it's like, no,
Vash was for a while. Pagan.
Yeah.
Creetosis joins Hololive? Probably not gonna happen. I like being free. I like not having restrictions. If I end up, like, joining a group, which is probably never gonna happen, I would have to make sure that as long as I don't break YouTube terms of service, I can just say whatever I want.
Yeah, I would probably if there was any company I would join, I'd probably join Face Connect. Honestly, just
yeah,
because
they
if
seem
they
like
let
the most
Pippa,
lax.
Yeah, if they let Pippa and Tenma
Talk
and
about
all
the
them,
glowies.
it's gonna be like, yes, then I would join. I'd probably join Face Connect.
Fucking tell people on Twitter to fucking hang themselves and you get limited on Twitter, and then you retweet a video, like, meme of yourself at the awards high-fiving Pippa and getting the award. Oh my god, that was fucking funny.
Oh god. Yeah, because Phase Connect, back in the old days, Phase Connect was really worried about it, but then Phase Connect's like, you know what? No, fuck it. We're just gonna let you guys be yourselves. Well, you're the talent. You know what you're doing.
The funniest thing too is I think Pippa is their biggest streamer now.
Yep, Pippa is.
Because I was actually looking at that the other day because I thought the others were a bit bigger. No, she's the biggest. And last I checked, she had 181,000 subscribers. It's probably gone up quite a bit since then.
Yeah.
Tenma told them to hang themselves? Yeah, it was fucking funny.
Yeah. Tenma's so fucking great too.
Yeah, I haven't watched any of her stuff, but I subscribed to her the other day because I want to watch her stuff sometime and see what she's like.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love I forget her name. She's the Fallen Shadow one. She's pretty good too.
Yep.
That fucking thing where she was talking about like how she got canceled on Twitter for basically joking that she has big boobs when she's obviously flat chested, and
yeah, when
that's
her
what
character's a lolly.
yeah. So she's getting canceled for that, and she's like, "Yeah, this is what I'm getting canceled for, not for She lists off like basically war crimes and stuff, and the fucking role playing as good Hitler. It's like, no, none of that. It's fucking pretending that I have big boobies.
Yep. Do not stare at my big booba. It makes me nervous when you look at the big booba on me.
Anyways, yeah, that's it for today. Thank you for coming out. It's very much appreciated. Have a good night, everyone.
Yeah, see you guys later.
Night, everybody. Bye-bye.
Free. Dim Tool trying to roast Pippa? What? I haven't ended the stream yet. I just saw that comment. I was like, what?
Oh, did he really? Did Tim Pool actually try to roast Pippa? I swear to God, if he did, he's a fucking traitor. Fuck him.
Well, he's already a bit of a fucking...
he's always been a fence-sitting idiot. He's always been pathetic, but that would just be amazing.
Yeah, oh my God.
Because Pippa would eat him alive.
Yes, he did? Oh my God, are you fucking serious? What a pathetic loser. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Hold on, I have to look this up. Tim Pool.
I was about to hit
Pippa.
end stream too.
Yeah, I was fully ready.
And then this one comment, just when I thought I was out, you pulled me back in!
Yeah.
Is it on YouTube or is it on Twitter?
Yeah, where is it? Where is it at? I'm curious too.
Yeah, hold on, let me check Twitter, because I'm not seeing it on YouTube. Twitter.
Sit on a fence and you're liable to get a splinter up your ass. Yeah. Someone edit the Jack Murphy beard on Tim Pool again. How many times has that happened to him now? I find it hilarious that in itself has become a meme to show how pathetic someone is. Just edit the Jack Murphy beard on them.
I don't see it.
Yeah,
Tim
I'm not
Pool?
seeing anything.
Tim Pool is a living incarnation of when a silent fart feels wet, but you go clean yourself, there's nothing there. Oh my god.
Yes, yes, accurate.
That's just fucking brutal. Jesus Christ. Do the one where Jack Murphy's beard is his beanie? Oh no. Okay, for real though, ending the stream. Have a good night, everyone.
Yep.
Yeah, see ya.
Bye.